talk
We
about
were reviewing 50 games at once.
50 whole games.
Yes.
So, how do we even start this? Do we explain what this is, or do we just, you know what this is?
Well, maybe very briefly, I suppose.
Mhm.
Because you know what, if anything, I want to like encourage people to buy this because ultimately, even if not all 50 games at S rank, I think everyone should own this. Honestly, like it's such a good deal.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so neat, and I think
is.
there's definitely something for everyone in here as well. So we'll discuss.
This. Yeah, it's just a compilation of. I don't even know if compilation is the right word because it sort of implies that it's stuff that existed outside of this. This is just 50 games.
Yes.
Within one game. It's sort of like a mini game collection, but they're all.
But it's not mini games. It's this scope of it is like, this would be like 50 WarioWare micro games or something, but it's not the full games. Obviously, you say full games. I mean, the length, the depth of them varies wildly, and also like a longer game isn't necessarily better. We'll get on that.
Yeah.
But there's like a healthy mix of like arcade games, and then you get like full-fledged sort of battle toads. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah.
You get bigger games. Yeah, you get some like have multiple gameplay types in themselves, which is insane when they're already developing 50 games. Should also say this is made of a development team of about, I think it's 6 people in real life. Probably the most famous one is Derek Yu, who made Spelunky. And they all just, a lot of these games are sort of like game jam like developments. They're adaptations of old Flash games they've made. I know Quibble Race is definitely a Flash game.
Right.
But the whole presentation is under the guise of it being part of it's the history of a developer that doesn't exist called UFO Soft, and you sort of chronicle their rise and what's the downfall? I mean, I don't know if there's law explaining why they shut down.
I think it's just the lifespan of this one console because it's sort of like a generation. It's like the NES era, although
yeah,
it looks more like a computer, but
it looks like a home computer. Yeah, although
Yeah.
definitely, I think anyone's sort of go-to example for this sort of thing is the NES. Let's be honest.
yeah, for sure.
They've got like a limited color palette. The color palette's actually shared between all the games. I didn't learn this until very recently.
Oh yeah.
So there's only that gives the games a lot of coherency as well, even though the graphics can be very different. I think the color palette's something between a NES and a Master System or something like that. But anyway, it's a fictional home computer called the LX, and you can see when they sort of, I think there's like a new model of LX. Like you can just see if you play the games in the quote chronological order, you can see the production values increase. Games become more graphically complex.
Because the games all have like a quote year that they were released. It's like between like 85 to 89 or something like that. And it's sort of like there's a chronological order, and you'll see the games get more advanced the later they go on. But these were all literally developed at the same time. Like I don't know what the exact order was.
Not really, but
it's like the earlier games are more primitive, but that's sort of like to emulate what early console is versus later console, and there's like this whole meta narrative, and
it's done so well.
Like the boot up is a crack screen that shows like all the developers, and the soundtrack made entirely by one person is for all 50 games
which is insane.
Yeah, it uses a lot of the same like sound fonts. So it sounds like it has its own limitations, like the same way that NES chiptunes would. So there's a lot, like you can feel the similarities, but everything still feels distinct as if it was made by different people. Because
I want to mention that splash screen as well, the fake crack screen. So in the lore, I think there was like a storage unit, and these people found it, and that's how they got like the backlog of UFO Soft. But they basically use that, the recovery team as they call it, is is the only time you see the actual real names of the developers and the people involved in making UFO 50. But after that screen, everything's in universe.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
all fictional developers. But that's the only time. That's a very clever way of them getting their names out there without breaking the immersion.
Yeah, and there's a lot of neat stuff in there. Like there's a sort of cheat console built in,
Mm.
and I don't know if every game has cheats, but there's a lot of like cheats that you can find. Like
I
sometimes
think there's probably at least one for every game, I imagine.
probably, but and we don't. There's like a lot of meta stuff. Like we don't know a lot of these cheats yet. This game's
There
still
is the
relatively new.
51st game, so kind of a
Oh,
spoiler, but there is a secret game, but we won't get into that mainly because I don't even know it myself. So.
yeah, I didn't do all that, but I did see part of that where you'll get a cheat that gives you a hint to go to a certain place in a certain game, and then you have to go to a certain place in I think every single game. And once you do that, you'll like get a 51st game, which is I think just kind of a silly joke, but either way.
I also want to mention the Derek Yu in the interview said that there are some, although they do a good job of emulating the old system, this fictional system, he did deliberately avoid some limitations, like he didn't want sprite flickering or slowdown, because he just said like we're trying to make games look old, but we don't want to like make them suck either, basically.
Yeah. There's the distinct choice to make it widescreen. Like it was just like there wouldn't really be like you could make an argument for it, but there really wouldn't have been a game like that with this screen size back then. But they were just like, screw it, it's not.
Yeah, even the if you look at the shot of the LX when the game starts, like it's clearly got like a 4:3 monitor, but it just makes the games better. Like you can't more screen room is it's never going to hurt. It's also the fact that every single game only uses 2 buttons, which I think is actually a detriment in some cases, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But they are very strictly 2 buttons. There isn't even like a unique start button. If you press start, you'll just bring up the same UFO 50 menu. So
Right. But yeah. So yeah, we had just around the time that this released, which was like a month ago.
About that.
We both, or several people I know actually, purchased this. I think Bob is the one that got us into it. And I don't know, we've been just playing a lot of these games and trying our best to, play all of them, beat all of them. And we just had a lot of fun with it and wanted to talk about it. And thought it might be a good subject of a tier list, so...
Well, I only found it because a friend on Steam purchased it and just saw Steam activity. I was like, oh, what's this? Turns out he's like a prolific speedrunner for the game, so...
It's a very, like a chain of you hearing about it from someone, me hearing about it from you, other people hearing from me. But...
That's the only marketing I've seen for this.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to market, I guess, because, like, it's 50 games that don't really work too well by themselves. But it is just a lot of games and a lot of stuff that's really fun to play. And...
It's a hard sell though, because on paper it sounds terrible.
Yeah, well,
like 50 games for how much are they charging? Like
$20. Yeah.
$20, yeah. Like what the hell? Like it's like these aren't going to be any good, and some of them aren't, but.
but they're all intended
definitely more
to be
worth
good.
playing.
Yeah,
there's definitely more worth playing. Well, again, we're making a tier list, so we'll see exactly.
It's it sounds bad because it reminds people of Action 52, I think, and that's what I realize is I think part of the inspiration. Someone pointed out that Cyber Owls is just this game's version of Cheetah Men, and once I saw the comparison, I couldn't get rid of it. Yeah, like it stuck out to me so hard. I didn't see it before, but it really is. And,
yeah, no, that's apt.
But yeah, let's talk about some games.
So we're going to be talking about them chronologically, and we say chronologically fictional, chronological, like. So we start off with the most primitive game of all.
82.
Which is Barbuta. Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of mess with these in the back while we talk about them. This one, I don't think either of us have a lot to say about it. I didn't play it much. It's very much a game that like what it is when you pick it up. Like as soon as you start playing it, you're just like, oh, this is supposed to be like the old era. Like this is their example of what the youngest game on this console looks like, and it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. It's it's like it's so primitive. It's closer to it's closer to because I'm looking at this, it's screen by screen, like the way the color palettes work. This kind of weird, kind of boxed in HUD,
Yeah.
which I guess makes it 4x3. Um, it's this is less NES, and this is more something like the ZX Spectrum. Like this is super early. Like this is super like primitive. So that's what stood out to me. Like this isn't and it's all about just kind of exploring and putting the pieces together and working out the map and where it links to what and what you're actually supposed to do. So it's a game of like discovery.
Yeah.
But neither of us have particularly played it because I just it's just not something I care for, and the character moves so damn slow. I also wanted to mention when I got into this game, UFO 50, half the Steam reviews were like warning people about Barbuta. It has a bit of a rep, saying please don't judge the collection by Barbuta because if you use the default menu, unless you start tinkering with the options, this is the first game you'll play, or this is the first game that's presented at the top, I guess.
Nah.
And there's a lot of Steam reviews just like please don't judge it by Barbuta, which is a bit mean, but I get it because it does set a, let's say, a certain tone for the whole collection that isn't actually there.
You can't let this set a precedent for the entire collection because it is meant to be a primitive game. Like it is meant to stand out in its own way.
Hmm.
So like, and it's one of those things where like, because I didn't have the inclination to actually beat and 100% every game, like I kind of looked at someone just like, yeah, sure, I get it, and then I just kind of shut it off and never played it again. So like, I tried. Like I didn't just quit immediately. Like I played until I died, and I just went like, okay, and that's really all I could say about it. It's like, it's sort of a hard sell. Like as a
Yeah,
like,
it's a very primitive kind of. It's a very kind of niche.
yeah, it has a function, but at the cost of it being something that stands out on its own. Like it's not. It's just, here's a game that sort of represents the chronology idea that we're pushing with UFO 50, and
Hmm.
that's really all you're getting out of it. So it's like, and I don't want to. I hate to sound just like really mean about it, but like it just is what it is, you know. Like it
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
trying to be more, and so like that's all I can really tell you is just this is what it is.
It's Barbuta.
It's
Um,
Barbuda.
it's one thing as well is this reminds me when people like talk retro games, they tend to like think of like the best of the best, like your Mario's and stuff.
Yeah.
But really, like back if you go back like this far, like a lot of games are just this, like realistically. Oh my god.
Oh right, right. Yeah, this guy shows up. I think he's visible on the map, and so you want to try to avoid him. I don't know. Again, right. Yeah, that happened.
Oh yeah, no, this game doesn't even have a title screen. It's like they put the name
Yeah.
at the top there.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like early DOS stuff, like really primitive DOS stuff that I played back then. It's, yeah, I don't know. Like I don't even know where you put it on the tier list because it's so hard
That's
to judge.
that's yeah.
It's like I feel like on some level, even games that we don't like, we can at least appreciate for the things that they do right.
For sure.
And I think this one is very difficult because it is not trying to be anything more than a primitive game. Like it is trying to be as archaic as it is, but
Yeah.
it doesn't feel as bad.
That doesn't make it good though.
No, but it doesn't feel as bad as some of those old games. Like it still feels like it functions. It's just it's slow and simple, I guess.
Yeah, there's a certain appeal to like having to map things out. I should also say at this point that none of these games have like in-game manuals. Like
No.
every game is something you have to figure out for yourself, which is another potential issue. This one feels like it complements it because this one is just the sheer sense of mystery, and you've got to piece together. I think no manual for this is actually a good thing, but there were some others where just like, yeah, manual wouldn't hurt.
Yeah,
But still,
and
you get like some basic controls listed, but like very basic, but nothing more than that.
And it's also sort of weird because like manuals existed back then. Like I understand a lot of people didn't read them, but like they were a thing. So
I would say people read them because, like, you know, I remember when I get like a game, I would like be reading the manual in the car on the way home. You know,
right.
like, it's
I
nice little physical pamphlet, which I guess we've kind of forgotten about. But
I guess yeah, part of the whole thing is it's I don't know if emulate is the right word, but it is sort of a like they just found these cartridges, so like them having manuals is probably like not actually happening. So I get that that's probably part of the theming, but it does at the end of the day it does feel really bad to just be like, yeah, there's just the game doesn't really tell you much, and none of these games really do. You just have to figure them out, which can be fun. Depends on the game, I think. But
mm.
either way,
The other thing is the the lack of a manual. It just kind of gives you a I don't know. I don't know where to put this, honestly. Like
it's one of those things you have to rate it kind of low because of all of its limitations and the fact that neither of us really have that much interest in playing it, but not too low because it's not trying to
should I just
be.
stick it and see.
Yeah, stick it in C, and then we can always just reorganize it.
Well, we can also refer to Yoshi, who has actually beaten this.
Sure,
I
sure.
should also acknowledge at this point, before we go any further,
Mhm.
I'll stick it there for now, that these games in the collection, they all have what you call gold disc and cherry disc.
Oh
So
yes.
gold is when you quote beat the game, and that can mean many things. It's usually quite straightforward,
Mhm.
to beat a game, but not always. And then so you get a gold disc when you beat it. It's usually not that difficult. And then you get the cherry. The cherry is kind of like 100% completion, or well, not literally that, but it's like your harder challenge. So you can say the cherry is like an extracurricular thing you can do. It's like an extra.
It's
You go
the
out your way. Yeah, it's a more challenging
it's the
clear
achievement
state.
part where it's like but each game is different because each game is a different game. They all function
Yeah,
differently. So like some of them are score based, some of them are I don't think any of them are time based, which is nice, but
yeah.
some of them are just, get every item if it's more of
hmm
exploratory. It's so I actually don't even know what the cherry for this one is, to be honest, because
Well, I don't even know what the condition is. So.
yeah, because you don't see the cherry condition until you've gotten the gold condition, which is the probably the weirdest thing is the fact that if you get the cherry on your first completion, then
Mm,
you can't see what that completion goal was because it
mhm.
just shows you both of them will show you what the time that you played the game was, which is a
Yeah.
weird sort of thing that you can't see what the goal was anymore if you beat it because it's not always clear what it is,
No, it's not.
especially ones that are like score based. So
Also, it's a small thing, not that important, but on that topic, there's also the house item. So there's also one.
oh
It's not. There's also like a challenge. It's usually pretty easy, depending on the game, but it's a there's this little virtual house thing. It's like kind of like a little animated diorama with this little guy running around in it.
yeah.
And then if you do these challenges, you unlock a little thing for the house, and they can interact with it. But
Yeah,
most of the attention is on the golden cherry discs.
yeah, and then
So we're gonna keep that in C just because
yeah,
we're not really that qualified, but it seems inoffensive.
for sure, for sure. I forget Bug Hunter is the second one. Uh,
Oh, a title screen. So already you can see that higher production values. Title screen. We've got little story crawl.
yeah,
I feel like this would be a better start. Just create a bit of a
well,
first impression for
in a
people.
way,
But
in a way, but also like this gameplay style is completely divergent. Like a platformer as your first game makes total sense. A
mm,
strategy or like not RPG, like a tabletop game sort of thing
mm,
is it's pretty different. it sets a different tone. But like, I do appreciate that that transition from a simple platformer to this, like a board game.
Yeah.
And this game's neat. Like, I guess one thing I will say is I don't think any game in this collection that I thought was too derivative. Like, I didn't look at a game
Oh
and just
no.
go like, "Oh, this is obviously blank." Like, I see comparisons, but every game I think strives to be unique in its own way. Like, try to do something innovative, and even if it's just something small, like there's something about like, oh, the way this game in particular, I can't compare it really to anything else. Like, not that it's super unique, but just that it is different enough the where you can't say like, oh, this is a carbon copy of some other game. Like, it's just
No, no, that's a reoccurring theme in this whole thing. And this game's like, there's plenty of games which is like, oh, there's the Zelda influence, because, you know, every game has a Zelda influence.
yeah,
But there's nothing that's just like, oh, this is the Zelda of the collection. There's nothing that simple. They've always put their own, they put their own spin on literally everything in here.
yeah, yeah.
There's nothing that's that, like, there's no great Gianna sisters in here, you know?
And so this game, it's another one I don't really know what to say about it other than it's way too hard.
It's I think it's really neat, and it's I really like it conceptually. Yeah, too hard. It's too damn hard.
I
Um,
That's one thing about UFO 50 is that I feel like as a whole the collection is very difficult. I don't think it's unfair. I would never say that any game in this collection is unfair other than just the ones that are literally random. Um but that's unfair in a way that's acceptable. They're all or a lot of them are pretty unforgiving. And I think this one is another one where like you like not only is it random, but you have to play pretty damn smart in order to make it through. And it it is very punishing whenever you make mistakes.
yeah, the yeah, because so basically the way this game works is you get these modules that let you do things, and as you collect those cubes as well, you can exchange those modules for new ones,
And then instantly
which are
use
new
them, so
abilities. Yeah,
you use them and then you replace them with newer, better ones. Or just completely different ones.
yeah, and whenever you run out of modules, you're forced to end your turn. Um, but you can exchange a module, and that will also refresh it if you can afford a new one. So these eggs, this is the big issue.
Mm-hmm.
You see these eggs, you must destroy them before the turn ends. The end turns with an egg. That's it. That's an instant game over.
And I,
That's why this game is so difficult.
and I believe that kill counter up there is the goal, and the day counter is like a time limit. So you have like 10 turns to get that many kills. I believe 30. And
Right.
if you don't, then you lose. If you let an egg spawn and then don't kill it that turn, you lose. And these
Mhm.
enemies evolve every turn. So if you let anyone live for a single turn, they become a stronger enemy.
Yeah.
And
Before then turning into an egg.
yeah. And so
It's so many lose conditions.
yeah, essentially, yeah. It's just you have a lot of stuff going against you. And I don't know, it's just hard.
The only it's
It's neat. Like I like the concept here. I like this having these chips, these modules, using them and then replacing them. Like that's all nice and good, and you can change it together by grabbing the energy, all that stuff. It's neat, but I I just found it too difficult to really play that much, and I didn't spend much time on it.
I want to acknowledge the first time you played this was multiplayer,
That's right,
and I
because
think that's more enjoyable because it has a lot less of the stress of doing the single player thing, and you can play at your own. You know, you're only playing at the pace of your opponents. So I actually thought the multiplayer was a little bit more fun. Not that this isn't fun, but
yeah,
slightly preferred the multiplayer.
Yeah. It's I don't think many. I would hesitate to say many of these games are bad, and maybe we'll see.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. But like, for the most part, I would say this is a collection of really good games. It's just
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of them are very hard, and that can impact how much fun I have with them at times because sometimes just it can be just too difficult, and this is one of them. I just found it just too demanding, and yeah, yeah,
But it's fine.
it's fine.
It's good.
It's if
But yeah, that difficulty's. I also want to mention with the multiplayer, it's like competitive multiplayer as well.
yeah, it's like there's no eggs. It's just whoever can get the most or the set amount of kills first
Yeah,
is the
and you
winner.
can attack each other as well, which is quite funny.
Oh yeah. So no, it's neat. Yeah, and there's a number of multiplayer games in this collection. Not all of them, but it did seem to me like they made an effort to make as many games as they logically could into multiplayer games. And
Some of them are quite unexpected as well, the way they do multiplayer, and if
yeah,
they even have multiplayer. We'll get to those.
yeah, for
So,
sure.
so where are we putting this? So B, because I feel like it's good concept, but it's just too hard.
Yeah, B is fine. Yeah.
We can always like shift these around because sometimes you make the tier list and you like realize that the scaling's a bit off. But I think that's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
I like Bug Hunt.
Yeah. I think it's neat, but
Yeah, it's definitely not my favorite.
yeah. Ninpek. So this one's very Sun, I think.
Yeah, this is very much of the arcade. Like you can just see by looking at it, the early '80s kind of arcade. This is like first pure kind of arcade game.
Yeah. Get a couple of arcadey style games, and this one's neat. Um, it's one of the simpler games, obviously because it's earlier in the collection, but so I have not that much to say about it. Uh, it's tough, but not like impossible in any measure. Just a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obviously very bad at it. I haven't played it that much.
No, I've beaten it, so
Yeah.
I do think it's nice and responsive. I always thought like if you could create like fictional lore, like this was, if you said this was the first ever game to include a double jump, I'd just believe you. If that makes any sense, like just the way it's implemented, like it feels like, oh, this is like a new feature for the time. But yeah, this is one that's just so simple. This is probably one of the most straightforward games in the whole collection. Sandwich.
Yeah.
You're a ninja who had his sandwich stolen. It's hard to kind of mess this up. It's done well. I guess it's not the most out there game in the whole collection, apart from like, I do feel like that double jump is very much of the kind of weeks of originality, like for this time period.
Yeah.
It's just a nice theme. I like the music. Even the music just seems like kind of matches the visuals in terms of just being a wee bit more primitive, but like it's all good. Not like, that's another thing about UFO Soft. It's like they're throwback games, but they're not. Sometimes like I've noticed some indie developers just use retro as an excuse for crappy,
Right.
sort of not
Yeah.
very well. Not to put them down, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I would say like Barbuta is the only game that feels like it's trying to have like a very retro style control scheme, in that it's a little stiff, but not so much that it's bad, and everything else feels pretty good. Like
Yeah.
they don't try to make a game that like feels bad because it's retro. It just, they're limited, but they're still like this. Like the double jump here feels pretty good. So
I think, Joe, you said as much, like, ultimately you're trying to make fun games and they're going to be upholden to that. They're not going to put in the stupid sprite flicker, things like that.
right, yeah, exactly. And
I forgot to mention with the music, like, yeah, first music.
oh yeah, I was noticing that. So, so yeah, this is an
Is there a connection between like ninjas and cows? I've never seen that in any sort of Japanese media. They are cows, right?
That's what it looks like.
Is that a thing I'm not aware of?
Don't think so.
Oh yeah, and good time to mention eggs. That is a reoccurring motif in all these games. So it's like your lives in Barbuta. You're a knight that hatches from an egg, which is very strange.
Yeah.
Bug Hunt, obviously, you got the eggs you have to stop, and then these ones eggs are collectibles. I'm wondering if there's a single game in here that doesn't have an egg in some form.
To be honest, I can't think of any more that do, so I'm actually curious if to see how often that comes back up.
Hmm.
But we'll see.
It's definitely a motif they have.
Yeah, I did notice it a number of times. Yeah, okay. But anyway, this game, it's
got co-op as well. That's quite fun.
Yeah, that's neat. God, the tier list for this is very interesting because there's like how good the game is, but there's also how good it is with the limitations that it's working with. Because this is very obviously, holding back.
I mean, I still think this is fun regardless. Like, it's definitely one of the most straightforward games, but I should say I lean towards your sort of arcadey games. Like, I prefer these sorts rather than your RPGs and things like that. Like, you can just jump into this, and this game has a sort of a. I'm trying to think of an example. It's like an old arcade trope, but when you clear it, it then just loops and it's more difficult.
Oh yeah.
That's where you get your cherry from. Speaking of cherries.
Where do we rank?
But yeah, I would say this is B. This is absolutely fine. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not going to blow your mind or anything, but it's absolutely fine. It's good. I enjoy it. I like the theming. I like the music, like the jaunty kind of music. I think UFO Soft as a whole has a great soundtrack. I almost want to do a tier list of just yeah, like the whole collection.
Yeah.
Like just the music by this one person's just consistently good.
Oh yeah.
I almost want to do like a tier list of just the soundtracks of each individual game.
Well, I mean, Barbuta's gonna get F tier. It's
Yeah, it is. And I think so, I don't think we're the first to do that. I didn't watch a video, but I saw a thumbnail and there's just a Barbuta tier.
Oops. But
There's a yokai.
Yeah.
Yokai?
Yeah. I love this little guy. He pops up in a few games.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I want to mention as well though, a lot of these games like this one particularly feels very Japanese, and I don't just mean because of the ninja theme, I mean just kind of the way it's designed and stuff, and the way the music sounds. But I guess UFO Soft is a Western dev. Like, I feel like if you're doing like a fictional developer, that there would be a divide there, right?
You'd think, yeah.
Because you can usually tell when a game is Western or Japanese, you know.
Right.
I mean, I'm not criticizing the collection for that. By the way, there's there's a nitpickiness on the level that's irrelevant, but
just worth you mentioning. Yeah. Forgot about that. But yeah.
Cool.
You want to throw that in the
I think B. Yep. I'll put it ahead of Bug Hunt. Paint Chase.
Paint Chase. This is the first game, as you can tell, that I've actually beaten. Yeah, I don't know. Because it reminds me of Pac-Man a little bit. Like, I don't know the best way to get into it other than just to say.
Oh, you should let the intro play out.
Oh, I should have. Yeah. But yeah, it's a very. It's pretty arcade.
This is very much an arcade game as well.
Yeah. All right, you do have to press a button there though, which is weird. But this game is. I like the charm of this game. It's very short and very sweet, but like stuff like this.
Sorry to interrupt. The way that text is plastered there, it's not like a sprite sign. It's just text. Like, that's very much like a Pac-Man sort of era.
There's even
like their little cutscenes.
Even the little like the word bubble with like the the Qbert cursing in it.
Yeah.
Is like it creates a black border around it because it's not actually a sprite. It's actually a tile, and it's
Yeah.
little attention to detail like that I just really love. But this one's sort of a familiar concept. I can't name a game that's like this, but the idea of just like you need to cover.
Oh. Well, there's one obvious one. Splatoon.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. I guess
I think when we played this originally, like you didn't mention Splatoon once, and I was like, huh.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I never
Yeah.
played.
I mean, it's pretty far from it though.
I never played Splatoon, so I couldn't. I wouldn't think about that.
I mean, neither have I. But
yeah,
yeah.
No, you're right
anyway.
though. Yeah,
it's not a dig at you. It's just
yeah. No, you're right though. That's absolutely what this is. Just covering the most spaces you can with your color, and the enemies just spawn at fixed intervals, and they're different types, and they paint their color over yours, and so it's.
I guess unlike Splatoon, you're not like competing for their red space. It's literally just overall thing. They're undoing your stuff, but you're not. It's not red versus blue.
Yeah. And does this have a 2-player?
I think I saw the option.
We never played that one, so I don't know what it actually is.
I mean, you could boot it up. I mean, you can't control it, but.
Oh sure, why not? Yeah, it's so fast.
To see what happens. Oh wow.
Okay, yeah, it's
competitive. Oh, yeah. So it is Splatoon.
That's
cool.
Interesting. But yeah, yeah, it's very simple in concept, but it has this nice theming to it where you are emphasized to be able to like go fast. You get these little speed boost tiles.
Definitely optimal pathing.
Yeah. You have to, come up with optimal pathing to maximize the amount of coverage you have. There's also enemies that have like spikes on them, and you can, you get like stunned essentially if you get hit by them. But if you're going fast, you plow right through them. So, and then there's
these ones you can just touch and eliminate.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different enemy types. There's 25 levels, 26 you count the final level, and yeah, each one they do a lot of like unique sort of challenges every so often. There's a couple of like they slowly introduce the enemy types and these little power-ups, and then start mixing and matching them in different ways. It's again, it's very simple, but this one is. I don't know how to put it. Like it's rewarding. It's fun to play. It's rewarding. It's easy to understand. Like the concept is it's very easy to pick this up, and then try to master it.
Yeah, for sure. I find it quite difficult as well, but that's kind of a given for UFO 50.
Yeah. It's after a couple of tries, like I managed to get the hang of it and not have too much trouble with it. But it is still challenging for sure. It is absolutely like you cannot go into this blind and then just ace it. You gotta figure some stuff out before you can really break through it. And then the cherry is one of the high score ones, and you're of course rewarded for as you can probably see excess. So you have a minimal amount that you need to paint in order to achieve your goal, and anything beyond that you get extra points, and that's how you get your score. And it's a simple, solid little game.
Yeah. These are gonna get like our individual discussions for each game is gonna get considerably longer as they go on, because like these do start off simple and they get more and more complex. Yeah, like these early games, there's not a whole lot to. You can just see by looking at it what this is.
Yeah.
There isn't too much to discuss, but yeah, it's a good one.
It's still one of the things too. Like it probably won't maintain your attention for more than like an hour or two, if that. But like, it's fun to go back to. It's one of those things like you might if you're ever bored and you're just playing the collection, you might go like, oh, why not? I'll give this one a run again. And the
it's
cherry,
like a high school game.
And especially if you're like going for cherries, then you'll probably have a little more time put into it just to go for these goals, because they're pretty tough. And so
yeah, they are.
But like, yeah, it's just very good for what it is.
So where do we put that?
I think
B.
Okay. Yeah, I put that in B. Yeah, that's B.
Okay.
We can probably do some ordering or something later, but it's up to you.
I put that ahead of Bug Hunt because I do find Bug Hunt a bit too hard.
Yeah. Magic Garden. Another simple arcadey style game.
Yeah.
This one has a little bit of like flicky and snake or centipede. I always forget.
No, Snake. Snake's
yeah,
right.
that's right.
Centipede is like a shooter.
Right. It's got a little bit of that in there, but it still feels like its own identity. It's you.
Yeah, I mean, you can always like all these games. You can do the old kind of comparing things. So this I would say is Pac-Man meets Snake meets Flicky.
Oh yeah. You do like the power pellet, which are these potions. So
yeah, that's the Pac-Man thing.
So the whole thing is you're collecting these pink guys, with like oppies, but
yeah,
they start following you, and you can't walk through them if you do that. So you have this like trail that'll start obscuring your path once it gets too long. You walk over these star pads, and then you sort of cash them in, and when you cash
press
in,
a button to do that.
Yeah. And whenever you cash in enough, these potions start spawning, which turn the enemies into, make them vulnerable, and you collide with them to get rid of them, get points for them, and you get a bonus for chains, stuff like that. The real thing is, when you do that spin, if any of them are not over a star pad, they become enemies. And so, if you're not careful, you can really populate your screen with these guys who will just instantly end your run if you touch them.
Yeah. Also, if you get like the potion in the process, though, you can then just go back and eat them all. Eat them. You know what I mean? Kill them.
Yeah.
So fishes eating them.
I don't
also,
know if
it's they're like marshmallows. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They remind me of like I think we might have mentioned that before, like the Rystar enemies.
Yeah, they kind of look like that. That'll come up in another game because there's a bit in another game that's very similar.
Oh, right.
So, that'll be a while yet, but also the sort of your counter for the potion is represented by a sleeping cat, so that's automatically comes as a tier.
And the end goal for this one is actually just like once you collect 200 of these guys, I think.
Yeah, 200. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
And which is sort of weird. Like you would think a game like this would just be endless, but because they have to have like a goal, then it just ends once you reach 200.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean you could do like a clear thing. It's very strange. It does have an end.
Yeah.
Like that's very. I suppose Tetris has an end in some versions.
Yeah, fair.
I guess it's not that until, and it's not like it's like a hard rule for the score because there's a lot of variables here. How many oppies you convert at the time. This Pac-Man kind of chaining them together as well. There's a lot of variables for getting a high score.
Sure.
But one bit of design I appreciate is that you can see where the bad ones are going to go. They sort of eyeball where they're going to move, so it's not. So you won't just like be randomly hit by one going past. I mean, you can be hit by them, but they do telegraph it at the very least.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. This is just random. In Paint Chase, there's the enemies with the spikes on front, and they have little lights on them. And only until like the 5th time that I play that I realized, oh shit, those lights represent when they're about to turn. I honestly I felt like it's like a really nice piece of design. And I just didn't notice it, and I felt kind of dumb for that.
Oh. But if it tells, I didn't even make it that far. I don't even know which ones you were referring to. So.
Ooh. But there's a lot of smart design in some of these games, so I just felt like pointing them out.
I feel if it was there's a lot of this so in this game they telegraph where they're gonna move. In Ninpek, there's that little exclamation mark for the fish before they jump out. Yeah. I feel like, and they help the player obviously. I feel like an actual retro game wouldn't have those.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that makes sense, I think they'd be more bullshit. I think that's more of a modern game design thing. Don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna have them. I'm gonna like Jarek, you hack. That's not how they would have done it. No. I appreciate it being there, but that feels like a little. That's what's good about this collection. They're not literally retro games. They do have some like quality of life features, I suppose you could say.
And that's why I've said it a number of times, but I'll say it again. Like the reason I say this collection is tough but not unfair is because of stuff like that. Like it has a lot of things that mitigate sort of like bullshit problems, because like they're making fun games. Like they're attempting to make a game that is good. It doesn't matter whether or not a game back then would have done that. So it's
do me a favor, if you get a chance, jump over one of the bad ones. Yeah, you get that as well.
I actually didn't know about that. I think I was too afraid to jump, honestly, because
the jumping's, yeah, I try not to jump.
But my opinion of this game is it's another game that's fine.
It's good, yeah.
I didn't dislike my time with it, but I also didn't feel like playing it again after I beat it. It just is what it is.
Is that another B?
That's a it's a low B, I'd say.
I was gonna say, yeah, okay, fair enough. I was gonna put it above Ninpek just because I feel it's a little more creative, but
sure, actually, yeah, it's fine.
A little bit different.
No, I agree with that.
It doesn't really matter. We're probably gonna do a lot of shifting around anyway, so I'm just gonna put this at the top of B if that's alright.
Sure.
Just because I like it conceptually and it's got some nice theming.
Oh,
okay, now here's the real discussion.
I forgot Mortal so early. This is I think one of the most interesting games conceptually. It's one of them. There's a few pretty cool ones.
This is the game that got me to buy UFO 50. I saw this in I don't know if it's the trailer or something. And I was like, that's really cool. I want to get this just to play that one game with the little guys. It's literally just that. So I saw this, and this is what persuaded me to buy UFO 50. And this is such a cool game. I feel it's the first game where I'm really start really discussing things, because... So do you want to explain the premise?
So yeah, it's a puzzle platformer sort of deal where you have so you see that 17 up in the top right. That's the number of guys that you have. And these guys have 3 attacks that will, more or less kill them. But when you do use them, the idea is that you have to sacrifice them to proceed to the level. And so you have, a set amount of guys to get to the level with, and you have different ways of getting more of them, either by these little pickups like the one I just collected, or I think every 3 kills on an enemy will reward you with one as well. And
so if you can kill 3 enemies in one go, then that's it cancels it out.
Yeah. So, and then, I haven't actually shown off yet, but you can turn into a rock. And there's a lot of interesting, sort of puzzles with these concepts, because you can, there's switches that you can hit by turning a guy into a rock, or, actually them dying makes a platform as well, so you can actually do creative stuff with that. There was stuff I wouldn't even have imagined, then Bob showed me, if you die here, then you can put his corpse on a switch, and that'll keep it pressed.
But if you put a stone on it, you'd be blocking it.
Yeah, and then but you also have the ability to blow a guy up and then erase the stone or the corpse. So you have a lot of freedom to decide how you want to play through the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
it's all about minimizing losses, maximizing gains.
Because the amount of guys that you get to the end of the level is how many you start the next level with. They give you a 10 pickup at the end, but other than that, you have to. It's not about just getting to the end. It's about maintaining the amount of guys that you have throughout the entire campaign, 9 levels, I think.
Yeah, I think it's about that. Yeah. So there's alive.
Yeah, so that's just free, and and it's got a 2-player co-op mode where you take turns.
Yeah, that works well. I mean, it's not really you're not directly working. You don't have a direct impact on each other, but it's fun to be able to take turns. I'd say it's more substantial than, say, Mario's quote 2-player mode where you just take them turns, because what you're doing has a direct impact on the next player.
Right. Yeah.
So you're not in a bubble.
You're taking turns, but you're still cooperating.
I should also say that life carryover thing. The game has a big emphasis on replaying levels, so you can go back to any previous level and then just increase your overall total. So if you feel like you don't have enough lives to get through level, it's not like, oh well, screw you, then you're not proceeding.
Right.
It's more like you just go back, replay the last level, use your knowledge, and get a better total. And it's like, I think like the sort of not like speedrunners, but like that sort of community are just showing off like, oh, I can get through this level with like an extra 30 lives gained. All sorts of. Oh, do me a favor while we're here. So you can chain the things together. So if you want to go like forwards, stone, then explode.
Yeah,
like, that's an advanced technique.
I forgot about that actually, but yeah, no, it's a neat little game. I appreciate this game a lot just from the concept alone, and it's again it's challenging.
I love it. You haven't beaten this yet, have you?
No, I haven't. Kind of didn't come back.
The last level's really good.
Yeah, it's. Yeah.
This is absolutely one of my favorites.
Yeah. This is an A tier contender for sure, if not S tier. It's.
I would push for S personally, if that's alright with you.
Sure.
I really like this. I like the theming as well, like this music. I've had this theme in my head for so long now, for weeks now.
This music is so catchy. It's ridiculous.
And also the opening notes are like like the opening for the stages. There's like 3 different intro variants, and they're all so sad, like this. But they're like, I really like this kind of weirdly sad music. So if we go to the next level, like just listen to the opening. I just love that opening jingle. I mean, that one's not so sad, but the later variants are.
Yeah.
And then and every level introduces a new gimmick. Like it just drip feeds you system, so you don't get overwhelmed. Like it's very well designed.
Yeah, for sure.
So this level here with the switches, and then they get very elaborate, and like the last level just kind of uses all of them, including the final boss.
There was also different enemies, like that one guy that chases you around. So
don't jump over him. You will not make it.
But yeah, it's a lot of like stuff like this where you have to choose whether or not you want to sacrifice somebody to get more people in the process. A lot of
also, this isn't a criticism of you, but like one of the part of like the little efficiency thing you got to think about, like because they all add up. It's like, oh, if you blocked onto that pig, you would have gotten a kill, which would have led into maybe like 2 more for a life. Like little things like that.
Yeah.
It's a sort of really good game for people that just like to replay levels. I saw like a YouTube video, and it's like, oh, I'm showing a technique for like. It's like 30 lives gained or something, and then you look at his like level select, and you're like, he hasn't finished the game yet. He's been playing this for like hours, and he hasn't even finished it. Like, oh, okay, guess that feels.
Yeah.
I get that.
It's neat.
really expecting that last level to be really difficult. I need 60. I need like 100 lives before I even try that last level. But yeah, no, this game's incredibly cool. This is.
Yeah.
The reason I even got UFO soft, so UFO 50.
It's definitely.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna put that in this.
Go for it. Yeah, absolutely. It's like they're like even games that I haven't even played through enough to beat. I'm still like I appreciate.
Well, it's one of those. Well, there's games you've beaten, I haven't. So like I think one of those kind of pushes it more.
For sure.
This next one might be another case of that actually.
So yeah, this one, I didn't go back and mess with this one too much. You might have to be,
take lead on this,
yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't quite... There was a time I was like, I found this too difficult, but then I was like, what's a roguelike? I've kind of got to stick with it and learn it. And then just quite recently, like I think this was like the last one, at the time of recording this, is like the last one I beat and cherried. If it's just a matter of like I stuck with it long enough, and it kind of got the hang of the controls and what you do, and it's a roguelike, so you see a brand new level and you're like, what the hell is this? And then you instantly die, and then the next time you're like, okay, I know what's coming. But yeah, I really like this one. Now, it's difficult for sure. So this is designed by the person who did it. Downwell, and so obviously you can just say it's reverse downwell because you're going up. Same composer as well. I didn't mention that. There's the the composer for UFO 50, also did Down Well. So that's the same music. And yeah, so there's a lot to explain. You're going up, obviously. Your bullets destroy these blocks, and the clouds get destroyed with one bullet. So you got to. It's encouraging not to shoot randomly, because otherwise you're not going to have a platform to jump on. Another double jump game, and one bit of design I really appreciate is that she changes colors. When she jumps, she turns red, so it's just a very subtle little indicator, like, oh, have I used my double jump yet or not?
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
That's appreciated, yeah. You got to collect these coins, and there's a shop between each level to give you upgrades. These birds, they will not attack you, but killing them is required to get the cherry, to get the true ending. It will drop a key. And then use that to get to the last level. One thing I learned about this as well, it only scrolls when you jump, so as long as you've... Oh, those are treasure chests, which took me way too long to realize if you shoot it. Yeah, that I played the game. I was trying to get the cherry, and I didn't even know that. I noticed the chest, and I just didn't give them much thought. I thought, well, I don't know what this is. I think I tried to jump on it and stuff, but yeah, they contain coins. But yeah, as I was saying, the level only like scrolls when you jump, so as long as you can kind of judge what you're standing on. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's a good game, and then some of the. There's only 4 levels, so it is short. So it's difficult, but it is very, very short.
Yeah.
I don't really know what else to say, to be honest with you. I mean, there's not really... There isn't a whole lot from the later levels that completely change what this is.
Right.
They all have different gimmicks and stuff like that, but I feel like, conceptually, yeah, I think you know what this is, what you do. Oh, you don't die from enemies either. They just knock you.
Oh yeah, you don't have like a health value.
Is the thing. No, it's literally just the thing that knocks you around. And one of the upgrades, upgrades include, there's a triple jump, which is the most expensive thing, obviously, because it's like ridiculously OP, but it's like 30 coins. There's light foot, which has 2 levels, and that makes the blocks beneath you break slower. There's one that makes your bullets not destroy clouds. There's one way if you get knocked, your recovery is lessened. I think that's a 2-level upgrade as well. That saved my ass in my cherry run. There's a very funny moment where I just got getting bounced around that Yoshi noticed, and I managed to somehow salvage it by some miracle by like cancelling into my double jump. But yeah, so I didn't like this game at first, but after a while it resonated with me and I enjoyed it. I don't know if I replay it a bunch, because it's not really like a score thing, you know, you just kind of beat the level, but beat the 4 levels and get the cherry. Yeah, there's no sort of high score thing.
Yeah.
Apart from speed. All these games, I should say, UFO 50 all have like I don't know if it's literally every single game, but they all have like a clear timer, so that if you go into the menu, you can see the time it took you to get the gold disc and the cherry. So this game's, the few people who have played it seem very fond of speedrunning it. Like speedrunners seem to like UFO 50 a lot. So yeah, that's Velgress. Oh, you can jump on those as well. But yeah, yeah, I guess this is all me. I would put this in A, personally, but I don't know how you feel. I mean,
it's difficult because this is very clearly not my kind of game, as evidenced by how bad I'm doing at it. But I don't dislike it. You know, I don't have a problem with it as much as it's like, it's just not a game I'm interested in being good at. But that's like kind of the beauty.
Yeah, there's gonna be a few of those.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of UFO 50, is that it's just so diverse in its selection that like, that's fine. Like, that's going to happen, I think. I don't know if there's anybody who's going to like all of these games.
I mean, I envy the person who does. Wow, 50 games I love.
Yeah, right? Especially,
well, if you're alright with me putting this A, I don't think it's amazing, but...
No, that's...
Maybe B is maybe I'm being too generous. I don't know. Maybe you want to bring me back a bit.
B sounds fine. Yeah, let's do
B.
B. Yeah, like
Okay. I guess it's not that special.
it's a pretty simple game, all things considered. It's a simple arcadey kind of game. So I
we'll
think
balance it out. We'll
yeah.
see. We'll see.
So.
Oh, okay. This is.
I don't like this game.
No.
I'm gonna be honest. I tried beating it a couple of days ago, and I came away with the conclusion that I just don't like this game very much. It's.
You want to explain what it is?
So, it's.
Do you want to explain what it is, and then it's just that text box.
Yeah, if you have to get a translator to hear my review of this game, it's you kind of just get plopped into this little room, this area, and everything is randomly generated. So like this sprite, for example, is one of various like alien sprites, and there's no guarantee which one is going to be the one that's like a passive NPC and which one's an enemy and what that enemy does, and. So, like...
If they're facing down, they're friendly, but yeah, it takes you a second to...
Yeah.
Am I going to be attacked here?
But yeah, they just sort of pick, like, okay, this enemy sprite is the one that's the NPC this time. And there's just these different items that have weird... Like, this is a thing that uses that second resource, which looks like, I don't know, coral? And when you use it, it just kills all enemies on screen. And, like, I just... picked that up from... Oh no, this one uses green now. Okay, that's random too. It's just, everything is random. Like, what stuff uses what gives you what enemies do when they die, and where everything is. And
right, so basically this is a trading kind of exploration game. So you're trying to get, what, 3 pieces of a treasure map?
Yeah. It's sort of a puzzle game. Oh, by the way, whenever I died there, they just completely reset everything. So
yeah,
the entire run, it was just completely over, and now I've got a completely new run. And I don't really know what to say. It's just a randomly generated game. And
this is one of those ones I can imagine someone liking, but it's not me. It's just very slow. It's just kind of... So they're friendly now, but they're not always friendly. So you got to trade to get these different things, and then you can only carry 2 of these. So you might have to exchange equipment.
Yeah. One, like,
it's just the pacing is just not for me.
Yeah, some are weapons, and then like... Yeah, you have to remember where everything is, because it remembers where you dropped all your items, too. So, like, if you have to drop something to pick something else up, then you have to remember where that is and go back, and it's just... this. Yeah, it's just another game where it's kind of like Barbuta in that you have to map everything out, but it's all randomly generated, so it's only good for that one run, and...
Oh, I suppose in terms of lore as well, this is the first appearance of Pilot.
Yes.
Who is like the mascot of UFO 50. But one thing I appreciate, because this is an older game, like they didn't quite get his design right. You know, he looks quite different here. He looks relatively realistic. Yeah. I really like that touch.
There's also the Campanella, which is sort of the, I guess the flagship like icon of the UFO soft. It's a UFO, but and that one appears. I mean, it's got 3 of its own games, and it appears in several other games as well. So.
Yeah.
It's also like,
it's like eggs and UFOs and Pilot.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't...
This is definitely someone's favorite game. But
I don't know.
There's someone out there who's just like, oh, really like the trading thing and stuff. No, there's a game for someone.
Yeah, it's cute and it's unique, but it is not for me, and
it is not for me either.
I tried to beat it just so I try to beat every game just to at least say that I did, but I very quickly just went like, this is dumb. I'm not playing this anymore.
So is this D? Because we really do find it dull.
Yeah, I think it's D, just because like.
Is it worse than Barbuta though? Because like that's kind of because this and Barbuta are both like doing its own thing, and we both see that, but. we also just agree it's not for us. Is it worse than Barbuta though? Because I can see myself playing this more than Barbuta. I don't want to play it, but I'm saying if I had to play one, I would probably lean towards this.
Honestly, I might say Barbuta, honestly. Because, like, I found this to be just kind of annoying, and... Oh yeah, there's also this thing, which... Ow. Bootleg told me that apparently if you use the thing to shrink yourself, you can go inside of its mouth to get to the other side of it. Which... That's just...
Ew.
That's just random... I don't know. I have no fucking idea. It's so random.
Well, you know, played Mini and Max. Didn't learn anything.
I don't know. It's... I feel like Barbuta is working with a limited set of rules, whereas this is just conceptually not a very fun idea.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's... I mean, I'm not... I don't give a shit about this game, so...
No, it's... And again, we might come back and change our mind.
I still feel a bit odd about Barbuta being in C, but we'll come back to that. Maybe Yoshi can swing that a bit, I don't know.
Barbuta is definitely... It's interesting. It's unique, I would say. It's sort of a unique case.
Sure, I mean, whatever. Just leave it there for now. We'll come back to it. Alright, this game.
Attactics. Oh, Attactics. How are actually yeah, you take the lead on this one.
I don't know if I can. I haven't played this much.
Oh, okay.
So you get these units, and they... It's kind of turn-based, but not really. Because you are forced to move, and you basically move them vertically, and you can move them horizontally backwards, and they'll just march towards each other. They can rank up, and they basically attack between each turn, and then march forwards. I feel like you can just tell that by looking at this, honestly. That's why I'm glad we got a video of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't actually played this much. I mean, it's alright. I find it a little too chaotic. I'm not great at strategy, and then like putting time pressure on me is kind of not quite great for me personally. But
that's kind of why, yeah, I was saying that you should take the lead, because this is definitely something I was like, this is cute, but it is not for me because it is way too hectic. And I get that, like, that's kind of the point. Like, it's meant to be pretty chaotic, I feel, because I like how much stuff is going on screen and how much little time you have to actually like do stuff. But
there's so much to keep track of, like the fact that they rank up individually. Yeah. There's already a lot going on here, and then they have individual health values and they have promotions.
Like they have unique properties, like the foot soldier guy gets stronger or something whenever there's 3 units vertically, and so like you're trying to like work with their strengths and watch for the attacks, and it's overwhelming.
It's designed to be that way, but I don't necessarily think that's good. I almost want to say, like, I think this would be better if it was like actually turn-based, but I feel like that's not what they were going for. They wanted it to be hectic, but it's too hectic. There's too much going on here.
Yeah.
This is another game where I think it's better in 2-player, because then at least you have to deal with another human being.
Absolutely.
And not just like a computer, which just feels a little unfair.
Because I think we did play this.
I should say the objective is to get, like, you've got like those flags represent your lives, and you just need to, every time a unit makes it to that side, you lose a life.
Yeah, yeah. It's straightforward, but at the same time, yeah, it's crazy.
It's kind of insane.
It is definitely a game I think that is better 2-player. Like, you can have a lot of fun, like, messing around with this.
Not taking it seriously either.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh wow, this is crazy. Oh no, he's good, and you know, he's getting through.
It is very much a. It feels like a mini game, really. Like, it's.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
It's a strategy game, but isn't. You don't have time to think. That's an issue.
Yeah, it's definitely a chaotic. It's intentionally chaotic, and I think that's just the best way to describe it. It is a chaotic game for the sake of being a.
This is one of those kind of. This is like something they'd come up with for a game jam. You know, this feels like a conversion of something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, oh, this is quite fun, but I absolutely, this is one of those games that I absolutely would not buy by itself. Like, no, just no way. But I don't hate it either, but I would also just, I can have a laugh with it, but I would not pay money for this by itself.
For sure, for sure. Where does that net it then? Because it's not a bad game, but it's not.
I would say that's a C.
Sure,
it's inoffensive.
Sure. That's a high C.
I'll put it above Barbuta, if Barbuta's even going to remain there.
Yeah, if it is, it's going to say low. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, for sure. Funnily enough, I think the first game Barbuta is going to probably be the most kind of lingering kind of issue.
Yeah, yeah. Devilition.
You'll take the lead on this one because I suck at this game.
I like this game a lot. It took me a while to actually beat it though, because it is very tough, but this is... It's kind of straightforward. It is just like you've got a certain amount of enemies, and then you get these pieces randomly, and you have only so many that you're allowed to place. And what you do is, so this piece will, when it is used, it attacks the 3 panels that are highlighted here. And the idea is that you need to create a chain reaction that eliminates all of the demons on screen. At the very least, less demons on screen than villagers. So you are creating this sort of incredible machine sort of contraption of these guys who sort of detonate and then activate other dudes who will then, in some sort of way, chain together to kill everything on screen, or every enemy on screen. And you have, like, whenever you start the process, you detonate a single piece just to activate it, and then everything that it hits will hit something else, and the idea is just to eliminate everything on screen, and you do that for 10 rounds. Well, 9 rounds, and then the 10th round is a boss battle, which is pretty interesting. And you've got quite an interesting variety of pieces that have, some of them are a little weaker, but some of them are incredibly strong, like this rocket that will just fly to wherever you want it to and detonate in a huge area, hitting 8 spaces. But yeah.
This game I definitely have a vague memory of playing in the form of a Flash game years ago.
Yeah.
This is definitely a Flash game that already existed.
It's got that vibe to it, yeah.
I could even tell you where or when. Oh yeah, quick mention. This is, so I said this earlier. This is one game where I really think it could use with a third button, because you can like hold the button awkwardly to cancel things. It's not a deal breaker, but this is one game where I think just one more button would have helped.
I did find that pretty annoying. But yeah, and that's really the extent of it. The only thing it does is it adds more holes as you go along. Anything that isn't the demons that aren't killed or the pieces that don't detonate will linger for the next round. And you get more villagers if you manage to clear every single demon in a round. And
It's not like a sort of a knock-on effect, like if you're doing well, you get rewarded for it, and if you're not doing well, it's even worse.
Yeah, and you can...
I mean, I get this game conceptually. The reason I had you take the lead on it is because I will inevitably miss something, and it's like, oh, that bit didn't trigger. I'm like, oh, I should say, yeah. And also, you can't view like the hitboxes once they're laid out.
Oh yeah. You have to have a mental image of what's going on, and so I've done that a lot. Where I thought I had everything under control, and then I go to detonate, and then half the board is still there, and I'm like, wait, oh fuck.
Yeah.
So it's a cute game. It's tough. I think it's really neat conceptually, and
I like the theming. I like the music.
Yeah, for sure. This little tune is really catchy, and yeah.
So I'm fine with this game. I will let you grade it because I haven't beaten it. So
did I put this one in A? I did.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. It's definitely not one of the best games because it is kind of just the one and done sort of deal once you've done it. But and you can also get like the RNG can really screw you over. like depending on which pieces you get or which like the layouts that you have, like the because you can kill the villagers by accident.
Yeah.
And they can be in just like really nasty spots. The game does have more enemy types later on, where they have to be hit twice in order to die.
Yeah. I think that was my like, oh god, kind of moment, but
and it's, but yeah, it is what it is. Like, I feel like I say that a lot, but you know what I mean. It is.
Yeah.
It's just a cute game, and I like
it.
it.
It's a good game. It's original concept. It's good.
Yeah. Kit Club. I like this game a lot.
Yeah, it's funny because I actually mentioned this specifically as one of my favorites in my Steam review, but then after that I didn't actually play it a whole lot. I do like it, but it's just I don't know. I just didn't get around to it. But yeah, it's a cool game. So Bubble Bobble is kind of the big comparison, like single screen, defeat the enemies to continue.
The main thing is that you've got this soccer ball that spawns somewhere in the center of the screen, and then you have to go pick it up, and that's your main method of attack. And you have the ability to just sort of kick it around in different directions. You can hold to charge to kick it like really far. And the main thing is that you're rewarded for chaining. So like if you don't let the ball stay still for too long, then the next time you kill an enemy with it, they drop a more rewarding piece of food, and that gives you more points. You get more points, you get more lives, and the idea is that you want to try to maintain your momentum as much as possible to maximize your score in order to keep.
So that the ball just turned dark there, so that ended the combo.
Yeah.
Right.
There's also these hidden objects in most levels that if you knock the ball into it, it just reveals a piece of food that gives you points.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've got a slide, and you've got various moves that you can do. So I think there's just something I find really rewarding about the combo system, like emphasizing the ability to catch the ball and then keep it going to get a lot of points. Is
definitely it's very skill based.
Yeah, it's
you could charge it as well, but I guess that's not really good for combos. Yeah. As long as you're holding the ball, though, right?
Yeah. As long as you grab the ball, then it'll maintain the combo. So
yeah,
it just cannot be standing still for more than like a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just and those points are paramount because that's how you get extra lives, right? This is a long game.
Yes, for sure. It's 4 worlds with 10 levels each and 4 different boss fights. And there's just the control you have over the ball. Like you have these different arcs that you get depending on direction you press and whether or not you charge it. And it's always fun to do levels that have warps like that.
Oh yeah, you got the wrap around, yeah.
So no, it's I don't know.
The premise is funny as well.
Oh yeah.
Like you're going against other sports. Each world represents like a category of sports. So this is racket world. So you got like badminton, and I guess that's those ping pong balls. I guess.
I think I've never really figured that one out.
Tennis, obviously, and
yeah.
But that's funny. Like trying to prove your sport is superior, I guess.
Got was it Track World, Ice World, and USA World, I think.
Oh right, yeah. I saw that in a video, yeah.
But yeah. Just
I like that. That makes sense though. Like the US have their own.
Yeah.
America does play different sports from everywhere else. Yeah, just really fun concept. I really like this.
And yeah.
Was this a boss?
Yeah.
So we get bosses. Oh yeah, the levels are presented like a score, I guess. You know, it's like 1-10. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking that. Maybe that's the sort of dynamite heady fun in me, like because it's like acts and scenes.
Right. But no, yeah, it's
a cool game.
Yeah. I really like this one.
That's you taking the lead though. Where do you want to put it?
I put that one in A. I really like this one. It's
so do I. I haven't played as much as you. I really like it as well. I just need to play it more. Simple as that, really.
These guys.
Cool.
But yeah. Avianos.
Right.
God, where do I even put
Definitely one
this
of the
one?
more ambitious games.
Yeah. This is
Looks
a
like you've played as much of this as I have, because I also beat that difficulty.
yeah. I found the third difficulty to be absurd.
I haven't actually tried it. I was scared.
I I mean, not to get ahead of it, but yeah, I remember like the couple of times I tried it, it was like the enemy had more units than I ever seen, but they had them in multiple spaces, and I was like, how the fuck did you even do that? It
Right, so this is like a board game. It's like almost entirely about resource management.
yeah, this is I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it took me a while to even like pick it up, like figure out like what was going on in it. But
This is one of those games that you can figure it out. It's designed so you can figure it out, but man, a manual would not hurt.
no,
You know, like God bless like Steam guides and stuff. You know, because they've been quite helpful for a lot of these games. I don't think I use it for this one. I think this one we just played together until we figured it out. But
well, this one was the first time we played it, I think. Or the first time we both seriously tried it is when you were like, let's play together and try to figure it out together, and then we just fought each other in the two-player mode.
yeah,
But yeah, it's a board game. It has a one little sort of wrinkle in it, and that it has something of an action mode in it, but
yeah, it's strange.
it is mostly just make dudes, spread your guys out, build different buildings in different spaces to give yourself different resources. The main thing is you have these gods that you pray to.
Yeah, the premise is that like birds have become the dominant species on Earth, and they pray to the ancient dinosaurs. It's the general idea, and they
Yeah.
have wars, I guess.
And
And
yeah,
every time you worship one enough, you get a little bonus.
it's I believe the ones you get picked. There's five of them. You can only pick from the three. It excludes the two that like you last prayed to and the one that your enemy last prayed to. So
Hmm.
you can get sort of stuck with certain ones and get like kind of locked out of using ones, but like using the same one over and over again, you get these boons that increase the power of their abilities, which mostly just makes like stuff cheaper, gives you access to more resources like and then there's the move option, which will allow you to attack stealthily, move over mountains, move diagonally, stuff like that. So,
You can move mountains, move any mountain.
oh yeah, you have this kind of spellcaster guy gives you the ability to move mountains, cast lightning, which is one of the most ridiculous things where you just zap a tile and it kills like 20% of every unit type or something like
Like,
that.
weren't there ones that are like exclusive for multiplayer and single player?
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah.
multiplayer has like multiplayer obviously has to get rid of fog of war
That's
unless
right.
you're
Yeah.
like trading the screen and stuff. But
Oh, that's it.
yeah,
And yeah, yeah. So it's interesting. I like it. I don't like going against the CPU because
it's fun. Yeah, this is one of those ones where I say it's better multiplayer.
yeah, yeah. There's actually quite a number of games like that here. Some of
I
them,
feel like we need to get into a battle as well because we need to show that off.
yeah, yeah. It's but it's good. Like it is. I would still say it is better multiplayer, but it is still just a really fun. Uh,
Definitely one of the more different games in here.
yeah, for sure.
It's interesting. This is one of the ones that, and we'll get to another one as well. But this is kind of like it's a digital board game basically. And that's something you wouldn't really get back in the 80s. Like not really. I mean,
No,
besides like literal board game adaptation like Monopoly and stuff. But they do this in a way that it's not that apparent. Like, they kind of hide that fact, if that makes sense.
for sure. Yeah, yeah. But
Apart from the real-time bits. But
there's different strategies to like. The archers are
okay,
really good for defense. And
so the battles here are automated, but you can issue simple commands to them. And there's like a rock paper scissors kind of thing.
yeah,
So like, not literally, but you know, some obviously going to outclass others.
Wow, that isn't
Oh, that went badly for you.
Yeah, they had more defensive units on hand.
It was close though, and you can see little buildings there. You can raise them.
Yeah, those are your
This...
like the ones that I purchased earlier. Those little icons on each square. You can raise them. Just have your units destroy them if you know you're going to lose the tile. You can have the units flee and they'll survive and go to another tile. And then if you win the battle, the tile just becomes yours. So
this is a good time to mention that UFO 50 has no net play. So if you want to play this online in any fashion, I mean, great for if you've got friends around. Like I've played this offline a little bit, but yeah, you gotta have to rely on Steam remote play, which is better than nothing.
Sure.
But some games definitely lend themselves better, and this is a good remote play game because it is mostly turn-based, apart from those little issuing commands thing, and that's not the most demanding thing. But
yeah.
if you want to play online, you got to use remote play.
That is easily the worst thing about UFO 50 is that it really needs net play because it has a lot of pretty good multiplayer games.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and it's not out of the question that could be added at some point.
No, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
But I guess that just lends itself to its retro-ness.
For sure.
You know.
It's hard to say for this one. I guess it's just solid, like it works.
Is that a B then? I feel like it's different enough as well, like that it being kind of a unique experience also kind of helps elevate it. I see that's a B.
That's a B, yeah. I didn't find it being like one of my favorite games, but it is definitely a game that I wouldn't mind playing more.
Just in the middle there, I don't know. That's another thing as well, we're ranking these, but these are pretty divergent, you know?
For sure, yeah.
When we did beat-em-ups and stuff, you know, like, there's a bigger comparison there. But these are like, we're playing all sorts of different things, but anyway.
This is purely at our discretion.
Is this strategy game better than this arcade game, you know? Okay, this one.
Mooncat.
I love Mooncat.
This one's definitely a U game. You want to go for it?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I was wondering what you're doing. Like, I thought you were gonna hand me the controller. Like, hang on. Okay. I'll play. I don't mind playing Mooncat. I don't know if we should change the stream just so I'm the one recording.
This will make more sense later, but the control styles are actually based on whether or not you're using like gamepad or keyboard. So last time I played this, I was on keyboard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. When I was on keyboard, I was like, oh, this is backwards. What the hell? But
I didn't know that. I didn't know why they accommodated that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this game, you have. So the main thing, a lot of people like just get hung up on immediately. So it's kind of like what we call a Marmite game. I don't know if you know what I mean by that.
No.
It means you either love it or hate it, because Marmite is quite a divisive food stuff.
Right.
You either love it or hate it. So we say, something might be Marmite. It's either you love it or hate it. A lot of people just like pick this up and just go, "Oh, the controls are weird. It's weird for the sake of weird. I don't like this." And then there's people like me. I'm like, I love this. It's not just controls. So just to explain the weird controls. So there's basically the D-pad moves you one direction, and the buttons, both buttons, move you in the other. So it's literally left and right. You can press both buttons to jump. That's the most basic thing, but there's also more advanced techniques. So you can run, you can like air. You do this weird air dash thing. Yeah. Gain distance. You can actually clear some gaps using that. There's also, you might not know this, there's also the Donkey Kong Country mechanic where if you roll off an edge, you can then jump if you want to try that.
Whoa.
There you go.
What the hell?
Yeah, this game has some tech to it. So it's like, yeah, the controls are weird, but there's like mastery to it.
Yeah.
But I feel like the game isn't like obnoxiously challenging either. Like I think the obstacles you're presented with are straightforward enough. I don't know if this would be a spoiler for anyone watching, but you see that flower there. So see if you can make your way up. Try not to kill that enemy needlessly though, you're going to need him as a boost. And then jump on that mouth. And then keep walking forwards.
Ah, okay.
There were 3 endings in this game, and so when you see a flower on the screen, that means there's a warp nearby. I guess it's absolutely a spoiler, but whoops. Flower means there's a warp nearby. There's also, I'll show you something. I think there's one on this level. But yeah, so the reason I'm so enthusiastic about this game, it's not, you know, it's not just the controls. It is the presentation. It is the music. It is the sense of mystery. I mean, some people may say, "Oh, it's weird for the sake of weird." No, I think it's done perfectly.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is. You don't know. I don't know what Mooncat is. I don't even know if that's the character's name. Apparently, this was a. This game was made by the composer. He's also a designer. It's worth mentioning.
Mm.
And this was like a game jam game, and it was called "And the Mooncats." It sounds like a band. I don't know if that was what they were alluding to. And what I like about this is like there's a long history of like very strange, mostly Japanese games, where there's like a cultural divide or something. So if you jump over that Easter Island head,
Oh, oop! The controls are so strange.
no, that's fine. It takes. There you go.
Oh, eggs.
That's the other thing you need to know. Yes, eggs. More eggs. So by the way, the endings are all. There's 3 eggs to find, so that's more in that motif.
Oh
yeah. Yeah, there's this sort of. I guess yeah. Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But there's just this like sense of mystery to it. It feels genuine, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like I don't want to know what Mooncat is. Like, if there's an explanation for any of this, I don't want to know.
No,
and it kind of reminds me of Heady, because like, you know, the Western version of Heady didn't have like the dialogue and the story.
Oh right.
Part of me prefers that.
Hmm.
If that makes sense. I just like the mystery of like trying to like, I don't really want to know what's going on here.
Right, yeah, yeah.
It's more fun to kind of theorize.
The game's actually fairly wordy, Dynamite Heady.
It is, yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily better, you know?
Yeah, fair, yeah.
Maybe it's nostalgia speaking, but, you know. But this one, it's just such a sense of mystery to it, and the weirdness. So I'm presuming if you get up there, once you learn about the flower thing, you sort of start viewing this game differently.
Yeah, yeah.
But and it controls well. I mean, it's weird controls, but it's tight.
Yeah.
And everything accommodates it.
Hmm.
And I think this might have my favorite soundtrack of all of UFO 50.
For sure.
Just this slightly odd, off-kilter kind of. It's quirky, but also kind of weird. Yeah, no, it's I don't know. This game just resonates with me. I know that's not really very objective, but if it didn't have all this theming, it would just be like, oh yeah, the controls are weird. And that's about it.
It is.
I don't know. I just find this world kind of captivating. I don't know what it is.
It's most certainly unique in this collection, and it is. I think you've got a point that it is very curious in a really interesting way. Like it, not knowing what's going on makes it more like interesting, and I feel like it's also representative of like there were games like that back then. Like you just didn't know what the fuck you were like.
It was things like Monster Party, if you know that one.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like just weird stuff that got like lost in translation, and it's like, what is this?
Yeah. So like, and it is like the challenge is interesting with the way the game controls, the various moves that you have despite having really just 2 buttons, left and right.
Yeah.
And it feels good, and it is also forgiving. Like a lot of games I said are unforgiving. This game is actually fairly forgiving. Like you can just die, and then all it does is just take you back to the beginning of the stage, of the screen rather. So it's and it's neat.
I'm definitely advocating it for quite a bit, but
no, I like it.
It's not for everyone. Also, I realize that.
Yeah. It is quirky as hell.
You jump over that Easter Island thing.
Oh, I didn't even notice him. Oh, okay. It has its own little rules. Ah, okay.
Once you learn that as well about the flowers and the East Island things, that's how you get the other two endings. You get the first one by just playing normally, just doing the levels in the most straightforward fashion.
Yeah.
And that's your gold disc, and then cherry there's two other bosses to fight. So, but yeah, I would put this in S. I really like it that much. If you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine with me.
I really do like it, as long as you're alright with it.
No, it is.
I don't want to like hijack it, you know.
A unique enough experience, and also just good in so many ways that. No,
I tell you what, my personal preference, I would put this at the very top. I'll put it behind Mortal because I think Mortal's got a bit more universal appeal, though. That would be easier to recommend to
for sure,
normal people.
I think so. I think Mooncat is artsy, but not. I don't mean that to like insult it. You know, it's
not pretentious.
No, it's not. It's just quirky for the sake of being quirky, but in a way that's not annoying in any fashion. This is the first game that I saw from this collection.
Oh yeah, I showed you this. I thought this was up your alley.
It's very, very good. This one I think is one of the ones one of the few I can actually make a comparison to, and that is very Windjammers, but not enough.
It is, yeah.
Not in a way that makes it like, oh, you could just play Windjammers, because this one's pretty cool. I quite like this.
It's enough. It's like a subcategory of sort of like sports fighting. Is like Lethal League as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's
I could see this being played at like a side tournament at Combo Break or something.
It's I don't know how to really describe it other than it is what you're kind of seeing. You're playing Pong, but with these feudal Japan sort of characters, and
you can dash and roll. Everyone has like an item, so you have that little meter at the top there. Like the first, like the square is an item you can use by double tapping the button, and then you also can charge it. Some nice character diversity as well. Like I've seen some tier lists for this for the character roster.
Yeah, there's like projectiles, traps. The different charge attacks will just give you weird, odd angles that they'll fly at. Basic attacks and movements are different between characters. Like the guy I'm facing doesn't have like an arc like this guy does, but
yeah, most characters have like a dash, but he doesn't. Instead, he can, if you press the same button, he can attack vertically. So like he's got kind of your gimmick character.
Yeah. There's also a ninja who can't. He doesn't have a role like that, but he teleports and places like a sort of obstacle where he like the the wooden doll with like the clothes on it. Or like a tree stump or whatever. Oh, this guy. And that'll like block the ball, and so you can use that to actually stop it, and then like teleport to different places to do creative stuff. So, and so yeah, no.
This is another one that feels like it's not just the Japanese theme, but also like I feel like so if you get like a Western dev like in this era specifically, make a Japanese game, they wouldn't do like the wooden log decoy thing.
No,
like, I feel like back then at least, before like anime and stuff was prevalent, like most Western game developers back then wouldn't have known about that. They would just have like your whole Mortal Kombat shtick.
Yeah, they would have been done
smashing things.
It would have been done badly, but
yeah. This is just. But what I'm alluding to there is that parts of this feel. If UFO Soft was real, it feels like it suddenly feels like a Japanese developer.
Yeah,
just from some of its inspirations. That's not a problem again, but
for sure. But yeah, no, this is definitely one of the games where it is most definitely a multiplayer game that has a single player mode that I don't have a lot to say about it because it's like a fighting game. Like the AI is either going to be like really easy or really annoying, and it won't.
It's a fighting game. You're getting it for the multiplayer.
Yeah. The strength of the game comes from multiplayer, so it's. But it is.
Which is why it's tragic that we've only got remote play, which is not good enough for this kind of reaction-based.
Yeah, especially
kind of game, at least not cross-continental.
Yeah. So, but no, this game is really, really good.
I did play offline multiplayer very briefly, and it's Converge is fun.
For sure. I guess
I would.
this,
Where are we putting this?
is it an S tier or is it just an A tier? Because it is a kind of a
That's hard to say.
yeah. Probably A. I think A.
Yeah, because I think like this single player kind of lets it down. I mean, it's a fighting game. We're
Yeah.
fans of fighting games, but
There's nothing.
yeah, it's not. It's very much to our taste, but it's not like crazy. Like
Yeah.
Windjammers exist and things like that, so it's not even like there's nothing like Mooncat. There's nothing like Mortal, but this is really good. But I feel like there's other things you can play that are similar enough to it.
Sure. That's a solid A. Oh boy.
Alright,
How far do I get in this?
I can't review this because I'm it's fine. It's a block pushing game. I don't like block pushing games.
Yeah.
So you can take the lead.
I don't even know if I have a lot to say about it, to be honest. It's
block pushing, but there's like numerical values that determines what you can push.
yeah, like higher values push lower values, and you can combine certain ones to yeah. I don't even understand this gimmick. That's all I got, really. This
might be the biggest game that's like, this is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Like, this is absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever. This isn't like Planet Zoldath or whatever. Like, this is absolutely fine, but it's I just can't do. I don't like pushing blocks.
Yeah.
Like, this is like Sokoban, like that genre. There's nothing wrong with it at all, but there's a level editor. That's pretty cool.
All right, yeah. That was an interesting. Hold on, is that custom? Yeah. I didn't even mess with this. That's really neat though. Like, make your own.
I think that's how you get. I think there's an unlock. I don't know if it's cherry or what, but there's one if you just make a level and then play it. So you could just make the most simple level and then you'll get the unlock. Might be the house item. I actually can't remember.
Oh, probably. Did actually miss? Yeah, this is pretty neat. Oh wow.
Yeah. Online uploads would be nice back on the LX.
Jeez.
I don't even recognize what half these do.
Yeah.
I feel a little underqualified to review this, but I also
Same.
kind of feel like I know it enough to make a call. It's like a B.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not our thing. I don't know.
Up in the middle.
But yeah, it's not like a kind of game where you can sit there and be like, oh well, the gameplay it's just a push and block puzzle.
I could play it.
I don't wanna.
I'm not allergic to it. It's not like the worst. I'm gonna say I'm not a fan of block puzzle. I'm not saying like, oh, I hate this shit. It's just
yeah, it's
like I can play it, but
yeah, I know. Like I played it for 5 levels and I went like, yep, that's certainly what that is. Sure. But
there's a lot of levels.
yeah. This is
you taking the lead again because I like this game and I'm bad at it. I am really bad at it. Oh god, I could not get very far.
Camouflage is a fun little game where you play as a little chameleon who can blend in with the blocks, with the floor. And you got these enemies who, if you get caught, they will jump you and eat the shit out of you. It's just this,
Quite forgiving as well with that undo thing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's appreciated.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting little puzzle. I wouldn't have actually minded if it was longer because I did quite enjoy the gimmick here where it's like you just have all these different places where you can't go or like you don't want to be seen, and I don't know. It's
that.
Hmm?
Huh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hadn't seen that before. This is also like that cone vision thing is very much a modern design element.
For sure.
An older game would not do that.
For sure, yeah. There's the one or two of the like oranges, I guess, in every stage, and so they're like just different things that you can collect. There's also the baby, I guess, the little iguana, the chameleon, and that adds a little bit of extra challenge to collect because you have this sort of tail that sticks out, and you don't want that one to also be seen, and they can be independently change their colors. So you have
I definitely couldn't have finished this though. I'm not very good at it.
But it's
cool though.
Yeah, I don't know really what else to say other than it is exactly what it looks like. It's a neat idea, and it's fun to play. The trickiest thing about it is these moving enemies. Yeah, like they actually block vision, as you can see, so you actually have to use them to like sneak by other enemies, and it's I don't know, it's a tricky game, but it's fun.
Yeah,
I like it.
Cool.
I'd probably this an A.
The premise is that that it's sort of evolving to gain the myth of chameleons changing colour to match their environment.
Oh yeah.
Which of course is bullshit, but
I think
this is all you. I don't know where to put this.
I put this an A, but that's just because
Fair enough.
No,
that's fine. I'm alright with that. I like it. I'm just bad at it.
Right, yeah.
Me being bad at a game is not. Unless it's like overly hard or something. I mean, I did find this hard, but that's just because I'm an idiot.
It's tough, but it's not in any way unfair. It is just a puzzle, and it is
that undo thing is very kind.
Yeah, for sure. I did find myself at various times like sitting here just looking, being like, "Okay, what am I supposed to do to get through this?" And oh yeah, it's just good. It's a good little puzzle.
I feel like that's a game they could have sold by itself as well.
Yeah, it definitely could have been extended to be just like a full product, and there's a couple of games like that. Campanella.
Yeah, this one, which is Italian for coffee.
Ah, that explains a lot. So
we've both beaten this.
Yes, I quite like this game actually.
Yeah, I didn't like it at first. I just didn't like the controls. I was just like, I don't like how this feels. And then I stuck with this. I was actually in a hotel on the Steam Deck, and I just kind of grinded it. And I got quite addicted to it.
This actually seems like a really nice Steam Deck game, honestly. Like just a nice little portable game.
Yeah, the whole collection is, yeah. So it's like kind of like, I don't want to say Lunar Lander controls because it's not that. There is gravity. There's quite a bit of gravity.
You get the idea from like looking at it in that concept. Like, yeah, you kind of fly around and you can like hover and you have a limited amount of fuel that you can use to move around. But you get it back. You get fuel from like killing enemies, and there's like some of these levels have these things that just give it to you. The one really interesting thing about this game, oh yeah, and then of course, yeah, you die if you touch the walls or get hit by anything, really. But one thing that's interesting about it is that the game, that green meter below my score, is actually just like the count before you get another life. This is another game that like it showers you in lives, but because you're so brittle, it like balances out. So like I think I beat this game with like 20 lives, but
you want to actually, it's one of those games where you actually want to go for score. Because you get that's how you get lives. Oh wait, hang on, stop! Don't leave. Go left. Go up that blue bit. Right.
Oh right. There's one of those in every stage, I think.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
That's the cherry condition, is getting all of those.
They also getting them it gives you like 500 points as well, so it's quite getting those is quite healthy, you know.
Yeah. But and you have your attack is this little like.
You can get a lot of lives in this bonus stage. I forget if it's I think it's like timed. So if you don't get a crystal fast enough, it kicks you out. But if you manage to get them all the time, it like resets, which is quite stressful.
Yeah.
Because this is where you get most of your lives in these bonus stages.
But yeah, it's just like packed full of like different things you can do. Like hey, it's those umbrella enemies again.
Okay, yeah.
Like all the enemies give you points. There's this little like thing that you have to move around. That'll give you a lot of points. There's the little coin, like it's like the Mario red coin thing, or oh well, whatever. You like look at it, just it gives you these.
Those are like out of. I mean, there's probably a better example. Like Rayman Origins had something like that, where you'd activate it and they would appear for a short while.
Sure. It's been in various games, but
the little slash. When I first played this, I didn't like the little slash, but then I realized it's actually kind of a risk-reward thing. You know, like trying to get close enough to slash them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would give. Well, I mean, anyone who plays this, I would recommend putting. It's quite easy to do with like Steam input. You can put the slash button on a shoulder button, so I wasn't like using my thumb to try and press two buttons simultaneously.
Oh,
because
sure.
you don't want to let go of like you got to keep your thumb hovering on the thrust. So I found having a different finger entirely to press the slash button was very helpful.
Sure. I didn't try that, but that sounds really nice. But no, it's another game that's. The concept is so simple, but it feels really good. Like, getting to a level like with this, like, kind of floaty mechanic is,
It definitely, like this feels really tight as well, like the controls just...
Yeah, it feels really good.
They must have spent ages just refining it. Like the hitboxes and everything.
I love the visual design of a lot of stuff, like the little train in the background, just for the sake of having flair.
Yeah, just like, oh, that's the theme, like a Ferris wheel.
It's a very cute game, and there's very interesting levels as well. Like the fourth stage is like this like rock and roll restaurant sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like a 50s diner, like Americana.
Yeah.
The appropriate music.
Yeah, I love the music on that stage.
Yeah, it's really good. It's another particularly good soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
Like all the good games in this collection, they drip feed you new features.
For sure, yeah. Every level has its own gimmicks to it. And
God, the soundtrack's good.
Yeah. What do we put this at?
I would say A.
Yes.
I don't think it's like crazy like S.
No.
I feel like so looking at this so far, I feel like S is like the ones that are just very unique.
Yes.
And this is really good, really, really good, but...
No, yeah, I agree.
If you're alright with that, I mean, I'd be fine with it in S, but...
No, that's perfectly fine.
That's an A. Right. Oh god, this.
Okay, so...
Clear rate, 0%.
Yeah... So... What do you got? What do you got on this one?
I don't like it.
I was like, this is a funny concept, because there are two golf games on UFO 50, and neither of them are what you'd expect. This is one of them, and it's a RPG with like a very
like Metroid-y kinda.
Yeah, like a Metroidvania that where you have like your character controls like fucking Kirby and Kirby Dream Course.
So this kind of reminds me of playing a FromSoft game in that I just don't know where I'm going. Like, I want to like it, but I genuinely don't know where I'm going, and it's frustrating.
Yeah,
like, I feel like, oh, I can go somewhere, and I'm making something of progress, but... Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. There's nothing to suggest where I'm supposed to go, unless I'm missing something. I know you can, like, get putters or something to increase your stroke count, so you can theoretically make it further. But I don't know where I'm going. That's the biggest problem. I don't know, and I don't want to just look up a guide. Like that's just
you
know, I don't want to just a lot of these games. I don't want to just look up the guide. That's kind of pointless.
It is.
Don't.
It's such a cute concept, but it is one that I'm immediately like, this is not in my interest. Like just. Like it's.
Oh, I want to point something out as well, in case you don't already know. If you hold like the B button, or whatever the equivalent is.
Oh, sure.
And you see that shows you the slope. That's a nice feature, but I also feel like unless you use that, a lot of these you can't even tell just how steep they are and where the ball's going to go. So if you hover that over like an actual slope,
Yeah.
like it just tells you what it can do. That feels like a compromise that really shouldn't exist. I feel like it should be more obvious what
Oh,
slopes and
yeah.
obstacles look like. They shouldn't really. I mean, I appreciate it being there, but you shouldn't have to have that. Ideally,
Yeah, and like, I don't even know if
just...
if I'm supposed to get up that or if I'm.
No, that's my problem.
Yeah, like I can sit there and try, but you know I've got limited number of strokes, so it's it
I
just
don't know if I'm going the right way.
yeah, like
Am I wasting my strokes trying to get up here, and then you get a game over and you go back to like last checkpoint?
yeah, I. It feels like you have to put way more time into this than it really deserves. It's
It's just like it's fun conceptually, but is it actually like
I don't think
is it actually a good idea?
yeah, yeah.
It sounds like, oh, that's a fun idea on paper, and then you actually like try and you're like, no, this is not a good idea.
Yeah, I didn't really think much.
I don't know
of
where
this.
I'm going. I don't know where I'm going.
I don't, and I
I don't know
feel
what I'm doing.
I feel bad like ranking it low because I don't think it's a badly made game. It's just not a concept that I'm interested in pursuing.
I feel like you could design it better though. Like just how let an NPC tell you where, just vaguely where to go.
Yeah, I mean there was dialogue, so you gotta have somebody. Well, I think he did, but like there's so much here.
Oh, there's a ball you can talk to. Maybe get to him. Or it. Where's a ball? I don't know.
Oop. I guess I have to.
And there's like these real-time elements where they stuff will like attack you.
Yeah. It's just.
I feel like I'm also like not. I get impatient. I end up not even like caring about like my shots. Like really, I should be putting thought into them. Is there a hole under there?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Talk to the ball first. Want to see what it has to say.
Let's see if I can. Nope. I'm gonna go in the water. Yep. That's. Yeah.
Okay, you got one stroke.
Let's just go right into them. Thanks.
Be wary of them. Wouldn't they? Isn't finding them one good? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing. And I don't care enough to. Oh, well, okay, they are giving you some direction. Maybe I spoke too soon.
They do, yeah, but it's. I mean, I
It's
found
like
just getting
controls
over
as well.
there.
The ball feel just kind of feels wild.
It's it's an ambitious idea. It's funny, but I don't know.
I can picture people liking it, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't.
Yeah, that's yeah.
What is that D?
Yeah,
It kind of has to be,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
I mean,
it
it
has to
feels
be.
mean, but it's.
If we couldn't play it, like if we had no interest in actually playing it, then that's saying something.
I think this, yeah.
The big bell race. So
I feel like this is going to be pretty brief because there's not really a whole lot to say about this.
this is literally they took Campanella and just made a racing game out of it. It's very Mario Kart. Oh, there's the Quibble. The camera.
If I'm going to be quite cynical, I almost think you could have just made this like the two-player mode for Campanella.
Right.
And that would have been passable rather than making its own game, but this is also 50 games, so I'm not gonna blast them for maybe a tiny bit of padding. Also, this game's good anyway, so.
You know, it's.
But it is absolutely Campanella.
Yeah, yeah. They just took Campanella and made a multiplayer version of it, or like a multi-UFO version of it where you're racing.
Oh, someone modded this for 6-player, by the way. I saw that online.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's neat. And there's like, yeah, all these power-ups that are very Mario Kart-esque.
Yeah.
You can now take 3 hits instead of 1, but other than that, it's... Yeah, it's...
My favorite thing about this is that it's an excellent training ground for Campanella's like story mode.
Yeah, yeah.
I played this quite a bit before I tried to tackle Campanella properly.
That's... Yeah, I think I actually did, cherry this before I even played, through Campanella more than once. And that definitely helped.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, you're right. This is... this is exactly what it looks like. It's a fun little game. I quite enjoyed
Yeah.
it, but that's really it.
There really isn't much to say, is there? I would say B.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I don't know, just there, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll rearrange those at the end.
Sure, sure.
Alright, this one's definitely more you than me.
Warptank. I like this game a lot. It is just a sort of campaign game where you can fire, and you can...
Oh, this also has coffee. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is just a little... I don't... a platformer? I don't even know, but yeah, it's sort of attached to this surface, and you can only go left and right, and shoot. And it's just a neat little puzzle game where you have to navigate the levels despite having very limited control.
Right, you can warp between the surfaces, yeah.
Yeah, and you go, like, the only way you can, like, sort of turn, I guess, or anything different is by going up slopes.
Alright.
But yeah, it's not a lot I could say about it other than I just think it's a fun concept that is just fun to play. There's just like 30 or so levels, I think.
Yeah, no, I like it. I just haven't played it that much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the
flower.
Does that mean there's a warp nearby?
Okay, maybe, I don't know. Interesting.
There's a bit of asset reuse between some of these games, but that kind of makes sense in universe.
Yeah, there's asset reuse, and there's also like callbacks to other games. They do some pretty neat stuff with that. It's cute. But
very jazzy soundtrack for this game. It's not.
Yeah.
Not what I would have chosen, but hey. Like for a tank game, I don't know. It just seems.
Yeah.
I'm not really complaining. It's just an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's pretty colorful. It's Oh yeah, there's.
When you get these like 45-degree bits.
Yeah. But yeah, and it's instant too, and they do some very interesting stuff. There's some pretty tough levels.
I can't unsee that flower now. Like I feel like there must be a warp.
Yeah, I didn't notice it before, but
maybe that's where the coffee is.
Maybe.
I feel like that's not.
Yeah.
That's not put there unintentionally.
You're right. Yeah. That's a good point because the coffee is not. It's not like Campanella. It's not in every level. It's. I don't think it is anyway. Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say, but I did quite enjoy this game.
Right. I don't really know where to put it. I mean, I do like it.
Oh, right. You can do silly shit like that. Oops.
You warped onto a thing that was moving.
Yeah, and whenever you don't have anything below your treads, then you just explode. Oops.
Okay.
But
where are you putting this?
Did I put an A?
I'm guessing A or B?
Yeah,
but...
A. I put A.
That's fine.
Yeah. Maybe low A.
I don't really have a. I don't really have much to say. I can't really dispute that.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite, but it's not bad either. I feel like I might enjoy it if I stuck with it a little more.
Yeah.
The scroll. I want to acknowledge the scrolling is kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
Like it's kind of like grid based. It's like square by square. It's not smooth. Not so much you, but like you as well, but more sort of whole screen.
Yeah, it's
hard to demonstrate at the minute, but yeah, it's like do.
Oh yeah, and the character or the tank, I don't know. It has like a grid-based movement, so like you move very quickly to like one block at a time. So it's I don't know. I don't really know what to say.
Maybe that's in a position.
Yeah.
That seems like a good decision to me.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, sure. So A, yeah.
Yeah. Waldorf's Journey.
Alright, this might. Okay, well no, we can both talk about this.
Yeah. Um, I don't know how much I have to say about it, to be honest.
Well, the premise is you are a dreaming walrus who is you need to reach the end, and the way you control it's sort of like a almost like sort of artillery kind of worms-esque
Yeah.
charge meter, and you sort of propel yourself, and you have a slight bit of flying ability that just gives you a little bit of control on landing and stuff. And you can replenish it by eating fish.
Yep.
Now the game at first, like when you first play it, you're like, oh, I get it. You just need to reach the end. Not really. That's not really the point of it. You get the gold disc for that, but the real point is you need to reach the end with 50 shells.
Yeah.
And that's how you unlock the true ending. The shells are generally used as a currency, so you can there's just shop and you can use it to buy items. But in my experience, you really don't want any of that stuff because 50. When I beat this game, I think I only just had enough.
Yeah.
So really, you don't want to be buying anything, I imagine, unless someone's better at gathering shells than I am. So it's not just about getting to the end; it is also gathering enough shells in the process, and that's where the challenge of this lay.
Because this is very
And it's all
short.
randomly generated. Yeah, it's otherwise very short. Yeah. Yeah, it's like randomly generated. Those puffins are checkpoints. Well, not checkpoints. They're like more lives, I suppose you could say. They'll take you to the last. If you fall off, they'll take you to the last secure platform you're on. And yeah, that's it. It's like kind of like a trade-off between trying to go as far as possible, but also knowing your limits and being able to scout ahead. Some of the items are pretty creative.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got like the beach ball that like basically simulates what your shot's gonna look like,
Yeah.
and like propeller lets you fly.
Mm.
Some interesting stuff there. It's
Also, it gets like you get like wind, and if you hit like this windmill thing, no, so a weather vane.
yeah, yeah,
If you hit that, it will turn the wind off. So you want to try and do that as soon as possible because wind will mess you up. And you get these like warthog things,
yeah.
which is a bit more kind of real timey. Kind of you got to like knock them off before they knock you off.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Can I mention the two-player?
Yes.
So there's a two-player mode, and I don't even think you can guess what it is. Like, I might as well just show it real quick. It's a versus mode.
Yeah. Well, I think I showed you this first through remote play.
Yeah.
And I was like trying to explain. No, this is not what I expected. This is not what the single player was like.
Right.
I mean, it
yeah.
is, but it's also like not.
You'd like
You
knock
got to
each other
just like
off.
sumo, like kind of bash each other off. It seems fun, but it's definitely not for remote play. But
It's also just
it's
very different from the base game.
yeah.
It's a very silly concept.
You can activate the wind, it seems,
Yeah. Woo.
or not.
Right over it. But
It's good, like heft to the characters as well, like the way they bash into each other,
yeah,
bounce
yeah.
off, and things like that. It's good.
It feels pretty good. Like the firing or whatever you want to describe it as your jump. It I never had any problems with it. It didn't feel unnatural in any way, so I was able to beat it pretty easily, honestly.
Yeah.
The only thing that's really kind of annoying is the wind. The wind I thought was just like super frustrating to deal with, but
It is, yeah. You gotta like. Oh, I was getting to where it was like really avoiding the ones that activate the wind, like really being careful not to hit. Yeah, like that.
yeah, like that.
Thank you.
Woo.
That's very well done.
All right, but
It will mess you up pretty bad.
yeah. Where do we rank this?
I also quickly mention like the theming as well, just kind of like this kind of whimsical, weird music.
Yeah, yeah. I want to show the.
Like he's dreaming, and it becomes more abstract as it goes. Oh yeah, you can show that. And actually, I mean, it's in the sort of both endings what it's alluding to.
Oh right, yeah.
But I guess that's a spoiler. Probably shouldn't mention it. There's spoilers for UFO 50, by the way.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's interesting because like I even think that seeing like our tier list is kind of a spoiler because I think part of the charm of UFO 50 is just booting a game up for the first time.
Absolutely.
And just experiencing like what kind of weird ideas that they got for you in this one. And just then being surprised by, what you uncover. So
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But yeah, I would say this is a good B.
Yes, I put it in B, and I think that's...
Yeah, the thing that it's very short.
Yeah.
But we'll rearrange these at some point. Right, so Porgy's next.
Okay.
This is all you.
Yes.
This is one of my least played games.
Should actually, yeah, I should probably get like stats at some point, like show somewhere in this video like both of us or all of us really like our most played games.
Yeah.
Most progress, something like that, just to I think it might be interesting. But Porgy. What do I even say about Porgy? This is the longest game in the collection thus far.
Yeah?
I think so. Like, it's sort of a big Metroidvania-esque game. It's very cute.
So you can only get so far and then you need to resurface.
Yeah, so you have a fuel system, which is one of a couple of games that do this. And,
yeah.
God, how do I describe it? I hate this game. I genuinely hate this game. Like, because it's sort of... The idea is really neat. Like, you're, getting all these... Like, going around finding these power-ups, bringing them back to the, one of the two bases at the top of the, the surface. And you progressively just get more and more, powerful, I guess. Like, your weapons actually do get upgraded, even though they're all just pacifying, fish. It just kind of makes them, neutral. But that was...
Well, I thought you'd like this because you hate like killing things and you want to turn them into little animals with your magic cape.
As you could maybe tell, I've spent a lot of time playing this game. It's probably one of my most played games, and I stopped playing it because I found it insanely frustrating. Like, so the
good on you for giving it a fish. God.
Yeah, the whole like fuel is life mechanic, like having a timer that goes down further the more you take damage, is like, I don't know how to describe it other than it's really frustrating.
You can describe it like it's a pilot quest.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just the same thing.
Yes. That's another game that, well, we'll get to that, but I don't know. It's like you have to memorize all of this stuff, and then just go and then grab it and then pull it back. And
I think what this reminds me of, this reminds me of something that I can't place what, like this whole like you can only get so far and then you gotta like pull back.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that's not very helpful.
It's the thing that makes it frustrating is just that like enemies are very aggressive and that there's a lot of them, and like stuff like
when you
that.
get hit, you lose time. It's almost more annoying than just having lives. Like a health system.
Yeah, because like you could be in a position where you're like you can barely make it back because of your time limit, and then you take like one stray hit from all these enemies who are constantly attacking you, and then it's just like, oh, now I can't make it back. And enemies do drop fuel pickups, but very rarely. It's
right.
So it's very.
And it's like a point where like you kind of like, I know I can't make it now. I just want to die.
Yeah. And then there's like these enemies. There's several enemies that will just
that's ridiculous. Like you don't have that kind of agility.
But not only that, because you could do this, but it consumes fuel.
So like you.
They will knock things out of your inventory. So these bombs I'm carrying, I only have 2 of them per run, and that guy will, if I get hit by him, it'll knock a bomb out and just waste it. So
that just seems harsh.
And so like you're constantly.
The fuel's enough thing. Yeah, you need that as well.
It's just so much stuff that's playing against you, and I've got all these power-ups, and
it's still really hard.
yeah, Jesus Christ. And so, like, I have to go down 3 layers to get anything new, because I've already done everything in the first 2 layers. I thought I found a random thing in a random wall just now, because that's also a thing in this game, is just pickups that have really no indication where they are. You just have to shoot random walls and hope for the best. It's... yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just realized I think this game is on the absolute polar ends of our most played list, because I'm pretty sure this is like my second to least played, and this is probably like high up for you. So, oops.
Yeah, it's... I honestly, like, I thought I could beat it. I thought I was gonna go through this one, and...
Because when you spend that much time with a game, you're like, well, I might as well see the end, even if you're not enjoying it, but...
Yeah, and it's just... at some point, I just got too frustrated. Like, the amount of time I spent making runs where... I think the worst thing about it is just, like, when you run out of fuel, you lose all progress on that run. Like, you gain absolutely nothing when you do. And that
sucks.
Really frustrating. The only...
I know you're really, really, like, not a fan of the games that do that.
Yeah. No, I hate just, like, how much time I can put into something to have it completely wasted. And I feel like the number of runs I had in this game where I completely wasted my time got too numerous for me, and I just quit. It's a neat game. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say it's a bad game, but it is just way too frustrating for how cutesy it is too.
Yeah, that's always funny when a game's cutesy, but it's like it's clearly way too hard for kids.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if the kids would find this appealing. I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Yeah. Although I like in this for the recording here, I've managed to find 2 things I haven't found before. It's...
oh, maybe this is alright then.
But... and then, I don't know, but it is like
you have enough fuel to make it back?
I did. I think I still do, but...
I'm curious to see how harsh it is.
Okay, there we go. I actually managed to get lucky, and now, yeah, I'm fine. But...
I guess you'd be able to judge it pretty quickly.
The thing is...
egg off, anyway.
It's really the enemies. Like, there's a lot of... like, that swordfish guy just zipping around everywhere. You've got these little missiles that'll hit them, and they've got... you know, like, this is after several upgrades that increase their range and their power. But...
right, because I know at the start they have, like, no range. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's impossible to hit things with the early...
and they go all over the place. It's not precise at all. They're just like, woo, anyway.
No, and so, like, I've got, like, this little option fish. I've got one that blocks projectiles for me, but at the beginning...
do you choose those, or do you just get them?
No, you just get them. You get the things that you find, essentially.
Okay, I was wondering if it was like a shop.
No. It is entirely, just whatever it is you can find in the map, and... yeah, I don't know.
It seems like a neat idea, but it is also... I mean, I didn't pick it up, so...
Sure. No, it's a neat idea, and I really wanted to beat it, but I found it just so frustrating.
This is all you then, so where's it go?
Oh, I need to get my tier list up again. Because I don't want to knock it too harshly, because it's not, like, terrible in any fashion.
I mean, it must have been doing something right if you played it that much, even if it is ultimately frustrating.
True, yeah. I put it in C.
Bottom of C?
I put it high C.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah. I still want to be nice to it, but...
okay, yeah, it's sometimes, like, it's conceptually sound.
There's, like...
this.
Here's a game that, neither of us took to.
No.
So...
I want to say... yeah, no, sorry, you go first.
No, you go ahead, because I don't feel as harshly about this game as you do, I think.
I'm not... I want to like it. So, the first thing I'll say is, I'm kind of... I find it a little odd that this is literally the only driving game in the whole collection. Like, you think, like, racing, driving, like, that's quite a prevalent game genre. I mean, I'm not a fan of racing games, generally speaking, but...
oh, I am.
I mean driving, not...
yeah.
Not Great Velgrace or whatever.
Sure.
Because you see, like, we've said this before, like, Seaside Drive, you think, oh, it's a driving game. No, it's not.
It's not, no.
So this is the only driving game. There's no pseudo 3D driving game either, I'm kind of surprised. But anyway, Honestly, I could just summarize this with I hate the controls. I absolutely hate the controls. I can't. I've played a few games of this genre, and this kind of like driving from this perspective. So, I think the two examples I use are the original Grand Theft Auto, which is like a bird's eye view, so it's not quite the same. And there's Retro City Rampage, which also does the whole pixel art thing. And they both, I mean, GTA 1 is like prehistoric now, but
yeah.
I find both of those are more controllable. Or maybe it's like something like GTA Chinatown, whatever. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around these controls. I just veer off the road. I can't control it, and you have a health bar, and I just keep hitting all the cars. The roads are really heavily populated, and I just die immediately. Although that being said, you seem to be having a better time than I ever did.
So yeah, that's the thing. I actually don't really mind the controls. Like, I get that they're not the easiest thing to control, but like, I also don't have that much of a problem with it. Like, honestly, it took a little time, but what I have a problem with is the difficulty of this game. Like, it is constantly throwing shit at you. Like, if you think day one is frustrating, it gets so much worse. Like,
yeah, it looks it.
There are random events, and this one seems to be... Oh, okay, no, that one just fucked me up. There are various things that it throws at you. One of them is just like an enemy just like jumps around the city and just chases you down and constantly makes you have to move. Otherwise, it just fucks you up. One of them adds like rain, like slick roads.
A rain effect that doesn't quite look right.
Yeah, it looks weird, and it just makes it where you randomly will just start spinning out and you lose control. It's just... It isn't good enough to survive on its own. Also, navigating this map is annoying because it tells you like the general direction where you're going, but you have no idea if there's like
building there.
Yeah, there's like something that's just blocking your way and you have to go around it, and you're on a timer, you have a health value. It's just a lot of stuff that just adds up to make a game just really kind of annoying.
I guess I should point out you do regenerate health when you're driving enough. It's that little meter on the next to your hards.
Is that what that is? I thought that was just the speed. I think you get health whenever you turn a thing in.
No, I'm pretty sure you gain health from that. I mean, you can test it, see if I'm wrong.
That's just, yeah, because it just goes down when you stop moving.
No. Yeah, no, but if you keep moving, it feels all the way up. You get a heart.
Oh, what the hell? I did not realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So that's an interesting mechanic.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what gets me? Like, I think the camera should pull ahead a bit.
Yeah, that would help.
I think Retro City Rampage does that. I mean, it's subtle. It sort of does it, but not as much as I'd like. I don't know. Might just be me. I don't know. But then again, I also like not really heard much praise for this game in general.
Yeah. No,
I want to like it because I like the premise. I think the music's fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I like the funny, like Toe Jam and Earl-esque character designs.
Oh yeah.
This just looks like. I feel like this is like maybe not like the same country on planet Funkotron, but imagine this being like a different country on that planet, you know?
Right.
I'm really overthinking that.
I don't know.
I've noticed you're taking your time a bit more, which is probably what I should have done.
Yeah, but then you'd also run out of time very quickly, especially in later days.
Yeah, but I'm also like dying before I can even worry about the time, so... I just feel like there's too much traffic on the roads, and I feel like there's just some things you can do to make it more obvious. Just the layout just feels like I'm constantly running into stuff.
Yeah. I don't know why it actually annoys me that the way the game starts you out on every round, you like do a spin out and then go to the right, and I'm like, if it's ever starting on the left, it's just like stop, no, go the other way. But
that's weird. Yeah, it's like a rolling start.
Yeah, it's just a lot of things that add up to make a game just really annoying, and I don't know.
You could do like a 180 handbrake turn, can't you?
No,
like if you go fast enough.
Oh, Jesus, what the hell?
The zombies are messing you up.
Yeah. That's the thing, is I think anything cool that you can do is kind of screwed up by all the shit they throw at you. It's like, I kind of wish it was easier for you to show them all to you, but, you know, I can't... I having a hard enough time just beating the day as is. But some of the stuff that I've seen is like just absurd. So yeah, I ended up putting this one on low C.
That's fine. I'll go with that because you obviously are better than I am, and I can't just dismiss it because I'm shit at it. You know, that's not fair.
Right. That's kind of what I feel
just really
like.
couldn't wrap my head around it, but.
Oh man, can
I mean, I probably need to drive a bit more passively as well. Like, I'm probably not helping myself.
Yeah, it's. I actually beat a second day. Holy shit. I think this is. Oh, here it is. This.
Oh, there you go.
This fucking thing.
S tier, here we come. That's where we change our opinion.
It's just.
Oh dear.
This thing just follows you around everywhere, and you can't escape it or anything. And it knocks you around and damages you. So.
I mean, it's funny, but. Like, Nemesis. I mean, I couldn't even reliably do day one, so.
Now I'm like tempted to actually keep going. But...
Well, keep going. You don't have to stop.
It is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't. It didn't click
Low
with
C,
us. So...
yeah.
I think that's just a. Oh, God.
All right. Okay.
Caramel. Oh my God. So. I just want to get out of the gate and say this is a game that starts you with 0 lives. Like, it has a life system that it starts you with 0, and that's one of the weirdest decisions.
So like, you've got your camera, and if you take a picture like multiple at once, you get like a score bonus. If I get that right.
Yeah. And it does various other things too. Yeah, I guess this one's another weird one because I actually like this game. Like, I think it, I like shmups enough. They're not my favorite genre, but I do like them. I didn't realize you could move against the walls and not die until
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That would have helped.
Yeah, Bootleg pointed that out to me, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I just assumed that you would have died, given how
this genre works.
Yeah, and unforgiving this game is. But yeah,
I guess I should say where I'm coming from. I want to like this. I am awful at this genre. Like, I'm so bad. I thought, like, I used to think I was like alright because I do like the heady flying stage and stuff like that, but that's just because I've played that enough times. I am terrible at this genre. I guess this seems neat, but I literally haven't even gone past the first level.
This is one of a couple of shmups, and they are just absurdly unforgiving. Like, you were not given a lot of room to.
Like that projectile, that is.
Yeah.
That is harsh.
So, for the record, I believe the cherry completion for this requires you to take a picture of every enemy in the game.
I know there's like the letters UFO hidden in every level as well, or something like that. That you need to photograph. I don't know if that's a cherry though.
That might be it then. I just know that the cherry was just like, get the true boss, and I'm like, well, the thing at the credits shows you all the enemies you took pictures of, so is that it? And it's like, I don't know.
I know that letters UFO are hidden, and you need to take pictures of them. I don't know if that's related though.
I'm surprised
I couldn't make it past the first level, so.
Yeah, no, it's strange. It's the same. I haven't actually beaten the first boss. I have not beaten this level. And this game is fairly long, but I watched Bootleg just kind of casually beat the game, and I'm just like, alright, this is very
one of those
a me thing.
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny, though.
Yeah, I like that.
And
yeah, if you hold the thing, you shoot out these rings.
Yeah, which is pretty handy. This is
one I don't feel qualified to review because I mean, there's also that it might just be considered a lousy shmup. I honestly don't know.
I don't think so. It feels like it's fine. There's nothing particularly wrong with it. It's just hard.
Yeah, I'm just saying that because, well, we'll get to Fist Hell, we're a bit more savvy with the genre.
Yeah.
And like at face value, some games that go, oh, that seems fine, but it's if you ask like a seasoned vet, it's like actually no, this doesn't do this, this, and this right.
No,
But yeah, I mean this seems fine. I'm just bad at it.
Yeah, so I don't know where to really rate it because it's...
I think starting with no lies is harsh.
Yeah, it's... There is a point where, like, you want your game to be completable. Like, I feel like the way you do it is you make a game completable by most people, but then add in, like, extra challenges to make it, like, to give people incentive to do things that are actually hard. But this is a game that just strives
have a hard mode.
Yeah, this game that strives to be as hard as possible from the get-go, and it just means that, like, it's just not fun for a lot of people, including me and
if
you.
people want the challenge of no lives, then just, I'm sure people do, like, a 1cc run.
Yeah,
You don't have to make them do that. Or make that the cherry,
Right, yeah. But...
yeah, I don't know what to say about this. I would just give it a... It seems better than a C, but, like, for me personally, I would... I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's the sort of thing, though. Like, this is our personal tier list, and if a game is, like, not approachable because of its difficulty, I think that is warranted being lower, even if it is, like, a fine game. So, I have it...
Should I just...
I want to say high
just
C.
stick it in the bottom of B?
Yeah, low B. Let's do low B. I think that's perfectly fine. Not
it's
a
a fine
bad
balance between saying, like, our personal taste, but I also don't want to be, like, a dick.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't even remember this one. I don't know what this is.
So this is some weird game where, like, you don't actually jump or shoot or anything. You just, like, you just have people in a house. It's fucking weird.
Well, I thought it was a rip-off of, like, The Sims, because it's, like, a house party, and this is called Party House. I'm like, yeah, I've heard that before.
Right, yeah.
There's nothing like The Sims. You can't direct it. I bounced off this in about 30 seconds.
I couldn't even.
Like, okay, so it's a party house.
This is... I don't even know if... Okay, this was my second highest rating game. Which I think I'd stick with. Yeah, this is a deck builder.
Yeah.
The premise is you have to throw parties, so you have 25 days to throw, and each one is you throw a different party, and the main problem is whenever you bring these guys in with the little X there, the trouble, you have 3 of those, you bust essentially. It's the if you're playing blackjack, that's when you bust, and you just lose everything from that day. And so
it's like
yeah, the premise is like you want to bring people because these numbers next to them are different currencies. The green one expands the size of your house. The yellow one is your popularity, which lets you get more people who have different effects. And the goal is to get 4 of these guys who have stars on them, and in one party. And if you do that, you just win instantly. If you end the party with 4 of them in your party. And so the whole thing, it's very risk management. You like the Rockstar here is a good example of a guy who gives you a lot of resources, but is causing trouble. So you can't have more than a couple of him in a party. But then you get all these different effects, like you have the ability to increase the strength or the popularity of a party guest, like a one-use ability, like this one that just removes all the trouble from the ones that are already there. A reset. The ability
they get pretty creative.
Yeah, the ability to kick people out. Ones that nullify trouble. So the idea is you want to have sort of a build per se. Like if I were doing this, I would get like a lot of this guy and then a lot of this to clear out the trouble, so that I can just pull out all of these really good party members.
Yeah.
But then you also have stuff like this guy, the writer. They give you popularity for every other member who has trouble in the party. So it's like...
But if you nullify it with the counselor, that then doesn't count, so you've got to consider that. And there's just a lot of very interesting moving parts with the I suppose, deck, the roller decks you get. So every time you randomize it, it's very interesting, like the combinations you can get, and that's a sign of a good deck builder.
For sure.
And this is like presented in a way that, like, I feel I've said this before, but you wouldn't do like a deck Well, first of all, like deck builders didn't even exist in the 80s. Like that wasn't a genre of board game. Like that was maybe not invented, but was like definitely popularized by Dominion, and there's been many since.
Yeah.
So what this does is like this takes like a very modern board game genre, and it doesn't just digitalize it, but like you wouldn't. I said this earlier, but you wouldn't. I think I said this about Avianos. You wouldn't release a digital board game unless it's like a conversion of something famous like Monopoly or Cluedo or something. But this
Right.
this presents it in a way where it's not obviously to do with cards. You know, if that makes sense. Like it's a digital card game, but it's not.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like it's just presented as a strategy game, and it's done so well because they didn't have to do that shit. You know.
The theming is really cool too. Like the Rolodex
Immensely.
is your collection of cards per se, but it's just like
Yeah.
this list of people that you can call on, and they are just pulled randomly.
Yeah, the theming is absolutely brilliant. It's so well done. I love all the characters. I like how all their like the abilities make sense. Like you have the introvert who prefers it if there's no one there, and you get a bonus if the fewer people that are around. Like that's funny.
Yeah,
The grill master, who like everyone has to go outside, and that reshuffles all the existing cards back into your deck.
even simple ones like
And then you get like synergy. Like I love some of the synergies you get. Like
Yeah.
reshuffle. There's a climber who levels up every time she appears, and then if you shuffle them back in, they'll level up again if they come back in. It's brilliant. It's just a lot of fun.
yeah. There's also a two-player version where you both have the same pool of guests to pull from, and you have to see who can get the 3 stars first. So there's no time limit, but you're racing against your opponent to see who can get 3 of these guys in one party at once.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because having the same pool to pull from allows you to sort of like take the ones that you don't want your opponent to have. Like if you both want to have a build that involves the same guest, you're like racing to see who can get all of theirs, because like these little like squares below the cost there is how many of them that you can buy. So you can only have so many, and no, it's just a really fun game. Like it is a really good deck builder. It's well presented, and it manages to stay interesting because of the fact that you have the 5 preset scenarios as like the main goal, and then you just get like RNG, like just completely randomize which guests you can pull from.
I was gonna say one more thing. I was gonna say the like it's like Dominion as a deck builder, but you also have like the gambling, edge to it because you are taking risks with the trouble. So that's kind of, I mean, granted, it's like luck in Dominion and other deck builders, but there's no like, if you draw something, you instantly get shut down. So it's like pushing your luck kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's almost like Balatro, which was also released this year. So I mentioned that as well. That's like a combination of like two card games. I was also gonna say like regarding the random builds, that kind of makes getting the cherry. I love this game, but getting the cherry is quite frustrating because it's not really a flaw with this, but the randomization thing, and I'd rather have it than not have it. But it's wildly imbalanced depending on what you're given.
Yeah. There's certain ones of these that I've tried where like I was on a streak, and then I get a build that is like, there's nothing I can do here. It's like, here's all these guests who cause trouble, but nothing to nullify it. And it's like, great, I can't do anything with that.
I should say the cherry is to win 5 in a row, and it's because you in single player you're competing with time, and sometimes you just get something that is just really unusable. It's fine for 2-player because you're just working with the same rules. That doesn't matter. I said this about a few other games as well. 2-player, it's fine if it's randomized, because you're only as good as the other person. But for getting the cherry, sometimes you will just get a deck to work with, and you're just like, this is not usable. This is too difficult. Like, this is just, I think that's a nitpick.
It is, yeah.
This game's still great, but oh yeah, and that also brings up the fact that there's also a relatively secret mode where you can actually build your own set. Unfortunately, you can't save it at all, but you know, that's a nice little feature, so you can make your own kind of loadout, whatever you want to call it, and you can play that in 2-player as well. So the problem is you can't save it, and the interface is not great for setting it up. It is very much here's a little funny little bonus we've thrown in, but
yeah, you have to literally
it's better than not having it.
Use their little Game Shark like cheat menu to get to it, and
they do give you it in the credits, so it's kind of an open secret. Also at the top there, you have like a seed number, and there's also a function to put in a seed as well. So that's neat. I don't have to put that in, but that's neat.
Yeah. So this is like top of the tier list for us. I don't know if how you. Well, no, I think by now we probably would both agree that it's like the best of the ones so far. Just.
Yeah, I think I've got like a little more personal attachment towards Mortal and Mooncat, but like this is the easiest to recommend.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
If I put it this way, I mean, it depends on who I'm speaking to, obviously in their tastes, you know, if I know them. But if I was like want to show off UFO 50 and forgetting about the whole, you know, mystery aspect of discovering the games, if I'm just trying to sell them on UFO 50 and I was like, no, the games are neat, this probably be the first one I show them, unless they're like, I know they're really against card games, but this is the first one I show, like, look, here it is, like, these are proper games, and this is a really good one.
It's also
this is one I would really like flushed out to be a full game. I would buy this by itself if they just did some balance tweaks and added some extra creatures. I would absolutely buy a full version of this.
It is also fortunately very good on Steam Remote Play. Like, there's no compromise there. It's just a game that you can play with friends, and it is really fun.
So, yeah, that's. I'm glad you mentioned that.
So yeah,
I'm gonna stay that right at the top though.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, my other top is. I don't know if I can convince you to put it there, but it is. Yeah. This one being the top of the list, I think makes sense for both of us.
Yeah.
This one.
Well, if we go like with that average, then.
Yeah, sure. This game. Speaking of Party House.
Yes.
This music and some of the
characters.
Yeah, some of the characters. So this is. Yeah, it's like dodgeball.
Techno's Super Dodgeball. Yeah. Just to be honest, I couldn't get into this one. It's conceptually, I love Super Dodgeball, especially like the GBA version. And I saw this, I was like, oh cool, I like that. Can't get into this. I can't really describe why. I think it's like maybe controlling the two characters.
That's pretty awkward, especially whenever your other character just gets hit by random shit, and it's just like, well, I couldn't really do anything about that other than micromanage both players at the same time. I think the main thing for me is just this is a game that is much like Bushido Ball, or we haven't talked about that one yet. There's a number of games in this collection that are very good.
Was that after this? I kept imagining this was after Bushido Ball.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah, we have.
Yes, we have. Holy shit, we have. Oh my god.
You said that, and I was like believing you. And
wait a minute.
Anyway, it's on the list. We put it in A.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so, but yeah, it's much like that game. It's a lot better like 2-player. I think like
I was gonna say that
the aspect of having to play against the CPU is just frustrating.
I was actually going to say it'd probably be more fun co-op, because then you don't two characters. Yeah, you can't play it like that.
It just, it feels like the 2-player thing just doesn't work. And you've got like, like the AI just can react to things. And I don't know, it
doesn't quite click with me. I feel like there's a little too much going on.
And yeah, the way it controls...
You know, dodgeball only has one ball, and granted the pacing is a bit slower as a result, but it's also easier to follow what the hell is actually happening.
Yeah.
This is one that seems fine, but it's just a little too chaotic for me.
Yeah, it's fine. I just didn't have a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah.
And I think it probably would be better two-player. Oh, right.
And there's items as well, and there's power-ups. It's
mascot. But yeah.
And I think she's not here, but like Amy is implied to be the one who from Minion Marks.
Oh yeah. It's a fun.
And Night Manor.
But I don't even know what to say. Like,
I really haven't played this much at all. This isn't. I will be honest. I haven't.
I did give this one a fair shake, and I just kind of came away with it, just being like, yeah, this is not really for me. It's
agreed. What is this, a C?
Yeah, that's a C.
If I could reliably play offline and co-op, it might be higher, but
yeah.
I'll sit behind Porgy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because at least I held your attention more.
Okay, so this is, I think, the one game that neither of us have played at all.
This is the absolute least played game on my thing. This is number 50 of my. When it comes to my most played games, this is 50th. This is dead last.
That's probably true for me too. Let me check. I'm actually curious. Oh no.
No, not at all.
Yeah, strangely, Pingolf is one of the least played games I have, even though I beat it. Which is...
Huh. That's one of my most played, because I kept redoing it. I just want to get a better score. But yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah. But, yeah. So this is... Yeah, I guess this is the first RPG of the two. And...
So let's look. So I don't think we're fit to do a proper review of this. Let's
sure.
be honest.
Yeah.
That being said, though, we can at least say why haven't we played this? And for me personally, this just looks really unappealing.
Yeah.
Like this just looks really not saying it's not creative, but just this looks really dreary. It's quite literally dark and. I don't like the UI. This looks older than it like in the fictional chronology. This looks a lot older than it actually is. Like this feels like it'd be with like sort of Ninpek era, you know, like back when the tech was more primitive. Like what's the premise? Like you're playing as 3 lizards?
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I don't actually know what you're doing. I just know that it has sort of a Porgy thing going on where it isn't so much fuel as it is your health. Like, if anything hits you, you initiate a battle. And it's just, you have to, survive. And I guess let me...
get into a fight. It's like first person, which is like the sort of Fantasy Star games.
Oh, right.
As opposed to the Final Fantasy-esque one we'll get to.
It's
just something about this. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not. Well, we'll get to Grimstone as well, but like, I'm just like, this doesn't seem particularly appealing, and it's also, I imagine, not particularly short. So I'm just like,
I don't even know how.
It's literally just that. This just doesn't look appealing. Like it's just a bad first impression. So I haven't played it as a result.
I'd also say that like my memory of this is that it is harder than it looks, like right out the gate, in a way that's like it's not intuitive at all. Like I don't know what the fuck. Like you can defend with your weapon, and you choose who to or you can defend, and then I don't know. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I did play it a bit, and I like I said at least played. I have at least tried it, and I think one of my characters just got completely rocked, and I was just like, yeah.
I very early on encountered an enemy that just did thorns damage, so like when you damaged it, it damaged you, and it was just like immediately I just found it just kind of frustrating and weird, and I was just not interested in trying to figure out what I was doing.
I feel like maybe if I cared enough, I could like look up a Steam guide, but But I don't. But just looking at it, it just doesn't look appealing. It's as simple as that, really. I know it's quite shallow, but
I mean, here's just a random fight that I got into. I'm nearly dead in all 3 of my characters. I actually might still lose somebody. And I also noticed there's a ammo on your, Oh no, okay, I'm just taking damage from that. So, what am I supposed to fucking do then? I guess I just wait for it to get out? I don't know. It's like, obviously, if I had spent more time on it, I could figure it out a little bit better, but, like, it didn't have a good first impression on me, because it's a short RPG in a collection of 50 games, and so it is trying to be a lot of things immediately, and that makes it just kind of overwhelming and hard to really approach.
yeah.
And I feel like that's sort of the danger of doing something like this, is... I don't even know.
I feel like the scope of UFO 50, like, I feel like you can make a good arcade game. But this, I don't even know what this means. Like, you're spreading yourself too thin for an RPG, and it's just ultimately, it's just going to be too rough. Like, there's too many variables and too many little things to polish off.
Yeah.
The bigger the scope of the game, the harder it is to make it good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas something with, like, Campanella, they've got, like, plenty of time to really refine the controls and make it feel good. This is just so many, like, balancing things. I'm not saying it's impossible, but...
I mean...
I also just don't... I was going to say this for Grimstone, but I don't really want to play a game of this scope and this... Presuming this is a longer game, because it is an RPG, I'm presuming. As much like UFO 50, I don't really want to spend, like, that long or on a game that's ultimately going to be a little rough. If, you know, like, I'd rather... If I'm going to put in several hours, then I'd rather just play, like, you know, a dedicated RPG I already own.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect this, and it's cool. I mean, it's neat that they're even attempting this.
Yeah.
But like, you know, like me giving one of the other games I'm not that fond of a go, it doesn't really matter. Like, if I, you know, try and get into Onion Delivery and things like that, like, not a lot of time wasted. But this is just like, I'm gonna play one of the Final Fantasy games I own or something, you know.
Yeah. I think I said that to you, like, it's not like it's impossible for a game of that scope to be well done, but I don't think they achieved it in...
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, and
but
I'm not saying the game is shit. I'm just saying it's probably not good enough to spend hours with.
Yeah, spending time trying to figure out what you're even doing and then spend time getting good at it. It's not worth it. Like, I genuinely don't even know what I'm doing. Like, straight up, I don't know what the goal is. I see a switch there. I don't know. Is that just a shortcut for later? I don't know. I have no clue. And I don't have any interest in finding out, so I don't know.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem appealing. So, so where are we actually putting that game?
So the low C, maybe?
It's difficult, because like, I really don't feel like I can review it, but so I just stick it there then. I mean, really, I think it would be D, but then again, I can't say it's shit because I haven't dug into it, you know?
Yeah, it's...
I feel like we're just sticking things in C when we don't really know.
When we're not... I'm confident enough to say it's bad enough.
You know what, maybe we should make Barbuta tier, like, just, you know, like, not qualified, you know?
Honestly, sure.
Alright. And then, I don't know, maybe Yoshi can swing that.
Sure.
Get them out of there.
Sure.
Because I also feel a bit weird saying, like, Barbuta's C when I clearly don't like it, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. That's the thing, is this whole thing is going to be kind of finicky, because there's no real defined
we're
way.
reviewing 50 games, and like, you know.
But Let's talk about a good game.
Yeah, really like this one.
Let's talk about Rail Heist, which is just
This
a
is super unique, because how the hell do you even describe this? Maybe start
yeah,
with the first level, just to show off like the most basic form of it.
yeah. So, God, how do you even? It's like a turn-based platformer stealth game.
With like, yeah.
I I don't even know how to describe it. I just know that
It's super unique, but it's really good though.
yeah, absolutely.
So the whole thing will be real time until you get spotted, which is why the timer suddenly starts. This is the one that kind of took me a while to kind of figure out how the pieces work.
Yeah.
It definitely has a learning curve. I mean, it looks kind of arcadey, but you got to figure the things out. And like most of the well-designed games in this, it does kind of drip feed you new systems and mechanics. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Like if you get spotted, if they have like line of sight, you will just get shot and you will die.
Yeah.
So it's all kind of timing based.
Yeah, you get like an objective, and then once you complete it, someone on horseback shows up, and you have to go back and jump on the horse. You have a limited amount of time to do so before the train arrives at the station, and anytime anybody sort of gets your attention,
Careful.
yeah. I kind of wanted to show that off though, like
Fair enough.
they become active and then it becomes turn based, and yeah, if anybody's got a gun out and they're aiming at you and you get into their view, regardless if it's your turn or theirs, they will shoot you and you just die. So
There's a lot to explain. It's
yeah,
kind of it makes more sense if you play it. I feel like it's a little too hard for us to
yeah, because there's
accurately summarize everything.
there's a gun that you have, but it takes a while to pull out. The like noises, like the gunfire, will actually cause people to become alerted, like that.
You should punch him if he comes up.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't.
We saw it earlier. Yeah, it's like yeah, you could punch people and stun them, but but yeah, and then there's the different objectives, like these stars at the top will be like, oh, if you kill everybody, if you kill nobody, and if you do it really fast, I believe are the three stars.
Yeah, those are the three. Yeah,
And
and there's I've actually got the cherry in this, and I think it's like get a certain number of stars. It's quite fun. After I beat the game, I had a good reason to go back to it, and because you can go about these in many different ways. Like I feel like, given the nature of this game, like everyone might play the levels slightly differently. I mean, it's probably like an optimal way, but
yeah.
There's so many like moving, but like that's funny. Now he hasn't got his gun, by the way, so he can't shoot you again. And if you hit them, they'll be stunned for a little bit. So you can just go down now and avoid them all.
Yeah. There's also if you get someone to fire at you, like they will fire at you if you're in line of sight, even if there's someone in front of them. So if there's a guy standing between them, they'll just like who doesn't have a gun, they'll just get shot.
There's a lot of really funny moments in this.
Yeah,
Like just with all the moving parts are just very funny. Let's see what you're going for.
Oh. Curious.
What? Wait, you kill him with that cinder block? You just drop that on his head.
I can't pick it up though.
No, you need to jump on it and then pick it up.
Well, yeah, but
Oh,
he's
yeah.
got a gun
Sorry,
pointed
my
at
bad. My bad. Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, it's a great game. Like it gives you a
There's
lot.
nothing else like this. I don't even know what to compare it to.
No, I have no idea. It's
There's a two-player versus mode that looks very interesting, but unfortunately it doesn't quite hold up to remote play. So unless I get a friend round, I haven't played it yet.
I'll put it mid A. Huh. No, this one's good. This one's really good. I've got nothing.
I'm trying to
say
decide
about
if it's
this.
A or S.
Honestly, I think S is fine, just because it's like it's creative. It's got
I'm
style.
alright with that.
It's yeah.
I'm alright with that. Yeah, no, I really like this. I was like debating. I was thinking like A for the longest time, but like given how unique it is, and there's nothing else like it.
No,
I think that's what gets you into S tier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those 4 games at the top there, like there's nothing else like them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Vainger.
I guess you just see my caramel review. This is a vertical shooter, and it's up to fuck's sake. Why? I always get this mixed up. I think it's the icon.
It is, yeah.
Oh my god,
it looks like
doing that.
It looks like a vertical shooter thing, but no, this is the Metroidvania with the V6 soil gravity switching.
Now I feel like anything I say about this is just kind of void because I apparently don't even know what it is.
Honestly, this is a contender for not qualified. I don't know how much time you put into it. I tried, and I just couldn't figure out what the fuck I was supposed to do. It's a Metroidvania, and like its power-ups and shit, you play a very, Samus-styled character. And what you're seeing here is basically all I know about the game. It has a gravity flipping mechanic. It has a map that you can only see when you go to a save point. So, good luck finding anything in a fucking Metroidvania. And of course it has this area where you take damage because it's all hot or shit. And, that's like a very Metroid thing.
Those doors are absolutely out of Metroid.
Yeah, and this is basically where I got stuck, because as far as I can tell, this is what I have to do. I have to get through this area.
Right.
You're lucky enough to have lives, so you spawn at the beginning of a room when you die up to 3 times before you reach a save point. Other than that, man, I couldn't figure out what the fuck I was doing.
I think the gravity swapping things are from a game called Metal Storm on the NES.
Oh, ha.
Like that compounds this up a lot. So I'm afraid I'm right there with you. I've barely played this, not because there seems to be anything wrong with it. It seems pretty decent, but I think it's the same problem as the RPGs in this collection. I'm just like I'd rather just play something like quick. I think it's like the length. Just when I realized it's like a Metroidvania, I was like, I think my thought process was like, I'll get to this at some point.
And then you never did.
And I never did.
Yeah.
No. But it seems fine, but I'm going to agree with you. I think this is not qualified. I can't review this. I have not played it enough. I get the general idea and I can comment, but...
The thing is, I have played it like a decent amount. I just never could get anywhere. And so that's what's frustrating about it. Is like, I don't think I'm qualified to talk about this, but I have honestly tried to play it. So I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely not qualified.
Yeah, sure.
That's for you to decide. I haven't really seen what you've experienced, so I haven't played this enough. Seems fine.
Yeah, but like the thing is, I don't know how.
I've got other Metroidvanias as well. Like again, like not to talk shit about UFO 50, but I don't know exactly how long this is, and it seems fine, but I've got so many unplayed Metroidvanias in my Steam library. I'm like, I don't know. I'd rather.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just haven't got around to it. I'm saying that's unqualified.
Yeah.
Every time I look at that damn icon, I see a spaceship shooting upwards.
Same.
Every time.
It looks like it's this game, but it's not.
Yeah, that's what I keep mixing it up with.
Yeah.
And they're not too far apart.
Oh. Okay.
Right, you've beaten this, which
Rock on Island.
More than I guess.
There is a few things you have to know in order to be good at this game, and they are not intuitive. But once I figured those out, it became a lot easier.
Okay, so you want to show me then, because I couldn't get past the second level.
So
I like my fair share of this. This isn't like a genre issue, because I like tower defense, but I found this too difficult. But you said something about the weapon.
Yeah, so this is a tower defense game where you have just the tower, and then it upgrades into several different things. I think there's 6 final upgrades. And then you have a campfire, which both makes your towers fire faster if they're around a campfire, and also cooks chicken. And you also have your own melee attack, or projectile attack, that you can use while the wave is going on. And that is kind of crucial, because you can upgrade it at this building here, and it becomes pretty integral to like surviving, because your towers are not great. Like, honestly.
So I think that's a problem I have with this. So when it comes to tower defense, I like my tower defense passive. My enjoyment of tower defense is you set it up and then you sort of just lean back and watch it happen. I don't particularly like ones with like action elements and ones you have to get a bit more involved with. When I play Bloons, which is like my most played tower defense game, there's some abilities, not a ton, but there's like ones where you've got to like get a bit more hands-on. Like there's one where you direct a helicopter and you've got to keep your mouse focused on the same point. I don't like doing that shit, so I always get the upgrade called Pursuit, so it always does it automatically.
Yeah,
so this is a preference thing. I don't particularly like having to kind of chase things out. I don't really like it being kind of actiony in this genre. I also don't like the way your character controls. I find it quite awkward.
It's very slow. It's very easy to accidentally bump into somebody because if you get hit, you lose.
Yeah.
You lose life, like equal to the same way that like you lose life if somebody reaches this cave here. And it's very easy to accidentally bump into somebody. The weapon gets it's over here. The weapon gets better to the point of where you don't have to worry about it too much. I think the speed upgrade also increases its range, so that's nice. But yeah, it's I would say it is a game that is incredibly difficult because it is not intuitive, but once you figure it out, it is not that bad.
No, I get that. I did try and use the weapon. I did upgrade at some point, and I did actually, before you told me, I did already get like an inkling of like, oh, this is like very powerful.
Yeah.
But that's just I kept bumping into things as well, trying to like get there in time, and like the weird diagonal movement. I also, again, I'll say it again, I wish this had a third button.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been really, really nice. That was what I was going to say about Vainger, actually, is that it would have been really great to have a third button for, like, the map.
Oh, like, God, yeah.
That would have been so useful. So the idea is, yeah, if you put a chicken next to a campfire, after one turn, or yeah, a chicken generally just gives you 5 food as your resource. Every turn. If it's near a campfire, it turns red, and then the next turn, it explodes and becomes a cooked chicken. If you put it next to 2 campfires, it becomes a cooked chicken immediately, and that you can sell it for 30 food. And so what you do is you basically just set up a like farm where you've got all these chickens who are cooking constantly, and then
that brings up another point about my personal preference for this stuff. Is another element of tower defense. It's like making farms, like in Bloons, it's like banana farms.
Yeah.
And it like helps your economy, which is kind of fun, but that's also again like not my preferred way of playing.
Yeah, I get
that's it. But again, that's a preference. I'm
Yeah.
not saying I'm not knocking this game for that. That's very much me, but
no, it is very much doing. It is, yeah, it's just kind of following those trends. It's just a bite-sized tower defense. And it is, I would say, pretty good for what it is. But it is just a thing that, like, you have to figure out. Like, I had to be told how the chickens work in order to, because I don't think the game really
There is a little
that.
Tutorial village as well, it's worth mentioning.
Yeah, there is. But it doesn't explain everything. One of the weird things is, go back to the map. There is a second area that you get later on, like, and this is the last level I beat, actually, so I didn't see this until, you know, the very end of the game. But there's, like, a little test area. Like, you can just, mess around, basically. And so you can have...
Well, do they have anything to say?
Yeah, all these guys have little dialogue. Some of them, like, the armored guy will help you explain that fire does really well against the armored enemies.
That would be good to know.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
But you say you unlock this laser, or is this always here?
Yeah, it's you have to beat a level to get it.
That's... kind of stupid.
Yeah. It's very weird, but... It's insanely hard. The thing I'll say is that the chair requirement is to beat every level without taking a single point of damage. And
no.
Even after figuring this game out, I feel like that's not impossible, but absurd. it feels
Yeah.
impossible based on how my experience with this game. And even if it isn't, because I'm sure it's not, um, I don't, I can't imagine doing it. Like it sounds insane, just because you have to establish an economy before you can actually get any sort of reasonable power. And the time
Yeah.
it takes to do that, you're going to take damage. Like
Mhm.
unless you've really mastered this game. And so like I don't want to knock it because I think it is really good for what it is. It's a very small tower defense game, but is a satisfying one.
Another one presented of the time as well, because it's like a genre that didn't really exist, but they've done
Yeah.
it in a way that
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's yeah, it's
I can't talk about it because I couldn't get past. Well, I mean, yeah, I can talk about it a little bit. There are systems I'm not that fond of. I don't like the character movement. I don't really like. I don't like the interface being like a little guy you have to control. If that makes
yeah.
sense, I'd rather just have a cursor or something. That's another thing I'd prefer in this kind of genre. But I also get that kind of, given like the pretend age of this game, it would control like that with a little person. But I prefer a cursor. But anyway, I feel like yeah, I like this genre and it seems fine, but it does a lot of the things I don't particularly like. I also again I just find it too difficult.
Yeah, so I because I kind of got the pace of this game, I'd like it a lot more, but it is
I
too
don't
difficult.
hate it.
Yeah,
I don't dislike it. It seems fine, but I want to like it more.
it is too difficult for its own good. That is absolutely something we can agree on. Like it for how simple it is very like it does again like difficulties would have been nice if you wanted a harder version of this game. Having a difficulty selection would have
That wouldn't be that hard to implement either.
no, just tweak
I feel
some
like the
numbers.
slope as well. Even just like the second level, which like it's just there's just so much. Like you just change the waves. Like it can't be that hard, you know?
Yeah, yeah, just change the health values or something, you know? There's
That's
so
another thing as well. Like they get like hit with things and they barely take any damage.
yeah, yeah, like
Even like the most basic dinosaurs, like seem to take multiple hits.
the
Unless you have
basic
like
tower is worthless. Like it is so bad. It isn't even very good on the first
like
wave.
that. Like they really should have like one hit enemies, at least some variant of one hit enemies, and just maybe have more of them if you need to. But
Yeah, the closest they have is the Saber-tooths, who take very little damage to kill but are insanely fast. So, and I've seen stuff like sniper towers, like the crossbow guys will miss
hmm.
them because they move so fast. And it's just like, guys, come on.
Yeah, it's uh, what is this like? C seems a bit harsh.
No, it's a B for sure because I like the game.
A
Like I really like it. Like
that's fine. I'll stick in the middle of B. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I also feel like you get an edge by being like just being different. You know, this
sure,
isn't a platform or something, so I'll give it credit for that.
yeah, yeah. It is a good thing for this collection, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah, no, B's fine. No, no, C is definitely too harsh. I don't even know why I said that. That's
yeah.
too harsh. It's not Porgy. It's definitely not Onion Drive. Okay, so this least
Pingolf.
played game, so you clearly hate it.
I yeah, I get that there was just a lot of stuff to do in this collection. So when I beat it, I got the trophy. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I got it. But no,
I
this
wanted the cherry. I wanted to get below par.
it is that sounds fun, but also like time consuming because that
Not particularly. It's got a learning curve, but when you learn certain tricks, it
sure.
becomes very fun.
So this is the second golf game. The first one was a Metroidvania RPG sort of thing. This one is a side-scrolling golf game,
Hmm.
and ugh, it is really good, even if I'm bad at it,
I
apparently.
wouldn't try it. Yeah, I would.
But no,
That's
this. So yeah, it's kind of what you would expect, but it has this one little thing where you press a button in the middle of the ball's trajectory, and it dunks it, like kind of goes down
yeah.
vertically or diagonally, and So you have...
You can skim that, by the way.
Oh, right. I should.
I just showing the mechanic.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't played this in a while, as you can tell.
Yeah, it's fine.
But no, I did like it. I actually played it first with you.
I got a video of me doing the cherry. If you want to just superimpose that. But no, it's, yeah, no, it has a learning curve, absolutely. I had a good time just kind of replaying it, and just trying to get like my power down, you know, not my power down. Just get my number strokes down.
Yeah.
And I just really like it's. We first played it together, and I didn't quite like get all the way they hitting things at certain angles. It just takes a lot of like experimentation. You gotta, you know, it's from experience really. You know, it's not that intuitive, but once you play it enough, you realize how the different parts work. Like there's trampolines, and
Nice.
the big thing about the dunk is if you hit it on a slope, it like, gets a massive speed boost.
Yeah.
And that's when you get like the fire effect, so you can use that to line up certain shots. Well, we'll not judge you for this hole, because this one's always a bugger. You can also like bounce it as well, like that.
Yeah.
So it's got some real depth to it. In fact, my biggest critique of this is I wish there was another course.
Right, yeah, it's just 18 holes and that's it. But they're very, very good. Like, there are a lot of really neat ideas in those 18 holes. And
They're very well designed, these levels.
Yeah. Except this one, which is kind of buggy, because it's like... Let's see if I can show it.
Oh, it's the wrong way.
Yeah, it tells you, it's like, oh, you're going the wrong way. It's just like, well, I have to go this way. But, yeah, no, this one's really, really good.
I really like it. I just replay it over and over. Yeah, you can do that.
Oops.
You can replay it over and over, just trying to get better. It's just got that depth to it that I enjoy so much.
And
so yeah, the power of the dunk is so good, and the levels are well designed. Once you're like, oh right, like most of the level, maybe not all of them, but like it is doable. The par.
Oh,
it's just a matter of like replaying it.
No, I did.
Just trying to come up with the optimal thing, you know.
Yeah, like I played it with you first, and then whenever I did the trophy for myself, I was like a lot better at it then. So there's like a groove that you have to get into, but once you get into it, it's not that hard. It's just you just have to get used to the physics, and then once you do, like the game becomes it just really falls into place, and it's just really.
Well,
satisfying.
I kept replaying it because I got the cherry, and I just kept replaying it just because I'm just like, oh, I can have one less stroke if I hit it this way, or if I do bounce it here, then just as simple as that, really, and it's just so fun.
Yeah.
Again, I just wish there was more than one course, but what can you do? Because this was the worst critique in the world. If worst negative is, I wish there was more of it.
Right.
So I'll tell you something: if you can hit it up that little ramp, it will fly up.
Either way,
a lot of friction on the ground as well, apart from that ice. But yeah, no, I don't know if it's... Where would you put this? It's very high for me.
I put it a high A, but...
I think the lack of holes is the biggest detriment.
Yeah, it's one of those...
It's really, really good. I don't know if it's like as special as the other ones in S. It might be the top of A for me, personally.
I think that's it. It's not special enough to be an S tier, but it is good enough for what it is. And it's a short little golf game that's fun to play, multiplayer. It's just, yeah, it's a good time. So... Mortal 2.
This is a good one.
I did actually try to beat this one. I've got an idea of how it works, but... Oh, man.
Do you want to let the intro rock?
At the very least, you could see this.
Yeah, yes.
Oh.
So, the sequel to Mortal, and it's like a genre shift. I mean, obviously, given UFO 50, you have to be a genre shift, otherwise it'd be a little redundant, but yeah.
Yeah. It is...
How would you describe this?
The mechanic of having a limited amount of characters to use and having them sacrifice themselves, like, returns, but in a way that instead of it being like a one linear, or like a bunch of linear levels, and having like the sort of a combo mechanic, and also every guy being the same, you've now got classes, and you have like a big open map with a bunch of stuff in it to find. And so your goal is to beat an entire game with 99 of these guys.
Do you want to show each class?
Sure. So the warrior, as you can see, is the kind of the closest to the main guys from the first game, where he can turn to stone.
The stone will also float as well, which is unlike the first game.
Yeah, yeah. Got a guy with a gun, and then when he sacks himself, he turns into a thing that just refills your ammo every time you touch it, like infinitely.
And that's for all classes with projectiles, so the ninja can restock here.
He's got this little shuriken, which is very light on ammo, but he's mostly a mobile guy. He can double jump.
Yeah.
And
he also, his theme is also one of the saddest pieces of music I've ever heard in my life. It's really depressing, but in like a good way. But it's anyway. I really like the music in this, but I don't know what I said this about Mortal 1. It's even more true here. All the themes sound so sad. I guess it's because they're giving their lives, but
yeah.
I really like the music, but it's so melancholy, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So the Scout's ability is one of the most important ones. It allows you to put a portal that you can just teleport to, and you only have one at a time, but whenever you're, like, trying to make progress in a certain area, you bring a Scout there and put a portal there, so that you can just teleport back there every time that you come back. The engineers...
I'm gonna show the, yeah. So you can show it there, that's a good place for it.
Yeah, it's fairly niche, but yeah, it creates this pipe that's 5 spaces down, and the game gives you plenty of places to use it. But, yeah, it's just sort of like, it's a Mario pipe. Go down, and then, hey. And then you fall into a pit and die. So, but, like, it's interesting because you're allowed to make mistakes like that, because you have 99 lives. Like, that's plenty to do this.
Oh, yeah, I think the cherries to do it with less than, I want to say 50?
Oh, God. That's crazy.
It's doable, though, if you really know what you're doing. I mean, obviously, so the nature of this game is, I'll just quickly mention the bomb. Oh, you can destroy the pipes. I didn't even know that.
Yep, there's actually a part where you have to do that. Yeah, there's a key that you can only get with a pipe, but then it blocks the way if you want to go through there again.
I did not know that.
Yeah, yeah. But
the bomber's probably the. Let's finish talking about the classes, I guess. The bomber's probably the least useful. I kind of feel like the bomber should have at least one more ability.
Yeah, because there's no, like, every character has a primary attack, but the bomber doesn't. The bomber does not do anything other than blow up. So...
Yeah, I always feel like they should do just one more thing, but whatever. We might have questioned the design.
Yeah, yeah. But
yeah, they literally just self-destruct.
Yeah, no, it's... And of course, I don't know.
And the key is like figuring out where to go and sort of make progress every time. Like the nature of this game is you're gonna just be kind of throwing characters out and just seeing what's out there, because you are absolutely not gonna win this in your first ever go.
No.
There's like it's impossible.
It is.
But then once you figure it out, it's a fun game to replay, because like every time you restart it, you know a little bit more. And you can play more optimally until you're good enough to reach the end.
Mm-hmm.
Just a really neat idea, and it's just a very fun spin on the concept of the very first game.
Also, enemies stay dead, so like whenever like killing stuff is actually like a big deal, because that means when you go through there again, you won't have to deal with enemies. So like yeah, like the gunner is like very important for that, because it's very easy to kill people with it. But I think the one really interesting trick that I figured out is making sure to put a ammo dump right outside this portal, so that anytime that you're ever, like, you can put a portal next to something that's like a big enemy. Oh, yeah. That's something I figured out for some of the bigger enemies, is just put a portal next to them, and then you could just kind of go back and forth with the gunner. And
that's really cool.
Constantly, yeah, like, and there's a lot of neat little tricks like that. It sort of gives you the ability to just play the game however you want, like to be risky with it, or to like sacrifice a lot of guys in order to get one thing. But if you make it worth it, then you know.
This is another game that I just feel like just this one alone justifies UFO 50. Like I'm fine with just this, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
not literally for the price, but you know what I mean. Like,
Right, yeah.
Like, so I keep forgetting like this is the same package as, like Party House and things like that. You know, like there's just so many neat games in here.
Yeah.
And I do feel all this is too simple to sell by itself. But I'm really happy. Yeah, God, I never thought of that. I just think that this is just a really cool concept for a game.
Absolutely, yeah. Is this another S contender? Because
honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
It's like I think you took to it a little more than I did, but I still really like it. Like it's very neat.
Yeah. If you're alright with that, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I think Mortal 1 is a little bit better. I think it's like an easier sell for most people.
Yeah.
But this is really cool. I'll put it behind Train Heist. But yeah, no, it's really good. I just like the tone of it as well. You know, I said that about Mooncat. Like it just this kind of messed up world.
Yeah. It is interesting. Like there's so many. Like they made an effort to make different feeling games, like thematically, like different tones.
Yeah. Probably why what the hell?
Okay, that does work. Interesting.
Well, this game's okay. This is fucked up. Fuck this game. And then as you progress, you'll find like little switches and things like that, and you're like, oh, that's your objective.
Which I do like. Yeah, like the idea is you have to find this switch, and then it only stays down whenever someone's on top of it. So of course you got to put that guy there. And that's, it's just a very smart game, very interesting. So
there's also a code for hard mode. When you beat it, they'll tell you it. And it just randomly removes 2 classes.
Yeah. Which, God, I can't even imagine. Yeah.
No. Uh-oh.
All right. So.
All right.
So the beat 'em up genre is, it's definitely we've had a few things to say about beat 'em up games in the past year or so.
Should I bring up the other tier list?
Yeah. But so, we have this big sprawling list of genres, and so of course we have beat 'em up in there, and so I think I was gonna do something where I was gonna talk about like, oh, it's so good, I love beat 'em ups, it's so good.
But I didn't go there.
Yeah, I don't. This game fucking sucks.
It's so bad.
This game sucks.
I think it's fun. I think it's fun to do that when it's a game we actually like with like Party House, but like, no, this is just sad.
It's
depressing.
I
really wish it was good.
God,
but it's just not.
It is so weird because. All those beat-ems that we've been playing recently, it's just like, oh, all these games from, like, the 90s who got the genre down a lot better. It's like, these guys looked at what Capcom did and were just like, no, we don't need to do any of that. Like...
This gets so much wrong.
And this is a beat-em up in 2024. It's like, how many beat-em-ups have I played recently that are from the modern era? There's, Street Rage 4, River City Girls, TMNT... It's like, and then you get this, and it's
because of the graphics, I keep wanting to compare it to like our tier list of like 90s games, but it's not.
No,
it's not. It's a modern game, and they should know better. And even compared to those ones, like this isn't very good. Oh god.
It's okay. So, what is about this is bad? The fact is, like, you can't grab people at all until you hit them, which kind of eliminates the point of the grab in a way.
Yeah, because then you just do a combo. I mean, it's like a technique you would do anyway. That's more of an advanced technique you do in something like Street Rage, like you stun them into a grab. But it shouldn't be the thing. You have like a lot of abilities, but most of them are pretty damn useless. The hitboxes are weird.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to like. Oh, there's a pickup there.
Right.
No, we didn't get the cherry this one, right? There's so much. The hitboxes are real weird. So yeah, you're right. So the hitboxes. So I actually did some research into this game because I really wanted to not like it. It's beyond liking. But I was like, am I missing something here?
Right.
And all that did was I read it. There's a pretty well written guide on Steam, explains a lot of the game, and all that did was just validate to me that no, this game is badly made. So the number one thing that really gets me is that the hitbox is higher vertically
The hitbox
than it is lower, and I didn't understand why. And then you pointed out to me it's because that's where his fist is. Like that's where the pixel is.
It's aligned to the sprite.
Oh my god. That's not how that should work.
So often in this game, I would get hit from enemies below me because I couldn't hit them because my hitbox is too high. And so, like, it was really hard to just do damage. And then there's the fact that there's all these enemies with projectiles in the first level with explosives. You recover after any action. There's, like, just a huge fucking delay before you
go
do
left.
anything. Oh, what?
I just want to show this off.
What the fuck?
Oh, do you not know?
No.
No, you go survival mode. So clearly this is an S tier game. We're seeing enemies we never saw.
Yeah.
This is a neat feature. I just wish it was in a better game.
Yeah.
It's just that, what really gets me, I do know this one was specifically made by Derek Yu, and I just feel like he probably saw some beat 'em ups, but isn't really like a fan of the genre, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this just feels fundamentally just wrong and bad.
Like
that hitbox thing, that's not like the illusion of this sort of like fake 3D, you know, with like the depth, you know, with the Z-axis. Like it shouldn't depend on your character's height. That's not how it works. That's terrible design. That's really bad. That shouldn't be a thing.
Also, just look at this dash attack, where like he attacks, and then there's just this huge delay before you could do anything again. It feels so awful to move in this game. There's, you know, you have the special attack, which I don't have enough health for now, but you do a little Tatsu, and it's supposed to be like, oh, your get off me move, your invincibility move, and it's not invincible, I think. Like,
I think it's invincible, but it has like no range.
Yeah, but
so
I've
it,
also
like, whiffs. Sometimes they've got more range than you do, so they punch you. You do your defensive special, it whiffs, and whoops, didn't get them off you, and they hit you again.
Well, there's also like the charging guys that'll just go through it.
Yeah. But a jumping kick? No, you've got priority there. And that's another thing I want to mention. Like, so the priority on all the moves is really messed up, and the damage values in general are just all over. So you have this like really cool looking charged special that you did earlier. Like the charged pile driver, whenever you're spinning pile driver.
Yeah.
Looks really cool, looks powerful. Kind of hard to execute with everything that's going on. It takes time. Does like no damage. I don't know what the exact damage values are, but it rarely kills. So like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Oh, and another thing as well, the AI is like way too good. Like, which is, you know, it's like a strange thing to say, but like you'll see them actively dodging out of the way. So if you throw an enemy into another enemy, you will very often see them like very quickly like shuffle out of the way, which is like, I guess is a sign of good programming, but it's also like, but why? Like, it's a beat 'em up supposed to be like a power trip. You don't want them too smart unless they're a boss. And they're zombies.
Yeah.
So why are there zombies? Like, so they're zombies, and they're suddenly aware enough to dodge your attacks and agile enough to dodge them.
There's also
like, what?
Everything OTGs. So like, not only can you do like weird OTG moves with your punches, but enemies will just like chain combo you, and you can't do shit about it. Like these explosives, if they touch you at all, you take damage, even if you're on the ground. So if you're like in a bad position like this, yeah, like there's nothing I can do about that.
No, it's too much random bullshit. Look at this chaos. Oh yeah, and we haven't even mentioned like the biggest thing is like no lives.
Yeah.
Like, no, you have infinite retries per level. So you think, well, that's not too bad, but the levels are so hard. Like, you need more than one life to get through some of these. Like, it's just crazy frustrating. No scoring system, no way to gain lives, because if you had to score, you know, you can get like extra lives. There's no real reward for beating enemies up, because you get like money, but they're just preset drops.
Yeah.
So there's no real encouragement to actually go out your way to get enemies. And there are some enemies that are kind of a little more like optional later on. It's just fucked. And it's annoying because, like, if say a positive, the theming, the presentation, it's pretty cool. It's like you've got like the mayor stuff, which is obviously invoking Final Fight, and then you've got like this zombie stuff, which is like Night Slashers or Mutation Nation. Especially, I keep mentioning like Mutation Nation because of the chick head girls. I think they're literally called chicks.
Oh.
It's so disappointing. And the funny thing is, I've seen like a few reviews of UFO 50, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's a great beat 'em up in here," and there's no footage beyond the first level. Like, it's just one of those things that if you just saw this, like, "Oh hey, that looks cool," but then you actually play it and you actually try and get far in it, and it's just, I got to like level 3, I should say, and it's just, I just gave up.
Yeah,
There's like a part in level 3 what we both did where you get chased. It's a bit like the bulldozer in Street Fighter 3, where you get chased by I don't even know what it is, some grinder thing.
Yeah.
And then they just pile zombies on the screen, and it's supposed to be like exciting, but it's just annoying. it's just too chaotic.
This is a game where like having a hard beat 'em up should not be like a turnoff for us. Like that should be a thing that we would be excited to like get good at and then beat. But it is just fundamentally bad.
I would forgive a lot of its flaws, like its wonky hitboxes and shit, if only it had lives, if only it had a few more health pickups.
Yeah.
Because like, it's UFO 50, right? There's 50 games. I don't expect everything to be ultra polished. Like, I would forgive the jank.
Nah.
But why are there no lives?
It's where the whole like difficulty of UFO 50 games in general really starts to become a problem whenever the game is not well made. Like when it has actual like flaws in its design, it just becomes like it's just annoying.
It could be good, but it's just, I just feel like they just didn't get it.
Yeah.
And this is like I keep forgetting, this is a modern game. Like, it should be comparing this to Street Fighter 4, not Double Dragon 1.
So when you beat a level, you don't get a health refill. You have to use some of the money you found to get a health refill. And I didn't get enough money to actually buy any upgrades. And
but you don't. Yeah.
If I die in the next level, then I'm gonna lose all my money. So it's not like I could save it to buy an upgrade later.
Like, this is like, oh, it's like River City Ransom. No, it's not, because like River City Ransom, even like that Scott Pilgrim game, they had like proper shops and things. It wasn't just some throwaway thing like, oh, well, you can get an extra stat. I don't even know what the stats do. Like, I can't even feel the difference.
Not really. No, it is a fucking mess.
It's disappointing as the worst crime.
Yeah. I think this is the reason we had to consider doing a Baby Mad tier, is because this is the one game that just felt.
Gotta reinstate that.
Nah, just put it bottom of D. Like,
the presentation.
Yeah.
Is kind of neat. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it should be better.
It is not devoid of merit, but it is very easily the worst game in this collection.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, got that out the way.
Now we go to Overbold. This one is more you than me.
Sure. I like the alpha games, apparently. Yeah, sequel to that game. I don't have a ton to say. I think I've just been a little luckier with it. So this is like a overhead shooter with like a risk-reward gambling mechanic. In that, so this is always like preset. You always get 100 for this. So between the rounds, you can choose to increase the number of enemies, which will give you a bigger reward. And then you can, and then if you manage to get through that, you can buy yourself more things. So it's I really like this dynamic because there is a preset boss. I forget which level it is exactly, but you kind of have to make yourself. Basically, takes a little bit to make your character more powerful. So, and if you try, if you get to the final boss, unless you're some sort of god, you're not going to be able to beat the final boss if you haven't made mistakes at least a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a fun dynamic. I suppose my one critique is that I think having one hit point it's not literally one hit point, but it's like one hit you can take.
Yeah.
I think having that at the start is it kind of kills a lot of the momentum, because you might start a game, die in you generally won't die in that very first level because literally 2 enemies, but the fact that you're so fragile. I won this game when I realized that really, as fun as some of those other abilities seem, you need to invest in defense. Like they're the most boring options, but they're the ones that are gonna get you a winning run.
It's very weird because one of the upgrades is just that it starts spawning health kits, and it's like that's how you get more than 1 hit point, is by picking up these randomly spawning health kits.
Well, not necessarily. You can increase your overall health. You can increase your starting health, but you kind of. But the funny thing about that is you've got to survive for like 30 seconds to get the first health kit. So you kind of need 1 health. So yeah, the top left there.
Oh yeah.
You can get your health up. You can get your health upgrade, but you kind of need. Again, unless you're very good or lucky, you kind of need 1 health upgrade to even get to the first med kit thing. But then once you do get that, it does start snowballing, and then you're fine for health. Like there's another one. I've got a video of me getting the clear for, and you'll see this. Once I got like confident enough, once I got like enough defensive things, they were dropping faster than I needed to pick them up. So it is possible, but yeah, it's a little skewed. You can get these bombs as well, which you can upgrade. I think this has some balancing problems. I do think it's a very cool idea.
Yeah, like
I think you need more. I think you need more health at the start.
Yeah. I also think it's weird that the like packs of enemies are just as threatening as these lava pools in terms of like. Whenever you like raise the prize, you don't even know what you're gonna get. If you get one that's like a lava pool, it's like that's barely anything. Like that's whatever. But then if you get a lot of like these whales, then you're swarmed with these enemies. There's all over the screen, and
I hate the plans because I always forget about them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I will say one bit of design I do like is that you have the sail and hike mechanic, where one thing will go on sail and one price will be hiked. And the reason I like that is because you can't just do the same build every single time.
Yeah.
You know, that you might think, oh, well, I'll buy this every single time, and suddenly it's hyped, and that kind of messes with that. So I appreciate them putting that in.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the design so much as I just find this game too hard to be enjoyable. Like,
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's... Yeah, it's neat. It's a very simple game. Like, there's 6 or so enemy types, and it just...
I will say with it being too difficult, at least it's short as well. Like,
it is, yeah. I've reached the final boss before, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree it's a little too difficult. I still think it's neat. I guess I'm trying to think where I would put it. I mean, I would go with A, but you might want to bring me in a bit. Is that a B?
That's a B, I think.
Because I like it. I think I like the concept. I think it's the concept. I like the gambling mechanic more so than. But it definitely has some balancing issues. Like it's.
Yeah. I put it in B.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna. Well, funnily enough, I think that's gonna go right next to the other alpha game, and I'm gonna put it above it just because I. The vertical roguelike is fun. I think I'll give that the edge though, just because it's a bit more unique, a bit more creative with its premise.
For sure.
But yeah, that's fine.
This one, Campanella 2. I just want to point out that I have a heart next to this one. It's one of my favorites. I have not beaten it because it is fucking hard.
Right.
So...
Do you want to explain it? Because I feel like I don't know what's going on.
It might not be, like, obvious at first, but it's pretty easy to pick up once you play it a little bit. You've got this sort of, like, out-of-ship mode, which is just kind of unoptimal, but, like, there are certain times you want to use it. But you're mostly just sticking to this ship, and you're flying around collecting stars. Get 10 stars, the door opens up to the next area.
I did not know that.
And there's also these doors along the way that have various other things where you're in this sort of platformer segment.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and there's various things, like, sometimes they're shops, sometimes they're challenges. This is one of the more interesting ones. And those are just sort of things that you do along the way. Once you get 10 stars, all the doors close, so you have to do that before.
Did it tell you where to go? I've actually got to the second level. I can't remember how or when or what.
Once you get the 10 stars, there's a little arrow pointing you. Also, you'll see the star platform that shows you where the door will spawn. And then you do one of these segments, and then there's a second version of the first level. Like, yeah, there's an Act 2, essentially, where you do that again. And then there are, like, 4 or 5 levels that you go through. And, I don't know. I really like this game conceptually. I have a lot of fun playing it. I have not beaten it because it's fucking hard. One of the things is, like, you have a health value which is shared between the ship and you, and you have to find items to refill it. There's no way to refill it otherwise. So
sorry to interrupt, but this track reminds me so much of like the Matt Furnace Alien 3 soundtrack.
Oh,
that's a very, very particular thing. Sorry.
Yeah. So you've got a health, and you've also got fuel. Your ship has fuel to it. If it runs out of fuel while you're flying it, you die. It's just game over. So, the main thing that makes this hard is, again, there's no lives. Once you die, the run ends, and you have to start over. Everything's randomly generated. So, and picking the stars up gives you a little fuel, but you have to manage your fuel. If you take any damage in this mode, you die instantly. I might as well show this off as well. Let's see, well, not there. But yeah, you also...
You seem to while surviving.
Yeah, 2 tiles of fall will instantly kill you as well. It's just a game that has a lot of different ways to kill you, and if you die, the run's over. That's it. Because you take damage if you bump into a wall, like, Campanella. There's just a bunch of enemies. It gets a lot harder later on. The map also becomes much bigger, and then getting all the stars within the amount of time you have with your fuel becomes a lot more difficult. I remember when I finally got to the final stage, or what I think is the final stage, the one time that I did it, I just couldn't find any stars, and I ended up running out of fuel and just dying. And so but like, it's a lot of, I don't know how to describe it. I think it's really neat. I have a lot of fun playing it, but it is absurdly hard.
I need to give it another go. I mean, I didn't even know what the objective was, so
there's also
that doesn't help.
These upgrades here where it's like, I actually don't know what this one does. That's just money. That's increased max health. I don't know what that is. Is it increased max money? I don't know if there is a max money. I have no idea, because nothing is explained. It's just all icons. There's some things I've gotten that
I had a hard time.
There's some things I've gotten I genuinely don't know what they do. This thing, I didn't realize that thing stops the timer whenever you get all the stars. There's just a million things, and there's a lot of stuff attacking you. But
I've heard that this game is the most similar to Spelunky.
Right, yeah. I haven't
actually... If there's ever a Spelunky equivalent, it's...
Sure. But... yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one, because I actually really like it, but again, it's one of my most played games, and I have not beaten it yet. And so it's not for lack of trying. It is just a ball buster. And because everything's randomly generated, it's not like you could just, know what to do. You have to get, like, lucky, essentially. You have to get a good run. Like, you get various power-ups that stick with you with your run, and if you don't get the right ones, then you're just kind of screwed. So, yeah.
Well, this is kind of on you. I think it seems neat. I can't really say much more than that.
This one wouldn't be...
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think...
But at the top, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you die like that is...
Yeah. It is so easy to just die and just lose a run. It's...
Yeah.
That's Campanella 2. Hyper Contender.
I like this one.
This one is the closest you're getting to a fighting game in this, and it is very much not that. It is a platform. It's like not even a platform fighter. It's the way I would describe it is it's sort of like if Castlevania had a versus mode. And
Castlevania Judgment.
yes. But no, it's what makes this one stand out is that all these characters have very unique sort of like attack methods and movement. So like you've got a guy that just flies around, a guy who reverses gravity. This guy has to use a hook shot to move around. This guy has to use mines to like rocket jump his way around.
Yeah.
And
it's like, there's only one character that just jumps normally. It's some interesting systems as well, because there's like a block, and then there's like, if you can block, you can then like counter it.
Yeah, you got like
there's like real mechanics here.
Something of a DP that like I think most characters have. And the goal is just like these rings slowly appear, and once you get 5 of them, you win. And every attack doesn't actually you don't do like health damage; it just knocks a ring out of somebody.
Oh, here's the fun part: there is a terminal code to put in just a conventional health system.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, I haven't tried it, but yeah, it does exist.
That's cool.
There's actually quite a lot of options, even outside the terminal. There's actually just in the option menu alone. There's quite a few variables you can mess with.
Oh yeah.
Actually, let's have a look.
I haven't messed with it too much. I did play the draft mode, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, what's that? I haven't actually seen that.
I'll just show it to you. Yeah, you just changed.
I will say, like any fighting game, yeah, you can change a lot of things. Most of the games at UFO 50 do not have option menus this elaborate.
Yeah. It is interesting that some do, but most don't. But draft mode is just like it gives you a set of characters to pick from. You'll pick 3, you draft them. And then you would get just a bunch of random matches, and you have to do the first to 5. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's just like KOF mode.
Something like that, yeah.
I didn't even touch it. I just thought it was just like single fight mode, like arcade mode and single fight.
No.
CPU open. Right, well, obviously I have to try each option.
Yeah. No, this one, and so like it'll just give you a bunch of random matches based on like with the 3 characters you have, and you just get a first to 5 mode. So no, yeah, it's just a neat game. It's one of those things. Another one that's like it's better with 2-player because the CPU can be pretty nasty, but. I mean, I cherried it. I honestly didn't have that much trouble with it. It's fun. I really like this one.
Yeah, this is another one I'd like to see played at like a side tournament. Something silly like that.
Put it on mystery.
It definitely has depth to it because you got like the counter. It's well thought out because it's like a big window if you whip it.
Yeah. Every character feels a little different. Like this guy's attack is a dive kick.
Right. Yeah.
This lady, but yeah,
the fact that they all have like completely different movement options, that's really neat.
Yeah. Oh, it's yeah, really good.
Where would you put it then?
I put this one A. Really like it.
Right, so I was gonna say So is it better or worse than Bushido Ball? I personally would give the edge to Bushido Ball. I think it's just a little more focused, but
same. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think, Bushido Ball is, how do I put it? It's a little more globally appealing.
Yeah, it's got a bit more focus.
Yeah. But no, Hybrid Chicken, it's really good.
I think you have to compare those two, though, because they are definitely very similar.
For sure. But they are different enough to where, like, both, they exist, simultaneously, and it's really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I forgot the name of this one already. Valbrace.
A lot of these names I just cannot remember. It's like Velgress, Valbrace,
Vainger, Vainger, whatever. So this one is weird. I kind of felt like I should have given it more time and I didn't, but I like it. You got the retro style like dungeon crawler as like your main mode of movement, and then I'm just doing bad, I guess. And then you've got this sort of, I wouldn't say punch out, but it's...
I would have said it if you didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, this sort of third-person sort of brawling mode that is neat.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. You got like a lot of different variety of enemies that have different ways to be tackled. That you have a block that, you know, it's safe, but you can only do it so many times for your shield breaks for that fight. So it also uses up some of your stamina, I think, and your stamina is used for swings. So you have to, you know, manage your resources. But
this is one I think is really neat, and I have spent time with it, but I haven't gotten very far in it for whatever reason. I tend to just, I think it's really cool, but I tend to just get a bit lost, and then I'll just die to something.
yeah.
I don't know what my total time in it is. I have spent a decent amount of time with it.
So it's not randomly generated, so...
No.
You can, like, learn the maps, and there are spells that you can cast. And I don't even know what that does, to be honest with you. I don't know.
This is one of the games I saw and I wanted to, like, buy UFO 50 because of it.
Yeah.
I just thought it looked cool.
Yeah. I looked at this and I was like, this is really neat. I want to really play through this. And then I played it a little bit, and I just kind of went like, yep, I played enough. It's...
Pretty much.
It's neat, and I like it, but I don't know, it didn't hold my attention.
Same. I think we're coming from this from the same... I think we've got the same opinion here.
It's another game
I
where,
really
like...
want to like it, but I'm just... There's no... I can't give you a specific reason why I haven't stuck with it.
It's tough. Like, not like impossible, not like frustratingly hard, but like, if you die, you go back to the beginning of a level, and these levels get pretty big, it seems. Long. Yeah. And it's got a lot of like retro mechanics, like you have a certain amount of inventory. Like I've got an inventory full of stuff. I don't know if I should just throw stuff away that I'm not using.
Oh, I'll say this again as well. Really like a third button for that menu and stuff.
Yeah. So, all right, that's the other one. So you've got like this is your way of being able to like, oh, let me look at the map a little closer. Oh, I've got this. I can see a few more tiles in it, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to quantify because I think it's neat, but
I don't want to put it in not qualified.
No,
because I have given it enough of a shake.
Yeah,
but
I put this one.
Is this as far as you've made it, by the way? Because this is your save.
Yeah.
Right, well, this is the same because I haven't gotten past this level either.
This is the second level or the third?
It says floor 2.
Okay, yeah.
It's like a...
Yeah. And also, there's like there's a bunch of different weapons I have, and I don't know what the difference is. Like, there very clearly is differences. I don't know if one's stronger. I don't, like, some of them use more stamina. I don't know if it's worth it. It's just a lot of...
It's another RPG they've made.
Yeah, and, like, that's the point, is that it's supposed to be like that, but... I don't know if it's... If I could stick with
Can I just say, can you go back to that switch?
Yeah, sure.
I hate this effect, right? You turn around and it's always facing you. I get that it's in your tile. I get why it does that, but for the longest time I thought it was a bug. It just looks wrong.
Yeah, it's... I don't know, yeah, But, like...
For whatever reason, it just hasn't clicked. Yeah.
It's better than, like, Onion Delivery.
Nah, it's not C.
Yeah. Oh, right, I see. Yeah.
Bottom of...
Yeah.
Somewhere in B. I mean, it might be arranged these later on, but...
Yeah, because...
I say it's a B, because it seems neat. I mean, a lot of these... I mean, like, Caramel seems neat, and we didn't get too far on it, and that made it to B.
Oh god, there's so many of these games. Rakshasa? This game... It's another game that I played a fair bit. I really want to like it. Uh, I I can't get very far in it. It's hard.
No, same. It's too hard for me. It's like the best comparison, like Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, yeah.
I like the
It's
theming of it, like the sort of. I'm trying not to say particular culture because it might be wrong, so I'm just gonna shut up.
sure, sure. It's very cultured,
but I like the tip. Yes.
but
I
no,
don't want to say specific country because if I'm wrong, I'll sound like an idiot. But you know, it's yeah. But I really like the setting.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
It so you, you can look at it, you see exactly what it is. Like it's kind of Contra-esque in a weird way.
it's an arcade game, really.
Yeah, it's an arcade game. The one really kind of neat thing about it is your deaths. You actually saw that at the beginning, which is funny because that's from the story. Like you die at the beginning, and the whole mechanic is that when you die, you can resurrect by collecting these like symbols.
I'm sure it'll come up soon enough because this game is very hard.
Yeah, yeah, and when you do, you could just cheat death. But like the more times you die, the more like stuff you have to collect, and there's more stuff that like you have to more obstacles that can kill you if they touch you.
This is a very difficult game.
It is, yeah. Part of what makes this difficult is the controls are very stiff. Like this is surprisingly like awkward to control, I would say. Like it again, like Ghosts and Ghouls, it has that thing. Like Arthur is kind of weird to control, but I mean, he has a
I mean,
double jump.
it's
One.
by design, yeah,
Yeah.
but that doesn't make it any less true.
It's awkward. The thing that frustrates me the most is that this attack, enemies can be too close to you. They will.
Oh god.
It will actually. I've actually died several times because an enemy was too close and I just shot behind them, and that's
Right, yeah.
really frustrating.
I'm pretty sure in Ghouls and Ghosts or whatever, Arthur's like spear will spawn kind of like on him, you know, so you don't have that problem.
Yeah, yeah. So that's annoying.
Oh, and you can't shoot directly up, which I find annoying.
Yeah, that's a little.
I get
annoying.
it's a part of the design, but I feel like I feel like I wouldn't have that complete if you couldn't shoot diagonally up. Like if you could just shoot forwards, I'd just be like, okay, that's the game. The fact you can shoot diagonally but not straight up, that I just find that annoying. Eggs, as you do in this.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, and then there's these power-ups that you hold on to, and if you lose them if you die. And this hive is like insanely annoying depending on which weapon you have.
Right. Yeah. You also have a charge shot as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that little buddy will do that, where it just spawn a bunch of items down there, and I don't know fucking why. It's so weird.
I feel like this will be like some people's favorite game, but I just find it too difficult.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not badly made or anything, but it's just this one. I feel like the difficulty in this one is a bit more warranted. If it is supposed to be invoking ghouls and ghosts, like I feel like that's.
Yeah.
You know what? That's. You know, it's not a cute. I feel like that's weird for like the cutesy game. What the hell?
I don't know. I picked up a coin that makes that happen.
Thundercloud.
Yeah, but it's an enemy. I don't.
Bad Thundercloud.
It's.
I don't know.
But yeah, I just really.
Oh yeah, this mini game.
Yeah.
It's a very specific reference coming up. It reminds me of the Dream mini game in Total Distortion. Anyone will ever get that?
I know what that is. I don't remember the minute.
There's a mini game you have to like really junk when you have to dodge, like floating skulls. It reminds me of that.
But yeah, it's and I really like the idea that like you could just cheat death as many times as you can get away with doing that little mini game, and the fact that like the story starts with you dying, so like you actually have one death at the beginning of the game no matter what, because
and it shows you the mechanic as well.
Yeah, which is it's a brilliant piece of design and it's cute, but
you technically have infinite lives.
Yeah.
I mean, there must be like some sort of cap where it's like literally impossible. Like if you like do tool assisted button, you just can't.
Yeah, but again, this is just a game that like I kind of want to like more, but it is too difficult to the point that I can't enjoy it. So
yeah, that's what
And like I mentioned, there are actual things that are wrong with the design, or at the very least are just frustrating. So
Yeah, they're shooting too close. Not being
yeah,
able to shoot up is just more annoying than challenging.
yeah, that's just bad. Like I'm sorry, that's just not a good thing. So uh,
I don't tease us with a diagonal shot if you can't just go vertically.
but so it's
Where do we put this then? I like the theming as well. The
uh,
setting's cool. Like tonally, it's another one where it has a different vibe from anything else in here.
yeah, I appreciate it. I think I'd put it next to Valbrace, honestly. It's not a bad game per se, but it's
It's
similar in that
slightly lower than extra.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like Valbrace is a bit more interesting.
But right next to Caramel is I think yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Okay, so this
but
is the game you
this is a Metroidvania
yeah, this is the
where you
Metro.
reverse gravity. Fuck's sake.
So when I played this UFO 50, I actually played it in random order, where most people do it chronologically. I don't know. I just figured just do something different. This is the first game I played, and boy howdy,
So
what
that's
what
your Barbuta. Oh well. Oh, that's an impression.
yeah. So I mean, this is Caramel 2. It's another shooter. It's vertical instead of horizontal, and it's just insanely difficult. And I don't know what to say about it other than that. I've gotten to level 3.
I'm bad at horizontal shooters. I'm even worse at vertical ones. This is interesting because this is a vertical shooter, but it's in a widescreen aspect ratio. When a lot of
Yeah,
those games are like portrait.
yeah,
If there's two genres I know for like where you want a portrait screen like a phone, it's vertical shooters and pinball. So it's kind of weird that you've got all this real estate on the side.
God, we were just
You know what I mean?
yeah. I'm just talking the fact that we are in like a real like slump of just games that are too hard for us. Like this is exactly what it looks like.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. I'm not qualified for this. I really couldn't. I can make it even. I mean, so caramel. Like I can. Like I don't know. Like I feel like I can talk about that. This I can't even. You gotta pick up these power-ups in a specific order. I watched this guide, right? It's how to cherry this game, right? And it was like, you have to like pick up the. It was like, oh, you need to maximize your score, so you need to always pick up the power-ups in a certain order. I'm like, I cannot be fucking doing a fucking spelling bee while dodging all these projectiles. Like Jesus Christ, I cannot pay that much attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of similar to what you've got to do in Elfazar's hat. But this is, I can't even dodge the bullets, yet alone like concentrate on those damn letters. The spell egg. I can't do that. If you're a fan of the genre, you probably can do that just fine, but I can't. So I feel like, although I ranked Caramel, I think this is like, I can't rank this.
I think
I am not qualified for this.
Caramel is that's hard to say really fast.
Unless I just say it's too hard, but
No. I think Caramel is a game that we both thought like, okay, we can do this. Whereas I think both of us kind of just looked at this and went like, yeah, this is not my thing. And Caramel has this thing like the no lives thing where it has a live system but it starts you with 0, and it's just like weird shit like that. Whereas this feels very like standard. Like this is, I think.
well, I can tell, yeah.
Yeah, this one doesn't feel like it's very innovative. So like.
You got like 3 characters. That's kind of neat, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm gonna say unqualified review, but I didn't make it. Well, put it this way, I didn't get far enough to review it. Caramel, I feel like it's just on the threshold of me being able to review it. That I couldn't even make it that far, so.
I want to say, well,
it's up to you, though.
That's fine. You know, that's fine. I will say this at least. I don't think this game is original enough to warrant me caring that much about it. It feels very derivative. It's like the one game here that I just kind of looked at and just went like, oh, this is just one of those.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there.
So I would rate it low regardless, but
I can put it in C if you want. I find it too. Maybe I should just put it in C. Like, I can find it difficult to the point of not being enjoyable.
Yeah, go ahead. And it's like I'm sure there are people who are into that genre who will get more enjoyment out of it than we did.
Oh, for sure.
And so, like, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a bad game, but for our purposes, it's pretty low because it is just a very difficult shmup that is.
Sprite isn't particularly interesting either.
Yeah, it didn't have a pull, so there is that. Now I have to talk about Grimstone. Oh my god. So they made a Wild West JRPG that's very Final Fantasy. But the combat has what I can best describe easily as Dead by Daylight skill checks as your attacks. And
I was also going to bring those up in another review of ours. But yeah, carry on.
So, you didn't play this?
I played it a little bit.
Yeah.
I started like grinding outside, and at that point I was just like, I don't really want to be like trying, you know.
Yeah.
I've got better things to do.
Shoutouts to Maria from Rail Heist.
Oh yeah.
I managed to
had the best theme in that game.
Yeah. So you were start in a. It's very interesting. You start in a burning tavern with a bunch of unconscious people, and you're an angel who has to choose which of them to save, and that's who your party is. And so you're given a very brief description of what these characters are, and you have to choose based on that. And so you've got a weird sort of like party selection method, which is just so you end up with characters you're not even sure what they're really doing.
That's like thematically cool,
yeah,
but it's not helpful.
Yeah, like this character is a doctor named Doc, and I was like, okay, he's the healer, and he kind of is in that his gimmick is that heal items are more effective.
There's a lot of bandages.
Yeah, his heal items are more effective on him. He actually has no healing spells. As far as I could tell, as far as I've gotten. So, like, I played this game 8 hours. I would say 2 or 3 of them were actually making progress in the game. The rest of them were spent grinding in the first area because trying to get basic equipment for my characters so that they don't die instantly took so much fucking grinding.
Yeah, that's when I stopped.
It is insane. Like, you start with nothing, and basic stuff takes like several fights to afford one thing, and then you also have to afford sleeping at the inn, and also reviving your characters if they die. One of my characters is actually like under-leveled because she was dead for so long because I couldn't afford to revive her. And it's so weird. So, like, yeah, like, he has that thing where his gimmick is he makes heal items better. She doesn't learn spells until you talk to random NPCs on the overworld. And I ended up kind of accidentally getting a second healer because I had no idea what I was expecting. I don't even... I don't know. It is a Final Fantasy-ish RPG where it is hard. Like, just like everything else, it is unforgiving in that you have to spend so much time like grinding to get your money to actually be able to get characters anything. And then once you finally start doing that, you have to delve into these dungeons with the even harder enemies who... And one thing that
why did that miss? Because you hit the check. Right?
Oh, yes. So that's a thing. You see there's the yellow part and the red part. The red part is the crit. And
yeah, I imagine so, yeah.
That guarantees a hit. If you miss this check, you miss. If you get the yellow, you still have a chance to miss.
That's bullshit. I didn't know that.
One of the most insane things about this is the fact that, like, you can... So, like, this character, the top one, Pearl, has a shotgun, which has no critical zone, but it also has like splash damage, which is interesting. But it also can just miss to the point where it does no damage. And it's like...
That's annoying, because like that looks like a really cool concept, but like
Yeah.
the different weapons and stuff, like all having the different bar, that's really cool, but yeah, no, there shouldn't be a miss if you... I mean, isn't that this, you know, the price of going for the red is that you're just gonna miss it outright?
Yeah.
Which you would, but...
So, like, you can't mindlessly grind because you have to constantly make these skill checks, but... It's...
Yeah, you've got to be, like, really, like, concentrating to do those. You can't just kind of mash the button to get through them.
Yeah. And I don't know, man.
Is this just another... Is this another, like, fist hell? Just kind of like, I want to like this, but man, it is just not good.
Yeah, honestly. Like... It's... I feel like once you get going, it's not, like, bad, but it's just not interesting enough to warrant the amount of fucking pain that it took to get to this point.
You know, UFO 50 modding is a thing. I would love like some sort of community fan patch just to fix the issues in this and Fist Hell and some of the other games, just to make them just a wee bit more like digestible. Because I saw this, I was like, that's a cool... I said this before about Divers, like, I'm not doing a full-fledged RPG, especially one that is apparently this grindy.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
I actually got excited for the concept. I was like, a Wild West JRPG, that sounds like it could be really fun. And it's like, it's a full campaign, so they put some effort into it. And I spent so long just outside the first town, fighting, going back, healing, fighting. The one interesting thing they do is they have a bank where you deposit your teeth, that's your resource, and it has interest, so you actually can just dump money in there, go fight a bunch, and then come back and there's more money than you left with, so that's fun. It's, of course, you know, a very simple RPG, so figuring out what you're supposed to do can be kind of annoying sometimes. And it's... If you get caught out, and, like, if a character dies, you have to spend so much money, and you have to go back to, like, revive them. You have to go back to a town. You can't, like, I found a revive item once, but you can't buy it anywhere, so you have to be...
Man, the shotgun scatter is such a cool idea. It's like, things like that, it just bums me out that this isn't good.
Yeah. And I like the idea of there being multiple checks as well. Like, I've seen in the demo, there were, like, 4 or 5 skill checks at once, so you get, like, a barrage of attacks. And, like, that's neat, but, you know, Paper Mario, whenever you had, like, action commands, if you missed them, you did some damage. It was just you didn't get the max damage. You also didn't have a chance to miss the attack, even whenever you did it correctly. Like...
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Yeah.
And there was such potential here.
Where are we ranking this? Where are you ranking this, really? Because
put it above Fist Hell. I dislike Fist Hell more. I feel like
Fist Hell has less excuse for being fucked up, though.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's a simpler concept.
I feel like I'm being a little unfair, but just the sheer volume of time I put into that game, only to still, like, find myself just not being able to proceed because there's just so much shit it throws at you. Because it is hard. It is definitely hard. You have to stock up on inventory and just burn through your healing items because you do not have... It doesn't pull its punches. And
I'm also more forgiving towards games that are shorter.
Yeah, for sure. So...
well...
Lords of Diskonia, yeah.
This is a funny game. This is a strange one.
Yeah. Huh. So... Oh, wow. This one I imagine will be really good multiplayer. We haven't actually tried this one yet, but I would like to.
No, we haven't. Yeah, sure.
So you got this little board game thing where you go, like, you take turn moving one space, and then you build up your army at these shops. Bard, I haven't seen that yet. Slime, okay.
Oh, slime are like tiny ones, yeah.
Interesting. So you kind of, yeah, you stock up on your guys, and then eventually these two discs will meet and engage in a battle. Oh God.
Have you played this much?
Not too much. I did the first couple of campaign missions.
Oh, because I've seen these things, so
Okay.
it's just your reaction.
Yeah,
Yeah, this bit's quite cool. You can move 2 spaces, and you got to make your you could decide where you want to visit to stock up before you. But then you also maybe want to like intercept the enemy before they get their resources up as well. You know, it's a fine balance.
yeah.
Hopefully we instigate a fight.
Here we go. So this is where it really starts. It is a.
It's shuffleboard.
Yeah, it's.
I've never seen a dragon before.
Yeah, that's something. And so it's
odd, dude.
I don't know. I can't pick them yet. But so yeah, you've got this. You just like. Oh yeah, he moves. Jesus, he moves.
You're dancing with it. Yeah, I'm scoring. You're gonna lose your piece on the water then. Not that we're playing a completion, but
Yeah.
like that.
Oops, dummy. So it's a RPG-ish like disc like.
I'd say it's more strategy than
sure,
RPG.
Yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. They just like this is kind of what it is. Like, okay. I don't know how this works.
So is this like a lot like this is not my strategy is not my genre, but like a lot of games. So what does that do? Does that heal someone or?
Oh,
That's what it does.
Huh.
Or was that buff? Neat. So yeah, like a lot of games like this. Like I was actually trying Total War yesterday. You have like the grand strategy bit where it's like turn-based, where you get your resources and stuff, and then you have the actual battles. Although, rather than a RTS thing, this is shuffleboard, which sounds kind of goofy, but I actually think this is pretty good. I mean, I can't that critically review how well balanced it is, how deep it is, but it seems to work more than it doesn't. It seems pretty fun.
Yeah.
It's very unique.
This one is. Yeah, I haven't put that much time into it, even though I do think it is really neat. It seems like it has a lot to offer too, so I would like to actually play it some more.
Yeah, and it's like it comes down to this shuffleboard, like it's like power-based things, like your golf games. Wow, that was a big loss.
Yeah. Oopsie.
That was yeah. It's like your power meter. So if you like Pingolf, you might like this.
Yeah, it was
a lot of strategy involved. Yeah, I just think it's neat. Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of like a golf game, just like by the way it controls, like kind of a putting thing. But yeah, no, it's. I don't know what to add to it other than just like it's just a game that you kind of have to dig into, but like it is just a neat little thing. It's.
Yeah, what is this? Like a solid, and it's got a multiplayer mode as well. That always helps.
Of course, yeah.
What is this like a? This is a good like high B. I can't quite say it's A.
Yeah. I think it's a high B. Absolutely.
Because I don't know how balanced like these parts are, but they are quite fun. And they might get a little repetitive over an entire campaign. Oh, by the waterproof, I forgot. Yeah, like what high B?
Yeah, absolutely.
Top of B.
Yeah.
It does get a bit. I did play this a fair bit. I did try the campaign, and it did kind of does get a little bit repetitive, but
sure. It's definitely like a mini game sort of thing. You just play it like a couple of times with your friends.
I didn't mention you also get resources in this bit as well. So if you hit that gold thing, you'll get gold. So you can get resources in mid-battle as well.
And there's like combo stuff. Like if you bounce off of different people, they'll do their damage to them. I think if you knock an enemy into another enemy, it carries that damage over. Stuff like that. Like there's a lot of neat stuff going on here.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
And then there's like a sort of like sudden death where a fog of war starts like caving in on you. If you end your turn in the fog, you just die. So yeah, it's
That's it then. Yeah.
yeah. Nightmare. That's a lot of my favorite games are actually at the bottom of the list here.
You like the modern games? You hate bad graphics.
Oh god.
I would say this is the single most, at least aesthetically, different game out of everything here.
Yes.
It's the only one I feel is like would be aimed at a more mature audience. I'm gonna say adults necessarily, but
yeah. Yeah, sure.
Hello, my your save game.
I'm gonna lose my save.
Oh, this fucking Resident Evil bit. That's cute.
Yeah. So this is, I guess, an adventure game. It's one of these sort of.
Sure. It's a point and click.
Well, yeah, point and click. It's it has some unique elements to it, but it is kind of what you would expect.
I would describe this as a mashup between your sort of Mac Venture games like Deja Vu, Shadowgate, and Uninvited, mainly because of its like kind of NES, which is a port. But anyway, it's in first person, like you're not moving Guybrush or whoever around.
Yeah.
And but it's that, and it's also Clock Tower. I don't know a ton about Clock Tower, but my general idea is that you're pursued by a killer. So it's the Clock Tower thing is definitely deliberate, because that opening shot in the car is like pulled almost straight from it.
Oh right.
So, but yeah, this is a good point and click adventure game. Cool vibes, nice music. Again, I'm reminded that all this music by the same composer. He's definitely diverse. Because this doesn't sound like Campanella, you know?
Yeah. It is.
This music for like the inspect bit.
Yeah.
So good. It's so appropriate. Like it sounds so much like. And you're basically, I mean, okay, so the issue here is, right, we don't really care too much about spoilers. I mean, I imagine a lot of people watching this have already played UFO 50.
Sure, yeah.
But this game is, like, pretty much all story, so I don't want to, like, talk about the actual plot too much.
Yeah, I liked the plot. I thought it was
It's neat. Yeah, it's simple enough to be digestible, but not, not overly complicated. It's not, like, too hard to put the pieces together.
Yeah.
About what happened.
I guess, let me try to get to the more interesting thing about this game is the,
I will say the perspective of when you enter each room really confused me.
Yeah. It just sort of is, like, a piece of the genre.
They try and help you by having those little... Hello.
Hi.
Oh.
And so
it makes your cursor shake. You need to leave.
Yeah.
You need to get to somewhere to hide, which are like certain rooms. I forget which ones are down here. I know the kid's bedroom, but...
Oh yeah, that's confusing. Like, this room is on the right there, but
Or you can just lose them. Oh, right, here we go.
Yeah.
So we get the DBD minigame.
Oh, yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah. It gets pretty fucking hard.
Very well. It's genuinely quite suspenseful.
It is, yeah.
Like,
so, God,
you should be good at this.
There
it's a DVD player.
So yeah, the main thing is that guy will just kind of pop up randomly. I think you can sort of influence it by making noise.
You can influence it. Yeah, anything that makes noise will attract him. And there's certain events where you're forced to make noise to progress.
The thing is, like, you can stab him with the knife, but it doesn't really do much, as far as I can tell.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if that gives you more distance or something.
I think it makes it easier for you to escape him, but like it stopped working after a point. So
yeah.
But yeah, and then that's kind of it. It's like it's a point and click adventure with this guy occasionally pops up and you have to run away from him. It's spooky.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I quite enjoyed solving the puzzles in it. I think I only needed help one
Nothing.
time.
Well, the only time I really got stuck was when I could not find that bit. I didn't know there
Yeah.
was in it. I was like going around the whole house, and I didn't realize there was an entire exterior area. I just if I just looked at the map, I guess I would have realized. But
Yeah, the map is nice. It's not as clear. Like, and this is confusing too, because you go that way, and then it's like, oh, now,
yeah, that's what gets me because I feel like I get they're not going to redraw the whole map for each example. Yeah, I come from that way.
yeah, yeah.
But then again, I've played games like Deja Vu, and I didn't have that problem. So I do feel like the perspective thing is, especially when you would originally come to it from that angle. So I feel like you should be facing from where you came from. But yeah, that's super nitpicky. Whatever. I mean, they've got the map. They tried their best. So yeah, it's just kind of a solid point and click game. I think it's probably better than the sum of its parts just because of how different it is to everything else in UFO 50. Like, I don't think it's like an amazing point and click game, but I think it's because it's here,
Yeah.
it kind of stands out more, and I think that gives it more credit.
I think that's why I like it so much, is because it is so
Yeah.
unique in this collection. It stands out so much that I just appreciate everything about it that it does differently than everything else. And
Exactly.
I just like point and click adventures, honestly. I think I just enjoyed the game as is. So
I like the tone of it as well. Like, it's the only one that gets a little bit dark. I mean, it's not overly dark, but
no, but it is.
So I do want to get into my one critique of it though,
What's
and
that?
it's more of the meta kind of UFO 50 stuff.
Uh,
So my problem with this game is so the way that the killer works is if you fail to get away from the killer, you will respawn at the start of the level, and you're also at that point you're not going to get the absolute best ending.
right.
I think there's what 3 endings. It's like the bad end. So yeah, right. So you can leave the house early-ish by fixing the car and driving away, and you get what is obviously a bad ending.
Yeah.
But what gets me is that for UFO 50, that counts as a clear. That is a gold disc.
Yeah.
Which is very strange to me. And the reason now that's not a big deal. To get the cherry, you have to basically proceed further. You need to like solve the mystery of the house, and you need to like get what is obviously the true ending. What bothers me is you get the gold disc, the cherry disc. What annoys me is that you have this entire killer mechanic, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you engage with it. You get the mini game. You got to like worry when you're gonna make noise. It's quite elaborate. It took some effort to put in. What annoys me is there's no real incentive to really engage with the killer stuff. Now, I would have, if I made this, I would have made it so that the cherry would be to complete the game without ever getting like killed by the killer.
Right.
But as it is right now, it's more of just hello. It was just more of a hindrance. And when I say you get a worse ending, it's called bad dreams. Every time you get killed by him, you have a quote bad dream, and at the end it'll tell you how many bad dreams you had.
Yeah.
The ending you get for having one bad dream is still not that bad of a difference. So I'm just find it weird that you can honestly play through the game pretty comfortably, and the killer's not really an issue. And I feel like if they made that the cherry, that would have been a fun motivation to engage with that stuff. I mean, you can still play the game and do a no kill run where you don't get killed. But I don't know. I just thought that would be the cherry, and I would say the bad ending shouldn't be a clear. But I don't know if you agree with that. But I just feel like they could have made the killer mechanics a bit more engaging with the cherry.
I mean, sure. I think that's valid, but also think that's minor in the grand scheme of things.
I suppose what I'm ultimately saying is I think the penalty for being caught by the killer is too minor. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't want to make the game like more frustrating and annoying, but the fact it just resets you and does like the most minor change to the ending is just like, why is it even there? Like, I think I reached a point where I was just like, I don't really care if I die to him.
I
That's
get
all I'm
that.
saying. I wish you just did a bit more.
I get that. I think that this collection is difficult enough that didn't bother me. Like
It's not that I want. It's not that I want the game to be harder. I just wish there was more motivation for me to engage with the killer stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Because I was just like, oh, it's you again. I don't really care because it's not really going to impact much.
He did at some point get kind of annoying because there wasn't really anything other than just, oh, he's here to make you run away. And that was just kind of irritating at a point. But
it's a cool system. I just wish it was there was more motivation to engage with. I'm not saying I want the game to be harder. I don't mean it simply as that. But just maybe make the reward for having 0 kills a bit more. That's why I said make it the cherry. Then you don't have to do that if you don't want to, but if you really want to challenge yourself, then you can do. And also, if you're playing this game like a second time to get the cherry, like you should know all the puzzle solutions, so you should be able to breeze through it, and then you just really all you're doing is just engaging with the hiding from the killer stuff while you try and play through the game as optimally as possible.
Yeah. I will say
anyway, that's super nitpicky though. I'm not saying this game's tried because of that.
One thing I do appreciate is the game does seem to have taken a lot of consideration for different items working in different situations. Because I believe I've seen various items. Like I think there's a thing like a piece of glass you can break open, and there's like various items that are valid for using to break that open. So it's like it.
Yeah.
Or it'll have a unique piece of dialogue that explains why this one doesn't work, even if you think it would. So like.
Yeah.
It's like I think you could try to use the knife on these.
Yeah.
So they've thought it out. I appreciate that a lot.
It's better than just saying, "Oh, it doesn't work."
Yeah. Just don't get how that works. So, So this is honestly one of my favorites in the collection, for reasons stated. So I ended up putting it on S. I don't know how you feel about that. It was bottom of S for me, but that's just how I feel about it. If you want to do A,
I would put it at the top of A.
Yeah, let's do A.
I mean, it's both of our tier lists. I won't hijack it.
Yeah.
The only thing that gets me is it's not overly unique, and then I think the most unique part, like the clock tower part, I feel could have, like I ranted on a bit, I think could just be a little bit better implemented. Like the penalty. I'm not saying, oh, I'd love it if they had to restart everything if he took all your items from you or something. I don't mean that, but just a little more encouragement. But top of A if you're alright with that. I do think it's really cool. I do think it's really neat, but I don't think it's like.
You have a point though. It is not actually that. I mean, it is a point and click. It just kind of is what it is. But
it's a good one.
Yeah. And it's good in this collection. It's amazing in this collection because of how much it stands out. But no, top of A. That makes sense. I think that collectively works for us.
Okay.
Elfazar's hat. I like this one. This one is one of my favorites.
I haven't beaten it by myself yet, but I've enjoyed it.
It is, well, I'll just get to it. It's, Car Warriors?
Yeah, or like Pocky and Rocky. Not that I know anything about Pocky and Rocky. I just know that's the same. I think it's like a top-down.
Yeah.
Kind of cutesy kind of shooter.
Yeah, and it's got this dodge mechanic, which I think adds a
I like
lot.
that. I really appreciate that. As a fan of Alien Soldier, I really like me a good old invulnerable bowl.
Yeah.
Don't explain that.
So there are different pickups that you have, and you make a collection of 2 or 3 of them to get a specific power-up based on which ones they are. You just have to memorize which they are, which can be a little annoying, but this one, the blue one or the cyan one gives you the shield. The red one gives you bombs when you dash. The orange one I think gives you the option. And these things just drop randomly, and so if you get 2 of them, you get something. If you get 3, you get like a better version of it. Like 2 purples will give you a heal, like heals you a health point. 3 purples will increase your max health to 4. So, as well as give you a heal. So yeah, it is this little mechanic where you kind of build up your power-ups and you choose which ones you want, essentially.
Question, do you think the bombs are any good at all? Because I don't think they're useful.
I got a little use out of them. They're pretty niche. They're one of the lesser upgrades, but the thing is, like, as long as you don't die, you just keep them. So
The theming is like very World of Illusion. Like it's all about magician show. Well, he's an asshole.
Yeah, the magician's an asshole, and these animals who are part of the act are just like, fuck this, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
One thing that is funny about this game, not to spoil it, the bad ending, which is like if you don't if you use a continue, is like really bleak.
Yeah, I've seen it since you. I haven't beaten this game, but I was curious enough to just look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
I was just like,
it's kind of what you'd expect from what you just said, though. It's they're gone.
It was just like, that was surprisingly dark. Thanks for that, I guess. But you know, I don't know how to describe it other than like it is what you see, and it is just fun to play. I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of the better ones. I think this is one of the better meshes of the concept living up to the execution. I think that invulnerable dash, it really helps things.
Yeah, it makes it feel really nice. It's not too hard. Like, you've got lives that continues, so
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it works. It's an example of a game that didn't need to be brutally hard, so they didn't make it that way, and it's better for it, IMO.
Yeah. Well, it's got like, it seems fair. You got lives and stuff. You can also like infinitely retry if you don't mind not getting the best ending.
Yeah.
Or they like the true boss.
Which is why it works that the cherry and the good ending are for not continuing. So
yeah.
There's your incentive to actually do well.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say. This is what, like, a solid A. I don't know if it's S, but it's very good. I don't know, maybe you disagree.
I mean, that's the thing. It's between both of us. I put an S because it's one of my favorites, but if you're willing to do just A, that's fine with me.
Well, I mean, I don't. Again, I feel like, well, why not just? Well, it's good. I'll just put it in S. So I wouldn't like say that every time.
I guess because
I was gonna say S is like the super like original ones, but if it's good, it's good. Like don't make the rules.
I don't have any criticism of the game is the thing. Like, there's nothing.
No, you know what? This is like this is one of those ones I could just buy by itself and it'd feel absolutely warranted.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll put it at the bottom of this because it's. Sure. I get kind of hung up on like originality, but like there's absolutely nothing. There's really no real criticism I have of this. The music is good as well.
Yeah. I do like the third world is just the remix of the Magic Garden theme for some reason.
Yeah.
But
it's just invoking that. They're both like magical themes, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it in S then if you want to put it in S.
Sure. Oh boy, Pilot Quest. I've been grinding on this game while we've been doing this review.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, good job.
So this is your cookie clicker sort of idle game.
Yeah, I know I've played that genre more than you have.
So you get resources while this is a brilliant thing to include in this collection because it's a game a game that you can play while you're playing other games in UFO 50 because everything that you grind like it progresses while you're playing UFO 50. It's not like real time where you could just close UFO 50 and then come back and you got resources. You have to play something in the collection, but that
isn't too bad for this game for UFO 50. If there's anything else, if you had to keep this running, that would suck.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's just got all these things that you like progressively get more and more of, so that you have like a engine just making resources for you, and then you have this. I'd say the meat of the game really is you have this like sort of exploration sort of thing. Yes, meat. And it is a randomly generated or it has like some random generation elements to it.
Yeah.
Like the placement of stuff is actually different depending on your run, because I beat the game and then I started a new run, and you get like a prestige sort of mechanic to it as well.
What's that gun you're holding? I've never seen that.
It's a blaster.
Oh, okay, cool.
It consumes the moon drops, which I didn't realize until like yesterday. But yeah, yeah, it just you progressively get more and more like power ups and the ability to stay out longer. This is the other game we mentioned where the meat is the length of time that you could stay out here, and your timer goes down when you take damage. So that's your health.
Oh my god.
So yeah, this is the cherry condition.
This is New Game Plus, right? Because I unlocked this, but I didn't actually play it.
I think this guy is in the base game. I don't think you need to beat the game to see him, but...
I've never seen him.
I don't think so. I think you just need to...
He's terrifying.
He's something, alright. So the cherry condition is that you have to find and kill this guy 5 times in one run. Or like 4 or 5. I don't know yet. I just haven't done it yet. And, yeah, he randomly spawns in different parts of the map. He is a pain in the ass to fight. And
this sounds like you just need enough meat to just tank all this, because you're not dodging this.
Yeah. The blaster helps a lot too, but it does very little damage. So, yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, you've got like a bunch of dungeons, and it's not anything more than what you're seeing here. Combat is kind of wonky because you just have this as your attack.
Yeah, the hitboxes kind of bother me, because he's a great big square.
And then, of course, it's again another thing where, like, if you get unlucky and, take a hit of damage while you're trying to make your way back, you could just invalidate a run, because if you run out of time and don't make it back, you completely lose everything, like, that you're holding. I think like all these coins, which you keep them between runs, but if you die, you lose all of them. So, you better.
It's not too bad now, but
no.
At the start, when you're first starting, it's real above.
Yeah. And then there's like, you can buy these teleporters to get yourself around the map. And then you just have like 3 different bosses you have to face in 3 different dungeons to build your ship, and then that's the win condition.
Yeah, it's an idle game. It's just kind of satisfying just to see everything grow. And then when you beat the game, you get like basically New Game Plus.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I've put a lot of time into it. I enjoyed playing it. I kept coming back to it, but
yeah,
it's not like the most interesting game at the end of the day. So it's kind of weird, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's just a nice it's a little mini game to throw in.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Being in UFO 50 makes it better than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess now I have to actually finish this run, otherwise I'll lose everything.
Oh yeah, good point. As you say, even if we are just doing a video.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Hey, Isabel.
Oh. Why is she so big?
I don't know. An NPC in this game, I guess. But yeah, yeah. I don't know how to rank this.
It's solid. It's fun to check in every so often.
It is,
but it's not like my favorite or anything.
It is a mini game. It's
neat.
It is definitely a really good mini game for this collection. It's interesting. But it is not good enough to be like, oh, this is an A-tier game.
No.
But I mean, B-tier, I think, is good for it. It's fun. I had a lot of fun with it, but I couldn't play it without it being in this collection. I think that's the most important thing about it.
No, same. I mean, I beat it as well. Yeah, I can't really comment much more than that.
Yeah.
You've kind of said it all. So... If it was anything else, if it wasn't like encouraging to play the other games in the meantime, like, wouldn't be as good, but it is. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we know this is the first game you played, well, not literally, but
no, this is
didn't just bounce off.
Yeah, the first one I played through. This one came really early when I did the random select. Like it was like the 3rd game, I think. and then I couldn't stop playing it until I beat it because
Well, I haven't beaten it, but I watched you play almost the entirety of it, so
yeah,
pretty much the entirety of it.
yeah, we sort of co-op. I fucking love this game. This
Yeah.
genuinely, like, this is what kind of, I mean, like, I already bought the game, but when I played UFO 50 and I played this, I was just like, oh, this is good shit. Like, this collection is great because it just has a lot of cool games, and it has this one in it, which I just fucking love. But
Yeah.
so, you have a character who has the ability to shrink, which more or less just sort of multiplies the size of the level. So you have that little, like, storage room. That's the entire world. But the thing is, you could shrink down to go into a much more, like, blown-up version of it. And, not to spoil it, pretty early on you get the ability to do that again.
That was the like, wait, what moment?
And all of this is mapped out. Like, a lot of this stuff is, like, very generic, but because, like, obviously it has to be, otherwise there'd be so much space to fucking map out. But
it's still relatively matchy. So you have like sort of biomes depending on what surface you're on, and there's a lot of them. So yeah, it is like a little generalized this bit, but it's not as much as you'd think.
the thing is, like, every time I go out and then come back to this same tile, it is the same layout. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not randomly generated as far as I could tell, or at least it's like pre-generated, so like, all of this is mapped out, and there are power-ups all over this level, like this game, that I haven't even gotten all of them in, but it's a Metroidvania that you don't really have much of an attack per se, you just kind of pick stuff up and throw it.
Like Mario 2.
Yeah. And then you could store stuff. And then you get the ability to store more, like, you've got various powers. Like,
I guess this is a little list. You're getting quite a few spoilers here, but yeah, it's well.
It is, yeah.
But
yeah, I guess, yeah, without getting too much further into it, it's just a really interesting game. Like, I was constantly surprised in it. Like, I was, like, number of times that I was just like, I can't believe that this is a thing in this game. What are these doors?
how do you get in there?
I never figured that out, actually. Interesting, but I think there's
maybe there's like a whole other level in there.
There's probably more stuff.
With like, or 3 levels of shrinking.
There's more stuff I didn't do, so yeah, there's probably just... But, like, everything in this room is mapped down some way. Like, you can see, like, here's a bookshelf with some books, and then it's like, you shrink down, and there's just a bunch of books that you can go inside of, and there's an area
and
inside.
there are little, like, some dungeons in there as well.
Yeah. So... And it's...
And you can use that to just get around as well. That's also kind of like your quick travel, because you just go big, walk to where you need to go, and then shrink again.
Yeah.
It's genius. It's absolutely genius.
And so, like, and then there's various things, like, there's this spider web in the corner, and you're like, okay, well, I can definitely get to that, but I have to be standing on something to shrink. But so there's stuff in the game that allows you to move vertically. There's actually various ways to get up there, and so you can find something and pocket it and then use it over there, or you can, I just show it here. There's, like, bugs that'll crawl up the wall. You can just stand on them. It's insanely creative, and it just sort of allows you to sort of play through it any way that you can, anything that you could think of, you know? Like, there's various different objects that you can pick up and pocket and then use them in various ways to get around the map. So, I don't... Without
so
going,
deep.
Yeah, just... It's just Mario, but bad. I don't know, man.
This is shockingly good.
I love this game. I got so much enjoyment. Like, I laughed so many times at just seeing all the goofy shit that they did. So this is my favorite game, absolutely. This is my highest tier game. Like, I would rate this over Party House. I put it at the very top because it is, for me, like, just such a pleasant thing. Like, this is absolutely a game I would have bought on its own.
Right, yeah.
And I would have enjoyed it so much, and I would not have felt, like, ripped off if I had paid $20 for this. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, so much. If you don't mind, I'm gonna keep Party House at the top just because I feel like there's more of a... I like this a lot, but I haven't played it. But the only reason I haven't played it is because I watched you play it.
Yeah.
No, I mean I would play it, but you know what I mean. Like just after immediately watching you do a complete playthrough, it's like okay,
yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll put that
Sure.
next to
Sure.
because you feel so strongly about it. I'll put it next to Party House just because we have like Party House in common, a shared enthusiasm. But
Absolutely, yeah.
not that I have any problem with this at all, but I'm not obviously not as enthusiastic as you are.
Yeah, sure. No,
it's super cool.
Party House is definitely like, it's the game I keep coming back to. Like I beat this game and I haven't actually played it again, but Party House is like I put I think 13 hours into that so far.
Jeez.
I've played a lot of it, and that's not including the time I played it when you were doing Steam Remote Play. So
yeah.
So yeah, no, but
cool.
Yeah. So
oh my god.
Here on the opposite spectrum is combatants.
Combatants, I guess.
Combat ants. Just combat
A hill
ants.
to die on.
Okay, spoilers. When I did my tier list, I put 2 things in D. One of them was Fistel, the other one was this one. This is a, what do you call it, real-time strategy?
Yeah.
And I don't even...
Well, we're gonna have a problem here, because this is my S tier. No, fuck this game. This game's bad. I like it conceptually. I like the idea there being a sort of resource management, action-y kind of RTS game. Like, I'm all for that. This is like the only pure RTS.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's like Attactics, which is barely has strategy to it. This reminds me of like Herzog Zwei, in that you're controlling like a little thing and you've got to issue commands. So 2 things kill this for me. The player movement is absolutely atrocious, and it is agonizingly slow.
Yeah.
And I get that the map is like one screen, but in that case you should have scrolling. Like, it's just brutal. And my other issue is that the friendly AI is dog shit.
Yeah.
It's absolutely hopeless, and it's like, oh, it's retro style. Herzog Zwei was fine. Herzog Zwei, they were just like, you could give them simple commands, and it wasn't complicated, like patrol or circle or just like literally beeline towards the enemy, which would get them like stuck in trenches and things. But you could help them. Also in Herzog Zwei, you're playing as a spaceship that can transform into a mech. That is really cool, and it gives you like you know, it's fun to fly across the map and then like turn into a robot and fight. This is just a grind. Like, this is a chore to play.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work. And like the AI is so bad.
I forgot
this
about
is bad.
Herzog Zwei. That game is infinitely better than this.
Oh god, yeah.
And that was a Sega Genesis game. Like, what the fuck?
That is credited as, depending on your definition, that was like the first ever RTS.
Yeah, and it's good.
Where you're like issuing commands to like small units.
It's like, it's obviously very retro, but like it's still good. And this is just nothing like that. And
funny thing is, the other like quote first RTS was also ported to the same console. It was like June 2 by Westwood.
Oh.
So. Not the most likely source of like the RTS genre, but apparently so. It's an important console. Yeah, this is. It's so bad. I actually forgot you were playing it because I can't even keep track of. It's one of those things that sounds good on paper, but the execution is just completely. It's not even like. It feels more fundamentally bad than say Fist Hell or Grimstone that just make like a lot of mistakes. It's just like this. If you got to this stage, I would just scrap it. Like, I would just say this is not fun. We need to redo this. We need to start over. Honestly, this might be the worst game.
This game would probably be more enjoyable if it played at twice the speed. Like,
yeah,
like it wouldn't be nearly as agonizing if it wasn't so fucking slow.
It's like the opposite of Attactics.
Yeah,
like, that's too fast. This is way too slow.
Yeah.
I think this is the worst game. I mean, I can like at least play Fist Hell. It's bad, but
you know what? I'm willing to put that there.
I think that is the absolute worst. There's not much else to say. It's just bad. It's just not fun. I like the concept, and that's literally it.
Yeah.
There's a 2-player mode as well if you both want to suffer. This game.
I hate this game. I know that it's not meant to be taken that seriously. And I just hate it so much. Because I was just, at one point I was like, I'm gonna get the trophy on every game in UFO 50. Just beat them. Just say that I did. And...
I never had those illusions.
I honestly tried for almost all of these games. There's a couple of them I just gave up immediately, but this is one of the ones I fucking tried, man. I fucking tried.
Well, I got it, but it's fucking luck. It's literally luck. I mean, there's some things you can do to influence things, but it's luck.
I got all the way to the end where I had what I would describe as a perfect run. I didn't lose any bets. I had like a good what do you call it? Whatever the sponsorship, I guess.
Yeah.
And I made it all the way through, and I thought I was doing perfect. And then I lost by like $100, and I'm like, fuck you.
My experience was the opposite. I was like doing really badly, and then I don't know how it tallied it up, but they just said, final race, oh, you've won, here's the gold disc. I'm like, huh?
I think because
absolutely... Oh, that's the one from Onion Race. I never even picked up on that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
There's a lot of references in this game. I'm playing as a guy from Hyper.
Oh, I forgot to mention it. I forgot to mention during Mini and Max. That game has probably the most references of all the games.
Yeah. That one's. I don't even want to.
Yeah, no. This is a conversion of an old Flash game.
Yeah.
It's
okay. So...
See, right, here's the thing about me, right? I'm not offended by this game. But I am also the person that was extremely lucky and just gold disced it. So I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun. But no, if you're actually trying to consciously win, it is determined by luck, and it's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. So I mean, like, I don't even know if I need to describe what's going on. It's horse racing. You're betting on these little dorks.
It's not 100% luck. I mean, it's enough of it to be annoying. But you want to show what you can buy. Because you get like the
oh
yeah you get the thug who will like break people's kneecaps and things like that.
Poison, or what I use is just guard, just protect one of your guys.
Yeah.
Because you can get in trouble for doing one of these things and getting caught. So
yeah,
you lose money that way. So you can just protect a guy to make sure that they don't get fucked up. And so, but yeah, you could do all sorts of goofy shit. Juice them up real good.
I think I probably give this an easier time just because I find it funny, but it doesn't make it a good game. Do you want to show the other things like the brain and there's like the AI that will give you some information.
I didn't even mess with this stuff too much. Expect garbage. Interesting. There's the lone shark.
There's lone shark. Yeah. I kind of think they missed a trick by not making it a literal shark.
It is a fin for the icon, which is fun. And you can like buy a Quibble and then train it to be faster, and then you get money if people bet on it, I think. Yeah, like this guy here. I get money for...
I don't know what to tell you. Like, this game doesn't make me mad, but it's not a good game.
I think I've been screwed over by bad luck enough in this. Just trying.
I think you're probably trying to actually consciously beat it.
Well, yeah, because I just.
I know it's a game. I know.
It's a game in this collection, but.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying that's probably why I'm giving it easy time because I'm just like I'm kind of indifferent. But no, that doesn't make it a good game.
So no,
I wonder what it's like in 2-player. Well, probably more of the same.
Yeah, but at least it's less stakes, I guess.
Probably more. Probably like I don't know. This is like one of the few 3-player games.
Yeah.
I think you've got to like look away as well. So I don't know. Like if you had it on a Steam Deck, you could like pass it around a table.
Sure.
If you're on like a train or something. I don't imagine gathering around to play some Quibble Race. But you know,
I see. Okay.
let's say look away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, good Steam Deck game, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
It might be somewhat amusing if it multiplayer, because like, you know, you'd be like, oh, you know, I'm sure my friend's gonna play him, so I'm gonna break his kneecaps, and then it's like, oh no, you set up a guard, he knew I was gonna do. But that's not me excusing. I'm just gonna give a benefit of a doubt.
No, you know what? That's honestly a fair point because I could see this being pretty fun when just playing with other people, just messing around. But
I also don't want to defend a game that is just gambling.
it.
I mean, if you want to put that in D, that's fine. I mean, I don't know why I'm defending it so much.
No, not D because it isn't trying to be anything more than just a silly game.
I think that's what gets me. It's not. It kind of knows what it is.
Yeah.
And it is. Like, I've actually seen the old Flash game, so that's really what it's just a conversion of. So it's like bottom of C then. I mean, I'll put it in D if you really.
Sure. No. I'm genuinely. I don't want to put it in D. I think C is fine. C is fine for it. It is. It's gimmicky. It is very gimmicky. So. It's not like a game I'm going to ever recommend, but for a multiplayer thing, that could be funny. I could see that being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we could do that at some point even.
Sure. So, Seaside Drive.
This is probably the only game we've completed together, so that's something.
Yeah, I guess so. So, this game rules. There's another shmup.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good.
You got a guy shooting a gun, driving a car, and the meter at the bottom is the power. So it's the 3 stages of like how much damage you do, basically. The weaker it gets, the weaker bullets are.
I don't think I've ever seen level 1 actually. Now I think about it.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself.
Let's just see it.
Jeez.
Never seen that before. Never let it drop that low.
So it goes up whenever you move backwards?
Yeah, basically it says drift, but yeah, it means if you go left.
Yeah. And so it's I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to describe that. Like you have to constantly move because moving forward or not drifting will cause your power to go down. So you have to constantly move forward so that you give yourself space to drift, but you're also dodging projectiles. So. But
it makes it more interesting because forcing you to move, it adds a whole lot of makes it a lot more dynamic than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, and then the aiming is, of course, like you move left and right to and influence the direction of the aiming, but that also affects your power. So it's I don't know how to really put into words and make it that do justice to how good it feels, but it's very satisfying. Like it's very fun to like constantly move around and rewarding to maintain your power and then just blow through enemies.
I don't know how much time they gave to each game, but this is like it kind of reminds me of Grimstone and stuff like that. Like JRPGs, they got to they don't have enough time or resources to really balance it thoroughly, but they have enough time for this to make it really tight. Like the arcadey games, they're generally really good with the controls.
Yeah.
And this one, this feels really refined. Well thought out, and one of my favorite aspects of this game is just the general theming of it, because you see it at first, it kind of looks like Outrun.
Yeah.
But it's not. And it's just these kind of just it has like real positivity to it, like uplifting kind of music, like what you call like Sega Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Like from Sonic and Outrun as mentioned. Where you have lots of. Here we get to the Hotline Miami transition screen.
Yeah.
And then you think you know what's going to come with the enemies, and like each one's completely differently themed. So here we've gone from like vehicles to geometric shapes.
Yeah.
Very I guess it's kind of vapor wavy. This level.
Yeah. Each level has like a theme that completely changes both like the sort of atmosphere of the level, but also like the enemies. And it's like not stuff that you would expect, because the first one's very military, and it's just like, oh, is that going to be the theme of the game? It's like, no, here's just shapes, and then there's fucking fish, and it's yeah.
plays well, and it has one of the best two-player experiences in the whole collection.
Yes, yes. Where you you trade, like one person drives, the other person shoots, and I actually forget who aims if you're doing. Is it the person driving? I guess. Or
Well, I was hosting. I was player one,
Yeah.
so I was driving and you were shooting.
Yeah, but there's it was just a really fun experience. It makes the game a little easier because you only have to do one of the two
Oh, for sure, but it's still,
actions.
yeah.
But just a load of fun. Just
it almost makes it feel like a different game.
yeah,
Play it co-op, because then you've got to focus on one thing, and it absolutely makes you more efficient as long as you trust the person you're playing with.
Yeah, because things will actually kind of bounce off of your shots depending on what kind of enemy it is. So actually shooting the things at the right time can be very pivotal. Because you might have to shoot something that which one of those cubes would show up. It would bounce whenever you hit it. So if you want to drive under it, you have to shoot it first. And and
you have to predict what angle the other person's going to shoot it from, and you steer accordingly.
Yeah. So it's not completely easy, but it's just.
And
you
can also the big thing is that you can control the aiming, and you're not obviously not moving the car, and then you can just. But the thing is the driving as well. Normally, if it's just like a normal game, that would be boring. Because you go, I can go left and right and just need to dodge things. That's not totally fun. Well, actually, it is fun because you're the one who's also got to maintain the drift. If it didn't have the drift thing, that mode wouldn't be nearly as fun for the driver.
Yes.
So they've got to so even if you're just focusing on a stationary target, when I was playing, I had to sort of tap left and right just to make sure you didn't run out of power.
Yeah.
So it's even just the drifting thing makes that whole lot more fun.
So it's a insanely solid concept that
and it's done well. They didn't mess it up at all.
Yeah,
it's as good as it could be.
Yeah.
And the tone of it, one of the best soundtracks in the collection as well.
Yeah.
Very uplifting, cool music.
So
yeah, that's
an S tier.
That's absolutely an S tier. No doubt about that. So the only problem is where in S tier. I mean, is that better than House Party? Is it better than Minion Max?
That's tough.
I'll tell you what, we'll just throw it in here. We'll do an ordinary thing at the end. Let's throw it just in the middle.
I just wanted to throw this out there real quick. The time that we spend playing this game for this video might be longer than I've spent playing this game. I don't know why. It's not like I bounced off of it or anything. I just kind of played it and went yeah, that's fine. But
I'm in the exact same situation.
So yeah, Campanella 3. It's they made a third game, but it's again just completely different. I like this music a lot. But yeah, it's this sort of.
I'm surprised they build this as a third game. It is not even remotely the same.
Yeah.
So you can shoot into the background, and also you can shoot in 4 directions. I don't even want to say the foreground, like where you are.
Yeah. Oh god.
Which I find. Yeah, it seems neat, but I also feel there's a little too much. This is I'm gonna say this is the only pseudo 3D game. I guess Valbrace is going for a 3D look, but this is the only one with kind of scaling sprites.
Yeah.
I suppose I want more pseudo 3D games in this whole collection.
Hard to make, I guess. A little more ambitious. But so this shot is weird because it shoots in the direction you're moving against. So you hold left to shoot right. And then it starts strafing once you start holding it, but
I never noticed that map on the top right. They're supposed to focus on the action.
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm not sure if I get the point of it. I really can't be looking over there.
It might have been just because they had the space. It's curious.
I feel like the weird border thing, like with the dotted squares.
Yeah.
Is kind of a weird compromise. I get it's there to show you the size of the playfield, but I don't know. That looks kind of weird to me.
It's like they did that entirely so that you can always have the UFO in the center of the screen.
I feel like there's a better way to convey that, though, even if you made it like a physical object.
Yeah, I guess there's really no way around it. This game just did not inspire me to play it. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. It just... You kind of look at it and go like, yeah, that's a game.
Too weird. I like the arcadey games, but this one's just... Yeah, this isn't... I'm just gonna better admit, this is not qualified. I have not played this enough.
Yeah, same, honestly. Like, it's... I feel like there's something to be said about how uninterested I am in this game, but...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, if it hasn't inspired us to play it, that's obviously a reflection of its quality.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but I still feel... I still don't feel like I played it enough to give it a fair review, but... It's just not doing it for me.
It's just one of those things, just take it. Take that as it is, just...
It's too weird, like, they going from shooting in depth and then shooting in the foreground like that, it sounds cooler than it actually is. That's the sort of thing where it's like, that's why it ends up in UFO 50. Because it's like, oh, here's a cool idea, but then it's just like, but that definitely cannot, that's not really good enough for its own game.
Yeah.
And also, like, billing this as Campanella for me is pretty weird.
Yeah, because the first game was sort
One
of
and
like
two had things in common.
It was like a lunar lander sort of thing, and you actually did that. That actually came back in 2, but they just added to it. And then this is completely different.
This is an arcade game. I mean, the other two were like kind of conventional, kind of console games. This is just pure arcade.
Campanella 1 had an arcadey feel to it to me, but...
Yeah, sure, I guess so. But it was like, I guess I mean more... Yeah, no, that's valid.
But it was also completely different from this, so... It's...
I really don't like that border thing. It really annoys me, and I don't know why it's annoying me so much.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It's just kind of breaking the immersion. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it's supposed to represent, other than you can't... Why couldn't you just have, like, a fixed screen? Why does the UFO have to stay in the center? Or whatever. I mean, I think I would prefer this if it was, like... If you just had, like, more rain over, like, the screen. And it doesn't do this.
No, I get the idea. I get the idea is that, like, whenever your character is always at the center of the screen, then you always have the ability to know where you're going to fire. Whereas in other other games of the genre, like, you're always firing towards the center of the screen, but, like, that could be a little hard to gauge. So I get the idea, but I don't, and that doesn't, I don't think it bothers me that much. I just don't find this interesting.
No. That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Yeah. So
is this, are we putting this in a low rank, or is this just not qualified?
I'm fine just saying non-qualified. Like, I ranked it pretty high on my list. I guess I just I thought more of it on the first impression, but playing it again, I'm just like, nah.
There's a few like that. Yeah. I mean, I thought Chris Hell looked really cool, but... Okay, so the last game.
The last game in the collection, minus that funny bonus one that I never unlocked. So, I think it was Roman who pointed out that this is... If UFO 50 is Action 52, then this is Cheetah Men.
Yeah, I've heard others say that.
And it was such a revelation to me.
Let this intro rock, by the way.
Okay. That was kind of a revelation to me, because I didn't think about that, and then once that was pointed out, it was like, oh my god, that is absolutely what that is.
I mean, at first I thought Battletoads, because of like the different gameplay styles and stuff, relatively, but... Yeah, no, that's very apt, which is kind of funny, because that was like the one, like, proper game, but... What do you think of this? It's kind of funny that they end with... I mean, I don't know if it's last made, probably not.
Yeah.
But they kind of end with something that's also several gameplay styles. So that they've made 50 games, and then they're like, "What should we do the last game? Oh, let's do like 5 different gameplay styles in this one game." Like, okay,
Yeah. So those
interesting choice.
4 characters, they all play differently. Like they have completely different games. And then if a character ever dies, you don't just lose the game or whatever. They become captured, and you have to play a 5th gameplay style in order to rescue them. And so how good this game is depends entirely on how good the different gameplay styles are. The sort of like rescue mission stuff I actually like enough. It's not good enough on its own, but it's fine. I had a decent time with it. I dislike this style actually quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this.
Like, it seems like it's pretty good, but it's very janky. Like, it's real finicky.
Yeah, it is. I really don't like the what is this, like crude buster almost? Like it's like it kind of looks like a Contra thing, but you don't have a gun.
Yeah. Oh,
it's
God.
I feel like this is for Cyber Owls. I think this is one where they spread themselves a bit too thin. Like there's nothing particularly wrong, but like they're not as polished as they could be.
This in particular, this game playstyle, like, it feels like it's one of the few games in this game that feel intentionally bad. Like, it feels like there's definitely a lot of things they could have done to make this polish, but it feels like it was sort of intentionally made to be kind of rocky. And I don't know if that is true,
I don't know.
If that's just how it turned out, but either way, like it.
I think they made 50 games and they just spread themselves too thin. It's simple as that, really.
Why can't I make this fucking jump anymore? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
I think they got over ambitious. I couldn't get behind this game.
I was actually doing pretty good on it, and then this I'll just show it to you.
Yeah. The Metal Gear.
The Metal Gear style game, which just I don't know. I just didn't like it. Didn't have any fun playing it, and then I found it difficult, and I died at the boss, and then I didn't want to play it anymore.
You need to trunk them.
No. Yeah, you start with like 2 or 3 shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
their vision cones is.
Yeah, they're very blind.
I did see someone like kind of speedrun this, and they were just like, they just went right past them. They can't respond fast enough.
Yeah. Even when they see you, they're just kind of like, But it's just.
Yeah, there's not a real punishment for being caught. It's not much of a stealth game.
Not really, but you also have 2 HP points, so, and they will drain that health fast. So.
Yeah, I guess that's encouraging. To encourages you to be stealthy.
Yeah, but otherwise it's just like a big maze.
They spread themselves too thin though. Like they've already made 50 games, and then to do like these multiple gameplay styles on top of all that. Like if you're gonna do like a Metal Gear,
Yeah.
Make it a full thing, do it right. Make Cyber Owls just that, or I appreciate like what they're going for. It's kind of funny, almost.
Yeah. I appreciate this game on a level, but
they should have chosen one of these gameplay styles and just made it one of the 50 games.
Yeah.
Well, this bit bothers me because this is the perspective of this is very much like Wild Guns, but God, it is not controlled like Wild Guns. It is not half as good as Wild Guns. It's one of those things where the best games in UFO 50, if you look at our tier list, like the best games are the ones that are very unique and haven't really been done by anything else.
Yeah.
That's why that's why I like Mooncat so much, because like, what am I comparing that to? I don't know. Like Seaside Drive? I don't know. But as soon as you get a game that feels maybe a teensy bit more, I don't want to say derivative, but like less original, like this one, which is like Mercs or Wild Guns.
Yeah.
Then I'm a lot more critical, because then it's like, this isn't as good as Wild Guns. I'm not gonna say such and such isn't, like Mortal isn't good as such and such, because there's nothing like Mortal.
Right.
Mortal is completely unique, but then I play this and I just want to play Wild Guns because this is really stiff. Like your character, I think in Wild Guns your character just moves with the cursor.
Right.
But this one, like, it just stops until it like scrolls out of reach, so to speak. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's like it just feels a little rotten.
I didn't have as much problem with this one as you, but that's also because I played it once and I beat it once, and I just went like, "Yep, I don't want to do that again."
It's not terrible. I'm just saying though. It's just
Yeah, no, and I get what you're
just a
saying.
side. But I mean, I'm not even talking about UFO 50. I'm talking like Cyber Owl specifically.
Yeah, yeah.
Like because they've spread themselves so thin, like these individual parts aren't as polished as they could have been. I'm sure they've spent plenty of time with it, but I would have had one of these done well rather than
All 5 of them.
yeah. Honestly, I'd rather have like this tightened up or the Metal Gear one tightened up, as opposed to what they've gone for. And of course, now you're gonna have to show all of them.
Yeah.
You're also gonna have to fail one to show that off.
Yeah, I'll fail this one probably. I remember this one being a pain in the ass. Just kind of the shmup. Which is like...
Which we've already covered in UFO 50, so this just feels redundant.
Oh, right, yeah, you overheat if you keep firing. Just random thing. I already took damage? Why? God, I don't know. It's like, I get what they were trying to do, but... It...
This is a funny one to say for Cyber Owls, but like I would ultimately say I kind of bounced off this one. I did not spend long with any one of these in particular.
No, I tried to beat it at some point, and then whenever I just got to the Metal Gear one, and I just went like, this is not fun. I don't want to beat this.
Oh yeah, and this is the only one with like a voice sample in.
Yeah, just cute. I do like that the different characters have different like setups for this mode. But
This you know, they could have flushed Cyber Owls out to be its own release, really. Like not had it in UFO 50. If they wanted to do this multi-game thing.
yeah.
You know, like it's not terrible, but it's just kind of weak.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Cyber Owls. It's just a bunch of stuff, and none of it's great.
No.
It's not all bad, but it's nothing about it is like, oh, I wish it was more of this. Like, I don't really want more of any of this.
I guess these characters are also kind of reminiscent of like not TMNT, but like the TMNT knockoffs that were around at the time. Like we're gonna have like a, you know, sort of 5 anthropomorphic characters, and each one's got their own personality, you know.
Yeah.
Like that, like Cheetah Men, you know.
This very much looks like a sort of thing that would have gotten a 90s cartoon show.
That's what I mean. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what they were going for.
I think they nailed the feel and like the
Oh
feeling
yeah,
pretty
for
well.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not all bad, but it's...
Is that why UFO Soft folded? Because they like put like millions into their marketing push. They got like a pilot made for the Cyber Owls cartoon that didn't get picked up, and then that's why they folded after this game. Is that the law?
Oh my god. Actually, did they... I think they might have mentioned something about a comic. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right.
I forgot about that. Okay, yeah.
They have little like
we know what happened.
things. It's which is funny because like half of these I don't know if they're actually real or not. Like some of them mention like developmental troubles or stuff like that, and then some that's like, oh, we made a comic about it. It's like, okay, that's just being cute. But
yeah, 89. Now that is prime like TMNT is.
Yeah. So Cyber Owls.
Where are we putting that? Almost forgot.
Yeah.
C, it just feels kind of thoroughly weak.
C, yeah.
Like top of C, maybe.
Sure.
Or was it B?
No, it's not B. It's not good enough.
Well, C then, because it's not.
Yeah.
Well, it's C then, because like the C seems to be ones that are like they're alright, and that we can't, you know, like we're not mad about them, but
Yeah.
they're not particularly good. And it kind of makes sense that B is the most populated thing in the middle.
Yeah.
Right, so that's it. Are we gonna just double check these and just order them, or? I've been kind of doing that anyway, but
Yeah.
also like doing orders of these is like, this is the most diverse tier list we've ever done because we did like DVD perks and then we did like beat 'em ups, which are the same genre, but these are like kind of a lot of like oranges to apples, you know.
Yeah. I don't really feel like I need to organize these anymore than we already have.
Roughly, that's good enough. Like, there's nothing there that I'm like,
Yeah.
we might go crazy trying to get that specific.
Yeah. No, this is yeah. That's I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah, so am I.
It's an interesting collection. I had a lot of fun just like pulling these out, even the ones I didn't enjoy that much. I liked seeing them being like, oh wow, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, it was kind of well, we didn't know you could kick grenades. S tier, sorry. Yeah, I mean, even like it's even kind of fun to talk about fist hell, you know.
Yeah.
Unless you appreciate the good ones.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the demo, like showing you can like do the roll and stuff.
Yeah, these I think I said this off recording, but like the demos are actually pretty interesting for showing off mechanics that you may not have realized. That's how I figured out about the charge shot and Rakshasa.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's the tier list.
That's the tier list.
But I think everyone should have UFO 50 in their collection though, because it's so interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there is definitely games that we ranked low that I would not be surprised other people pick them up for like, oh shit, this is like my jam. It's like, I think Bootleg enjoyed playing at Zoldath like a decent amount. And like
everyone has. I do believe that every game, even our D tier games, someone will be like a fan of them. Someone out there.
Random note, I'm pretty sure this little demon guy is an enemy in Grimstone. There's a fairly similar looking guy, and I was like, oh shit!
I like this cross references.
Yeah, they do quite a bit of that in the collection. So, what?
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.